Yeah. Yeah, you like that, don't you?
Hello everybody and welcome to Grinds My Gears with me, the small dude. This is the only show where you get to talk to me. You're gonna call in to me on this phone. Not a great start, ladies and gents. I stumbled over my words. I stumbled over my words. Call in now on Discord. Get on the phone, get on the horn, and talk to your beloved old favorite, me, your local hero. Alright, let's get into the show, shall we? How's that for an intro? Exciting enough? Now it slows down a little bit while I operate the machine over here. Okay, now let's see. Who's coming up on this device? Hold on.
Yo!
Hold on. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Dude.
Yo, what's going on? Who am I talking to today?
It's me, Shitboy 3000.
This
you may know me.
This is a family-friendly platform. This is S-Boy 3... Hold on, how long
Sorry.
into the... We're 3 minutes in. We can say profanity now. This is Shitboy 3... I don't want to call you that. Can you get another name? Because that's a derogatory term. I think you're worth more than that.
I've picked the name.
Okay, Shitboy. What's grinding your gears
You can
today?
call it. Oh shit! Was I supposed to have something to say?
You were absolutely supposed to have something to say. Are you a good improviser? Do you think that off the top of your head you're gonna come up with something that's better than all the other people who lined up here today?
I don't know. I just saw the stream and I joined. People who litter. I don't like litter.
This was the topic of last week, Shitboy. Of all the things in the world to talk about.
I did not. What if I talk about things that I like?
I've got an idea, Shitboy. This is gonna be exciting. You stay there. You think of something to say, and I'll call you next. You're gonna be the person after.
I'm kind of busy. I'll think of something I don't like. Wait, fuck. What do I not like?
I thought you were busy, Shitboy. Do you have the time or not?
Well, I have the time now, and then in like 15 minutes, I'm gonna have to leave.
Okay, this is a lightning fast round from Shitboy 3000. Everybody, is it 3000 or 2000?
No, wait. I don't like minorities.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was his big chance, and he just scuffed it. He scuffed it, ladies and gents. He absolutely just butchered that. He ruined it for himself. Let that be a lesson to all of you, okay? Sitting at home. I know you saw there's a live stream and you thought, hey, that'd be cool, I should get on there. You gotta have the bare minimum of something to talk about. That's the bare minimum. That's all I ask from you, ladies and gents. Let's go for somebody else here. I think this is somebody I haven't talked to. Let's see what this person has to say. This is Grinds My Gears. Okay. Now, who's on the phone? Who am I talking to now? Hello? I can see. Ladies and gents, this is what happens on every single episode that the first call is always the worst. I don't know why that happens, but without fail, every single time, somebody soils it! He soiled it! That's from Master Carve in the chat there. He says, soiled it! Little SpongeBob reference. Okay, person on the phone, you've got about 3 seconds before something happens to you in real life. My God, this is a tough job. Okay, well, I don't know what happened there to your computer. I can't see. Cake? Is your name Cake? Maybe try again and see if your mic works. Okay, there we go. This is a fun show, isn't it? This is a really good show, isn't it? Okay, now we're going for the third person, aka the first person, because none of this has worked. All right, let's see if this works. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, okay, we've got a living, breathing person on the line. Who am I talking to?
Malcolm, aka Malik, aka Gamerman 3000.
Okay, that's a lot of good names. You're shouting good names. I'm going to call you Malcolm. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, Malcolm. Now I'm going back on my word. I'm thinking game. Okay, forget about that. Malcolm is your name. What is grinding your gears?
People who like Dr. Pepper. I hate Dr. Pepper.
You hate Dr. Pepper, the drink, or the man?
The drink. It
Okay.
tastes like bubble gum at first, then it do medicine.
Okay, so what is it? You said it tastes like medicine?
Yeah.
And how many times in your life have you tried Dr. Pepper? Have you really given it a good go?
I have. I've tried it like 3 or 4 times now.
Well, you know
I'd
what
say that's a lot of chances.
You know what
And it
science
disappointed me.
says is, and this is a true thing, science. Do you trust science? I should ask you before I tell you this fact of science.
If it agrees with my opinions, yeah.
That's a very good answer. Science says that you need to taste something 7 or 8 times until you figure out if you like it. Now that might seem crazy, but if you look back in your life when you were 3 years old, you may have said carrots taste bad, and then 7 or 8 times later you're like, actually, you know what? They're okay. Do you eat carrots?
I honestly don't. Not a lot.
Do you eat vegetables in general?
Yeah. Yeah.
How often
like
are you drinking
pickles.
sody pops?
Sody pops. I'll often. I'd say I drink diet though. I don't drink normal Coke.
And are you a healthy guy? Is your perverse ideas about Dr. Pepper, the great drink that everyone loves, is your perverse ideas come from an addiction to sody pops that you've tried so many, now you've got an acquired taste, or are you a healthy guy?
I would say I'm healthy. I'm kind of fat, but I still know what's a good drink and what's not.
You're kind of fat. How fat are you?
Fat. Fat.
And
with
why
a
are you
PH.
fat?
Because I eat lots of food.
Do you think do you look bad? Do you look bad with your fatness?
I mean, not really. I'd say I'm fine as for like how fat people go.
Do you have love in your life? Do you have a lover?
No, but I do have a crush on the babysitter from the Cat in the Hat movie.
Okay, well, we're learning a lot about you. You're swinging back and forth like a pendulum. I'm thinking, is this a fat guy who's addicted to soda pop, or is this an intelligent guy who has a distinguished taste? What's going on in your life? Right? Do you have a job?
No, I'm studying in college right now.
And what are you studying?
Computer engineering.
Oh, okay. So there's no chicks in your class, I guess. It's a bunch of guys drinking diet Coca-Cola.
Yes, it's a complete sausage fest.
And so what do you do outside of college?
Uh, I mean, a lot of stuff. Really, I guess I make stuff for the most part.
Oh, okay, here we
I try
go.
to like.
You're
I try
making
to like. Yeah, I make the YouTuber. I make videos. I'm not gonna say what's the channel's name though.
what's the channel's name?
I don't want to advertise. I'm not gonna say that.
People are gonna love it. They're gonna say this Malcolm guy's crazy. What could he possibly be talking about on YouTube? Is he doing soda pop reviews in his car? You don't have to
Well,
tell us the
if you
channel
want me
name,
to
but
say
tell us what
my
you do.
if you want me to say the channel's name, you have to sign a contract that says you have not been paid for this.
Okay,
As
I'm
it's
I'm
not an
literally I'm
advertisement.
drawing up the contract now, because this is your demand. I have not been paid. Okay, now it's in writing. So just so everybody knows, okay, this is Malcolm, and I have not been paid. Okay,
All right.
everybody knows now,
It's
Malcolm.
M. Here we go. A
Okay, you speed this up,
L
Malcolm. We know we're good spellers here.
E K 5 5 3.
Okay, MAK553. See how quick that is to say, Malcolm, when you're not milking it?
MALEK.
And what do you make? What do you do on your YouTube channel?
Usually Yakuza mods or like I did a game once, and I want to do more games after that because wanted to move on from modding, I guess.
You did a game. You mean you played a game?
No, I did made a game,
Oh, you made a game, and then you.
and yeah, with two fools. One of them is I don't know if he is agreeing with this, but he's in the chat right now. If he wants to reveal himself, then so be it.
Okay, Malcolm shrouded in mystery. Today, I almost feel like he feels like he's told us too much. What's your most popular video on YouTube? I'm gonna let you go after that, Malcolm.
I have to look. Hold on.
What's the favorite? What's your favorite video that you've made?
It's definitely the games, game stuff in general. Like out of all of them, it's like the project that I'm most proud of.
There we go, proud Malcolm. Okay, we're gonna move it along here, Malcolm. Thank you for coming on, sharing your life with us.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Dude.
Thank you. Okay, goodbye, Malcolm, sir.
Goodbye.
There he is. He went crazy at the end. I told you he's crazy. I told you he's crazy. He just let it out there. Now, Brian the God with the $5. Shall of the Prinny. Okay, Brian the God with the $5 says, can't watch today's stream. I'm on vacation. But keep up the good work, small dude. Thank you, Brian. I hope you shouldn't be watching me on vacation. You need to go. Get out of here straight away and enjoy sunshine or snow. That's the only two options on holiday, right? Sunshine or snow. Thank you, Brian the God. And Shala the Prinny with the $2. Two big ones from the USA. This is now a paid promotion for Malik553. Somehow, I missed out on one of those letters, despite him giving me ample chance to spell. Okay, is everyone following along so far? Okay, the show goes uphill from here. I guarantee it. All right, we're gonna get somebody else on the line here now. Who's? Let's try this person. Okay, I'm doing something extremely risky right now, bringing up somebody whose mic did not work. Can we hear you this time, caller?
Hello.
Oh my God, it's working. It's working. Who am I talking to?
Congratulations. You can now hear me.
Well, I feel really rewarded now that I've unlocked I've unlocked a voice. Who's the owner
new
of this
voice
voice?
in your head? My name is Bunny Monster. I am a big fan of yours. I've been watching you since 2023.
Oh my god, that's basically since the beginning. What video did you see in 2023
Pretty
that
much.
got you to where we are now?
It was the podcast episode where Peter Griffin says the N-word before Daniel Craig comes and shames him to shit.
Yeah, that's N-word money's the name of that, and that's one of my favorite videos. There's
Yes.
something so you know what you and what's his name, the guy who makes funerals happen in that video, share a similar kind of audio fidelity in your voice. You've got a Kino voice, says the chat.
Oh, I thank you. I appreciate that.
What microphone are you using?
It is a Blue Yeti.
No way,
this
the
bad
worst
boy since
microphone
The
available.
pandemic. I know.
So, Bunny Monster, I'm glad I'm talking to an
Yes.
OG right here. What is grinding your gears today?
Mass consumerism.
Oh, here we go. How did I know that this voice would say those words?
I don't know, but yeah, mass consumerism really grinds my gears. And I think it's the fact of maybe it's more materialistic values that our society pushes on people. Like, you don't need the name brand products when something that isn't name brand but just as good is available for much cheaper.
And are you talking about a specific type of product? Because what I'm thinking now is the supermarket when you say named brand products. And I'm thinking of cheap biscuits versus expensive biscuits. I don't think that's what you're talking about. I think you're going a bit deeper.
Well, I think it's for also. I think what it is for me is mostly Nintendo is what made me really start getting more radical on this
The
stuff.
final boss of mass consumerism, yeah.
Exactly. The Switch 2 really made me hone back in on my views on it, especially with the tariffs included, it's already going to be really close to a 4-digit number. So
What I was
it's
thinking,
like how many games does it have by now? Like, it's got to have at least like 10 right now, right?
what I was
to
thinking with
justify that?
the Switch 2 when it came out, I was like, you know, this is going to be the conversation. Like, how many games is it going to have on launch? It's not going to have many. It's expensive. There's the tariffs. Is it that much better than the previous version? And I assumed that all this conversation would kind of take off. But then the console came out, and then loads of people bought it. It's like the best-selling, quickest-selling console, and now nobody talks about it anymore, despite nothing has
Exactly.
happened. The situation hasn't improved in any way.
It got its 15 minutes of fame, and people were like, "We've shown you, we bought it anyways." But what now? It's been about, what has it been, 2 months?
I think if you know what, because I read something like a headline during the week, and it was that. Oh, thank you, Jonathan Shadow, for the $2. He says, "Do not redeem, sir. Why did you? I had to redeem. See, and look, I got Bunny Monster's voice when I redeemed, sir." When the Switch 2
baby.
came out, sorry, they specifically said that they don't want developers to develop for the Switch 2. Supposedly, they want developers to develop a game as if they're making it for the Switch 1. I was thinking, this is all very suspicious, and my little theory is that they actually don't really want there to be games for the Switch 2, because if there's bad games, then people are going to say, see, the Switch 2 sucks. So if they just kind of keep it at a mediocre level, there's going to be this like consistent plateau where there's no terrible games, so no one ends up talking about it. It just kind of continues to exist merrily. That's my little theory on it.
4D chess is what they call that.
What is it called?
4D chess is what they call that.
4D chess. I mean,
Except no
leave
one
it to the
wins.
Japanese, to come up with some sort of high-tech chess game, and they're playing it.
Exactly.
What's the last console that you bought?
So the last console that I bought was it was an Xbox 360. I like the old stuff. I like stuff from my childhood. And
So you
I have a
rebought
bunch
it
of
like
retro
recently
consoles.
enough. You're not talking about like 15 years ago.
No. I see. I used to have an Xbox 360, but it got the Ring of Death.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that,
So,
man. That's
R.I.P.
terrible. My condolences.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it actually opened a door for me because after that, I kind of went to the PlayStation family, and I have not looked back since. But
Okay.
nostalgia does fun things to you, so I decided to try to see if I can get it back, and I instantly regretted it, and I gave it to someone who actually would appreciate it.
Oh, why
Like,
did you regret getting
4
an
months after I
Xbox
bought it.
360?
Because I realized every game that I like is also on the PlayStation.
That is true, yeah. And
like,
if you really want to stretch it,
yeah.
you could also say every game is emulated or available for. Actually, no, with the Xbox, not so much, but in a couple of years,
Yeah.
probably.
Well, also, not to mention, I have a Nintendo 64, and knowing Nintendo, if I even speak the word emulation, they're going to harvest my liver.
Yeah,
like a
I don't know.
fine sautéed onion.
Maybe you should check that N64. They might have actually disabled service for it. They might have actually had the technology built in this whole time. Who knows what those crazy
Oh my
jocks have
God.
gotten up to?
Surely you jest.
Oh yeah, that was just a joke. So what's the latest modern console that you've got?
The latest modern console that I've got is the PS3.
Oh, okay. So you really are just like out of the modern ecosystem of consoles that really don't need to be bought and don't have any games.
Pretty much.
Like I remember when
I like my shit retro.
when the PS4 came out, one of my friends got it, and I was like, damn. Like he was really early, and I was like, damn, I really want to play that. And I went to his house, and I think there was like 3 games, and we got bored really quick. And then I think 2 years after that, I bought a PS4, and I was like, finally, I'm in the next generation. And I still don't
Yeah.
remember really playing it. I don't have any fond memories of it really. And then it only gets worse the further down the line you go. I got the Xbox Series S, and I'm just playing old games on it. So the last time I bought a game system and was amazed was the PS3. That's a long ass time ago. You didn't really miss
Yeah.
much, Bunny Monster.
Yeah, I don't think I did.
Well, you sound happy and content, unlike the people who bought the Nintendo Switch 2. Maybe that's the secret.
I think it is.
Are you a happy guy?
I try to be. I try my
Do you
best,
have
you know.
deep-seated
Mental.
anger issues that you can't control?
I do have anger issues, but I also just have really bad depression.
Oh, and is there a cause, or do you think that's just brain chemistry?
I think it's both brain chemistry and I don't know. Sometimes people who I talk to bring up the most negative thing. Like I have family who like to bring up the most negative and down, sad things, no matter what I try to do.
Like
They always
what?
talk
Stuff
like,
about your
death
life?
and like people like death in the world or like things not going right in the world. Like, and I'm aware of that, and I'm also like I'm aware of how the world is right now, and I'm also aware of the bad things that are happening. But like, I can't focus on just the negatives, or else I'm gonna sink into an endless pit of sorrow and darkness, and it's gonna consume me. And no one needs to be consumed by mass, like by this mass wave of darkness and despair. They need to be reminded that there is hope and light in this world, despite all that happens.
Absolutely, man. I couldn't agree more. And if there was one message that I could relay to people worldwide and they listened, it would be that you can go. I mean, this is my example. Like, you can go outside, and if you know what to look for, you can look at a tree and just be like, damn, man, that thing is amazing. They're huge. They're so complicated. They're
Exactly.
full of like life. There's animals that live in them. Like, just that one single thing is something that will always be beautiful and good. And it's easy to focus on the negative stuff because it's everywhere. But I do
Yeah.
also get that people are like so what? How long am I gonna look at a tree for? I'm like, that's true. you might get a couple minutes.
Yeah.
It's not gonna satisfy you
Yeah.
for life. Is there anything in particular that you can think of now off the top of your head that's a good thing that gives you hope, that gives you faith that the world is a good place to live?
I'd say it ties into like the things that I'm being shown around the world. It's the people who are fighting for the change.
Yes.
It's the people who are actively putting themselves forward to make the world a better place. And I'd say instead of seeing people just give up and fall to the sidelines, seeing people actively try to fight for more of that light to be shown is what gives me hope in humanity.
True. And what kind of things you want people to fight for? Because this is the kind of difficult part. That let's say I want to fight against video game remasters. Okay, just a random example. If I hypothetically made a 90-minute video railing against a video game remaster, a lot of people might walk away and say, "Damn, that guy loves to complain. Damn, I felt depressed after watching that video." I personally think that like seeing the people fight against something is a hopeful thing, but some people see that as like the definition of what's wrong with this world, that people don't stop complaining. It's kind of what you were saying as well, but I mean, how do you balance that, you know?
I guess for that specific example, I try to look at the benefits of a remastered game.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like, and it might not be easy to find. And sometimes it never is easy to find, but it's always there, you know? It's always there. Like here's an argument. Let's say you do say that remastered games are absolute garbage, hot doo-doo water, a lunchly in the lunchable section. But
quality reference, Bunny Monster. Quality reference.
Thank you. But let's say that I rebuttal with this, though it may not have lived the expectations, it did bring attention back to the game itself.
True.
Something that people may have forgotten about. Once brought up again, it's revived.
And
like, I completely forgot about Red Dead Redemption until Red Dead Redemption 2 came out. And I'm like, oh, that's right, the funny cowboy game.
That is true. And you know what? In my video, I was trying to come up with like good arguments for something good and positive to say. And there were some positive things in there, but I was finding it really tough to come up with like, a kind of silver lining. You've just said it there, but I think that like you're talking about the people who are fighting against things that are wrong in this world. I think when you are focused on those things, I myself find that like I'm actually losing touch with the things that are good. Like the more you learn about the things that are wrong, it's like the further away you get from the good stuff. And I think it's really important to kind of have one foot in both worlds, to be distant enough from it so that you can take a step back and say, hey, listen, bad remasters are not the end of the world, but you need to be in it enough to be able to talk in depth about why they are wrong, or why elements of it are wrong. And I think that's why a lot of people who are online, who are like freedom fighters, who are like standing up against the man, I think so many of those people are actually very like kind of sad or angry or depressed people because they've gotten too deep in it. Berserk, thank you for the $2. He says and Berserk also says in the chat, I saw you there, he says, the small dude looking real fine today. Isn't that what you said? Looking real fine today, brother. Thank you, Berserk. Here, listen, little silver lining from Berserk there, Bunny Monster. Don't know about you, but I feel real good about that comment. Okay.
You should.
Bunny Monster, thank you for coming on and sharing your thoughts. Great to talk to you. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I hope your depression wanes.
Yeah.
Oh no! I thought you committed sewer slide in the time where I said that.
No, my internet just kind of stopped everything, and the last thing I heard was you say "wave."
Okay, all right. So yeah, it's the summary of what I said is have a good day. I hope your depression goes away, and that's my parting message.
Thank you, man. And I hope that Peter Griffin gets to pay for his wife's funeral.
Oh, one day, man, we're gonna find out. I'm in the audience waiting to see Family Guy the podcast episode.
Let's get
whatever. All right, man. Take care. Talk to you again.
You too.
Arrivederci.
There we go. There we go. I like this little trend, you know, if you want to please me, you can do that by screaming at the end of your phone call only to get cut off. That's a funny thing. That's something I like. Just a little something about me. Little piece of my humor right there. Okay, we're going to get the next person up. It's a person I haven't talked to. But let's just quickly go to the live chat. Just quickly. Okay, sit there, folks. We're just going to quickly see what people have to say here. Because I want to talk to you people in the live chat. I want to say there's not enough people in the Discord right now. You got to join the Discord. The link is in the description. It's also in the live chat. Cackle. You know what? Now that I'm seeing it in this, it's I don't know how to say your name, but you said Cackle gives you a laugh, so I'll say that. Cackle says, "What you drinking, small dude?" I am drinking. Well, holding this glass up isn't going to explain anything. How about I just get straight to the source? I'm drinking a tankard of Trappist beer. Now, usually I have the Q quadruple, but today I have the T triple. I don't know, triple what? I don't know. Triple strength Trappist beer brewed by monks in Belgium. Just one beer, folks. Don't abuse alcohol, but it's okay to have just one beer. It gets the creative juices flowing, and I'm actually serious when I say that if you have one beer, it loosens you up, it makes you feel more creative, and it gets the ideas going. It is a genuine good thing to do when you're talking into a microphone on a live stream, or if you want to come up with the latest and greatest book. You know, you might be writing a book on a series of record cards, like me. So, just want to say hello to the people in the live chat, and Jake there perfectly sums it up. He doesn't sum it up. Jake is asking, who's the sponsor of this episode? That's exactly the question I needed to see. Okay, today's episode is brought to you by weddings. Stop being lonely and fall in love instead. There's a variety of weddings for sale. If you want to marry a friend or a loved one, get a wedding. Family discounts, 50%, promo code I do. Have a nice wedding today. Now available for trannies and she-he's. Okay, now we're going to go to another caller. Alrighty. Now, here's my little rule, okay? I tried to go for people who I haven't seen before, because there's so many of them, alright? So that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to get someone who we've never talked to. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Hold on there, caller. Don't say anything. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, who am I talking to?
This is this guy over here.
What the hell? What did you say? What the freaking hell?
You heard me.
No, I
Unless
didn't.
you didn't. I don't know how good my mic quality is.
No, but you know what I'm going to call you? I'm going to call you You Heard Me, because that to me is a hilarious sentence. You heard me. You heard me.
No, I'm hearing an echo.
He's
Is that
changing his
supposed to be
mind
right?
now that I've gave him a nickname. Now he's like, shit, I better think carefully about what my name is, or else I'm going to be called You Heard Me.
No, it's supposed to be this guy over here.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to call you this guy, which won't fit naturally into a sentence. But anyway, this guy, what is grinding your gears today, this guy?
What's grinding my gears is not the insistence that we need to be less that we need to be less critical or more critical. It's that we need something new. The reason why we have so much shit to work with that's old is because we had a period of time that we kept making new shit.
You know,
Now,
it's
as much as I hate it. Sorry, go ahead.
well, it's just you're reminding me of something that it's funny because like we
Was
talked
already
about
discussed.
video game. What? You heard?
I just hope I'm not retreading old ground.
You heard? No, you're not. But we're talking about video game remasters and stuff. I actually saw a bus not long ago, and on the bus there was an advertisement for a movie called How to Train Your Dragon. Now, am I wrong, or did that movie already come out before?
I think it came out as a book too.
Yeah, but like there was a book. This is, we're going deep in the rabbit hole, but there was even a movie. I'm seeing an ad for a movie that has already been made like 10 years ago. It's not even old, and now they're remaking it again. Like, do you?
I don't know. I'm an average consumer. I can't remember anything past 4 years.
Yeah, exactly. We don't remember. I don't even remember. I'm looking at movie adverts. I saw another ad on a bus, because I do look at the ads on the bus, and it was for
This is a long bus.
Yeah, I know, it's just the one bus. It's just the one small bus that goes around my small world. But there was an ad for The Naked Gun, and I was like, they've made 7 of them. You know, they're just the movies that they're making now have already come out, and they're just giving it the same name as the movie that already exists. Anyway, sorry, I'm just going off on it there, but you're saying there was a period of time where we kept making new stuff, which was all of history except the past 10 years.
Surprise, surprise, the method to catching lightning in a bottle is you get a shit ton of fucking bottles and you leave them across the desert floor.
Well, I don't think there is a secret to catching lightning in a bottle, because then everyone would have lightning in a bottle if you knew how to do it reliably.
Well, that's the whole thing. The desert is a big damn place, and glass bottles are pretty small. You're going to need a lot of glass bottles. You're going to have to throw a lot of shit at the wall. It's like uploading on YouTube. Who makes it big? People who upload every day? Or people who, like, hey, here's my... And I'm not talking about you. Here's my 60-minute video essay about why you're wrong, and actually the Last Jedi was the best movie ever if you think about it, media literacy, kind of, you know.
No, you're 100% right, and this is actually my perennial problem. Is that right? Perennial? I know perennial is actually the region between the balls and the ass, so perennial is the word.
So what did your dad do?
What I'm trying to say is this is my constant problem, that I know that if I want to be a big YouTuber, which of course I do, look at me, I want to be a YouTuber, it's what I've always wanted to be. Since the first time I saw Mr. Beast, I said I want to be like him. I even tried to model my face like him, to no effect, but I'm getting there. Anyway, I'm always trying to think that I need to...
your soy jack.
Yeah, you know, I'm
Mr.
getting
Beast
there.
Has got a massive pog going on, you know.
I'm trying, but I'm on my way. But I am aware. I'm constantly aware that I need to upload way more often, and you know, I'm taking the route of doing the very long video that is like, for whatever reason, like people prefer to watch an hour and a half of something once a month, than to watch like something that's 5 minutes once a month. I wonder why. The people who make it big are the people who are always online and always posting. But to be always online and to always post, you need to just come up with new stuff all the time, which is impossible. So you just do redundant,
low quality
stuff. Yeah, I understand why their stuff makes it to the top if you can make infinite things and there's no discernment of quality. But sucks for me.
But you know what the trick was? How we got around that back in the day. We didn't settle for low quality. We just had more people making more high quality shit.
True. Yeah. And you also have bigger teams. If you have
everybody running that rat race, you get better cheese.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about, like, I don't know how many people work on Mr. Beast's videos, but I would say it's probably not that much. I would say like maybe closer to 10 than 100. Do you know the answer to that?
And I don't know, but it can't be any bigger than the amount of people that made Doom, and look how big that got.
True. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, because there's no secret to it. Like there can be 4 guys making like all-time greatest game, and everyone loves it. There can also be 4 guys making a Mr. Beast video, and it sucks. So ultimately, it's about the idea.
Or have you played CS:GO?
I haven't played it, but I know what it is.
I don't care for it very much, but that doesn't matter. You know the AWP, that rifle?
Yes.
Memed to hell and back. Everybody knows it. This sleek-looking green gun. What's the history? It was made by 2 guys in a fucking garage.
Oh, is that not a gun that exists in real life?
No, it exists in real life, but it was made by two guys in a garage and sold to militaries.
Oh, like the actual real gun.
Yes.
Oh,
real
but,
life.
well, you could have just asked me if I knew the gun. You didn't have to ask me if I know CS:GO.
Well, we're talking games here, but the point is that 500 people that are like, oh yeah, I use these perks, and it's like it's not meta shit at all. Clearly, people who don't know whatever game they're working on, don't play it, don't know it, don't love it, hate it. In interviews, talk about how much they hate it. Talk about, oh man, I wish I was making Halo, whatever the fuck. When we could just get 10 passionate people down there and get it done.
Yeah, well, you know what? I watched episode 1 of The Sopranos, episode 1, season 1. In fact, me saying this now, I think I'm probably opening myself up to potential spoilers. But I watched episode 1, and Tony Soprano was in this church, and he was saying, "You see this church here? This was made by your granddad and your uncle. 2 guys made this church." And then his daughter's like, 2 guys couldn't make this church. And he's like, well, it was more than 2 guys. It was 2 guys who came up with the idea. They knew how to build it. Then they had a team. Find me 2 guys who can make you a fucking bathtub today. And, there was a lot of things that happened in that show that are very, like, relevant to today's problems. That's, like, it's true. There was 4 or maybe, like, 3 guys who made Doom, or, I've read the
At
book
least
Masters
8.
of Doom. Is it 3? It's 3 people.
I don't remember. Could be 6.
Like 3, 4, 5, 6 who made Doom, and then you get like Doom: The Dark Ages made by like 1,000 people, and it sucks. Yeah, this.
And surprise, nobody working on it, or barely anybody working on it, enjoys Doom or Quake or anything that shares the code DNA.
Yeah, you had 4 visionaries, who made the original, and then you have 0 visionaries and 1,000 Indians, and they're not making the product the way it's supposed to be. Who could have guessed, sir?
I don't know. Like maybe you shouldn't get the pink-haired, 300-pound they them that doesn't know how to bunny hop. Like, come on, at least bunny hop.
Well, you said it. You heard. / this guy. Thanks for coming on and sharing your thoughts today and getting the gears all grinded and lubricated up.
Yeah, it's just... Anyway, we got people online. I'll let you get to it.
Thanks for coming on, man. It was a great talk. We'll talk to you again. And he's gone. There we go. That was a good old chat. Okay. Somebody with an opinion. Now, what's coming up next? Who knows? Not even I know. I cannot remember out of these people who I've talked to before. I'm pretty sure I don't know this person, so let's try this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to Grinds My Gears with me, the small dude. Now, who am I talking to?
Well, hello, small dude. I have to pack a lot of information into a very little amount of time.
This is
Woo spheres are a
that's what I love to
mathematical
hear.
manifold that were sent to you from me.
Wait, hold on. What was sent to me?
A woo manifold. If you go to sphere.wafrebjorn.com, you can see my spheres and learn about my spheres.
What is a sphere?
It's the best math.
What is a
woo-boo
sphere and why do I
sphere
need
is
it?
a manifold because all of the information in the world is on flat pieces of paper called linear algebra. But if you use hyperbolic math, that is a woo-boo sphere, all of the information will get incredibly small very fast, like a black hole. This is what woo-boo Wafre Bjorn wants to bring to the masses. As you are on the Wafre Bjorn show, woo-boo Live is here streaming you, watching you on the live. Streamlabs.com/the small dude is where you go to make sure the small dude can do many things.
Have you been diagnosed with anything, or should we do it now? I'll do it for free.
Excuse me, a caricature on the internet means that you are chronically online. Just because I choose to be parasocial does not mean that you could project your manifolds onto me, mister.
Okay,
I'm gonna
well-
ground you into the ethos if you try to do that again.
Okay, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just doing things, and I'm doing them successfully. There's no try, only do.
Incredibly,
Do you get
you're
what
the
I'm
most
saying?
popular
What's your
person
name?
I know. You are the most popular person. You drink one beer out of a glass responsibly. That is not a Batman glass. Lois, that is not my Batman glass.
You're absolutely right. I'm trying to formulate a question, but I can't stop thinking about the
Ohio.
spheres.
I am in Ohio. The question that you were trying to ask me, where am I? I am in Ohio.
And where in Ohio? What buildings type?
Dayton, Ohio. The city of Dayton, the entire city of Dayton. I have consumed it using nothing but your tactics of Family Guy and inventing more Family Guy.
No, are you the Dayton, Ohio killer? I don't believe it. He's contacted me. He's come
They
to
are
get me next.
dangerous. They are dangerous in Dayton. And your message of Peter Griffin telling us to not be out the thoughties is saving people on the streets right now. They are
So
choosing to not do the fentanyl
You're
and
s-
not inject weed.
You're
They are
saying
choosing.
that I'm the savior. I will take that, sir, and I will take it home, and I will do good things with that little fact.
Thank
I'm going to
you.
tuck that fact
Just
into bed
remember,
tonight.
remember, you were live on my show, and everything you did appeared on my show, which means that I consumed your content and have consumed you. It's unavoidable. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's been a pleasure to be consumed by you. I hope I can consume you next. Yum!
Yubu Wolfrey Bjorn, I am here for you. I am always making content. Have
Okay,
a wonderful day.
you too. Okay, there he is, folks. That was the Dayton, Ohio killer. Not really sure what to think of that. Sometimes I'm prepared for war, and I'm prepared for crazy people, and then I get a couple normal people in a row, and I drop my guard. I drop my guard. How about that? You know what? You need to hear that in special effects. I drop my guard! When I talk to normal people, then wacky people come on, I D my G! Okay, this is a wacky show. I can be wacky, okay? I can give it back. Okay, I'm wacky, I can give it backy. Okay, now let's see. There's people filing in here. Phile. Let's go for this person. Trying to make sure I absolutely don't recognize them. Okay, who am I talking to? Who's on the phone? Hello.
I am Dong the Unbeatable. How are you, good sir?
I am good. Did you say Don the Unbeatable?
Dong, like Venus.
Oh, Doug?
You get it? Dong the Unbeatable. You see, it's a funny name.
I get it. It's Dong like Ding Dong like Willie. I get it. I'm gonna call you
Yes.
Doug. I'm gonna drop the surname or the suffix.
I've never been called Doug. I'll
Oh,
accept
okay.
that.
Sorry, Dong.
I like Dong.
Yeah, Dong.
sounds good.
I'm obsessed with Doug. I keep writing Doug over and over again in a notebook. What is?
I would have thought that you were obsessed with PETA, given your backdrop and your 17 years of history on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I misspoke. In this specific moment, I'm obsessed with Doug, but in every other moment, I'm obsessed with PETA, and sometimes Quagmire.
Wonderful.
So what is
Can I-
grinding your dong today?
Nothing is particularly grinding my dong. Actually, to speak candidly, I just came back from a medicinal retreat over the weekend, and I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. Really, nothing is grinding me down at the moment.
You know what? I say
Yeah.
this every episode. I know the show is called Grinds My Gears. I actually much prefer it when people are saying like, nothing's wrong with me, man. I'm having a great time, because that's what I want to hear. There's something more catchy about Grinds My Gears. It's a reference, you know. But what's this retreat that
it's
you
a
went on?
reference to the show about the family.
Yeah,
and
you
the
know,
guy.
it's a spin-off of the Cleveland show. You might have heard of it.
Yeah, the Simpsons, I think, right? That's the one with the guy.
Yeah, with the yellow man and the baby who doesn't talk. But tell me about this.
I don't think you're allowed to call Asian people yellow anymore, but I think we are talking about the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're talking about different regions of the same show. You know, the Japanese
okay. I
exports.
would like
They're
to
different.
actually say really quick. I feel like this might be a fun introduction to a conversation. I really respect your work ethic, because like I found you and I found your channel when I got recommended the Tony Hawk review. I'm like, oh, I love shitting on modern gaming because it's a literal cesspit of we could, but It was really put together. It was extremely stylistic. it really had its own flavor, and I was really impressed. And then I looked at your other stuff, and apart from a Jack Black Nugget fiasco, it's just Family Guy meme edits going back 17 years, and I'm wildly impressed by I'm having a hard time finding the words, but really like that like the drive and the inspiration, the combination of these various factors. Yeah, that's me. I'm a beautiful little crocodile. That is a selfie.
You're
Thank
seeing
you.
that on a 30-second delay, so you'll be seeing that for another
Yeah.
30 seconds. But thank you, man. And you know, it's funny because my main motivation in life is like working hard. Like, you know, some people might think that it's money or that it's to create a masterpiece of a video, but when I'm feeling like very down, or if I feel kind of like, you know, oh, I'm not in the mood for this today or whatever, my main thought is just like, imagine when people see how hard I've worked. And there's just something about that it's more rewarding than anything, is that, like, you know, you can make something and people don't like it, whatever, but if you make something and like you just absolutely undeniably work hard on it, like, that to me is like the ultimate success, that even if someone hates it, they can't say that like it's not well made. And if the thing that I made is good on top of that, that's a bonus.
It's really inspirational for people as well. I apologize for talking over you.
No, I
but it really-
was done, but yeah, what were you saying? It's inspirational for the people watching.
Well, it is when you see that done, because like me myself, like, I mean, I went to this medicinal retreat over the weekend with the intention of like, I want to become a hard worker, because I've done a lot of like hard mental work and spiritual work on myself. One of your callers talked about depression. I grew up with some mental health issues, but I've done a lot of like internal work to reach a point where I'm genuinely really happy, really healthy, and really fulfilled. But I still struggle with video game addiction and just like wasting my time. And in moments I have been able to like channel that hard work. Like a few years ago, I made a 40-minute video that was just, it was that thing where you feel inspired, you have a vision. Thanks, Dark Side Octu, for the $2. Very kind.
I didn't want to say it, but there was a very loud sound effect that went over your voice for a second. But don't worry about it. But keep on the train of thought. You made a 40-minute video, and
yeah, well, I mean, and it took like, 3 weeks of like mind-boggling, just like work.
I thought you were going to say I
it.
made a 40-minute video and it took 3 hours. I was going to say, listen,
that would mean I probably have a problem. That would be like 2 steps above King Cobra JFS, if you're familiar with that guy. God rest his soul.
I'm not, but I was thinking of the many YouTubers who genuinely, I say YouTubers in inverted commas, like, who genuinely are like, yeah, I made a 40-minute video. It took me all afternoon. That is something people say.
It took, I mean, really, it's something that I was working on for about 2 years, but then the editing process took 3 weeks. It's just, it can be very difficult for me to do that, you know. And so when I see what you're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to go out on a limb, right? I really want you to give your input on this.
Here we go, folks. Big build up. What the hell could Dong possibly say? Is he going to offend me? Is he going to make me wish I was never born?
You're going to be horribly offended. Yeah, I think that you legitimately see a potential for yourself to be a really unique creator on this platform and on others. I think that you've been working on this on your craft for a while, but like, I think you legitimately see that strong potential for yourself. Would you say that that's correct?
No, because there's nothing wrong with what you said. It's not wrong really, but I think since I was like 8, I've been on this journey of like trying to make something good and like failing a million times, and literally like 10-15 years in my mind I didn't make anything good. Like, I would make stuff and I'm like, it's okay, you know, like the pieces are together, but it's not good. And then only in the past like 2 years or so, I'm making stuff and I'm like, you know what? I think this is actually like normal good. Like this is good if you didn't know who I was. And so I'm just so far from the idea of like the future path. Like at the moment, all I'm thinking is like, what's the next thing? And like, you know what? I kind of gave up on the idea of ever being like successful years ago. And so I'm kind of in retirement now. I'm like, this is like bonus stuff, which I know to other people that might sound like I've given up, but to me, I'm just kind of going with the flow, and I don't think about what's going to come, because it can all go away, you know, like
It's
you can
probably ideal.
you can
That
fall
that
off.
mindset is probably ideal. But I mean, just look around you at the set that you have put together. Like there's real style, there's real craft, there's real vision in what you're doing, and especially for the last several videos that you've made. I mean, I've sent them. I sent your Jack Black video to several of my friends, and they thought it was fucking hilarious.
Amazing.
I sent
Thank you,
the
man.
Tony Hawk video to a couple of my friends. Well, I mean, it is really good, and even if you you can see you looking around at the set, if you don't see that potential, I and most definitely several people do, because this within like 10 minutes of this being on, you have consistent 100 people watching. Like that's pretty fucking impressive too.
you know,
I think vast majority of them would agree that they see that potential.
I don't want to undermine anything you're saying, because you're actually like completely right. I think the point that I just like to get across is that when it's like I've been me for my whole life, and I've been trying for like so many years just to like get to a point where I can consistently do the idea that's like in my head. And I think when you finally get to the point where you can put something together and it like makes sense, it's coherent, it's like stylistic in the way that you want it to be, like it takes so long to get there that when you actually do get there,
Yeah.
you're kind of like, yeah, I saw this whole thing. It was like watching paint dry. Like it should be dry by now.
Just to make sure we're on the same wavelength, you're talking about, and this is where like true art, like TM, like art with an uppercase A, comes from, where you have a vision in your head, and it's not like you're making something; it's that you're kind of you're operating as a channel for this thing to become manifest.
Kind of, and it's not that it comes out exactly the way you think, but it's like you have, like for years I've had this idea for like a call-in show. I didn't know what it would look like, but I've had certain like small elements of it that I'm like, you know, maybe like there's a computer here, there's like some sort of flavor of the background, and like you just work towards it and work towards it, and it's not exactly the way you thought the first time you ever thought of it, but like the vision kind of comes to life, and it takes so long that by the time it does come to life, you're like, finally, fucking hell.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you're talking about like to kind of gain the actual skills to have that thing be able to kind of come out through you.
Yeah, basically, it's like you're utilizing skills to do the thing that you thought of like years ago. And there's actually a great video by, I can't remember the guy's name, Ira Glass. I don't really know who this guy is, but he's from like NPR. And there's this video where he says that if you're a good artist, it means you have taste. And taste is something that you're born with. You don't need to ever like pick up a pen to have taste, but it takes you your whole life, or at least like 20 years of your life, to get to the point where your actual skill can match up with your taste. So by the time you've actually developed the skill to do what you think is like artistically valid, it's taken you, you know, it's taken so long to match up with the thing that you've kind of always had.
Yeah.
So
what you
that's
no, that's incredible. Because like I want to. I've always been an artist at heart, right? I want to be a musician, but I'm only been learning. Like I started learning music theory about a year ago, and I can kind of irk out chords on a piano, but it's still easy to kind of it's still easy to bum yourself out because you just can't be immediately amazing.
Yeah.
You can't be immediately amazing to match up to the things in your head. But that's like why amazing artists are so few and far in between, is because you genuinely have to cultivate a lot of work to get there. And I think that that's beautiful in of itself, because that is kind of spiritually refining. I don't know if you're a spiritual person at all.
Here and there, it depends. I have my moments. But But you know, on another day you can catch me and I'll you know, won't be feeling so great. So when I'm feeling spiritual, I'm on top of the world. But I will say this and then I'll let you go. When you were saying that, like, you know, you have this artistic taste. Hold on. Thank you, Rex Tenors, for the 10.
Rex Tenors!
There we go.
Synthetic Man. Ooh.
Oh, you can see this.
Synthetic Man liked your stuff. That's pretty cool.
Thank you for the 10
He's a little political,
dollars.
but he's a great artist.
He says, do you know Synthetic Man? He really liked your video and he was interested in inviting you on his podcast. I'm going on his podcast tomorrow. I have no idea what the hell I'm going to talk about, but I will be there tomorrow, so tune in. Thank you for that.
Tune into that.
And
yeah.
Dong, what I was just going to say, parting words here, is when you were saying about, like, you know, you have an artistic taste and you want your skills to get there, think about this. There's some people who have no taste and they pick up a guitar for the first time and they think they're fucking amazing, which is impossible. You're not that person, which means that you're not totally delusional. I don't know how delusional you are. You have to be a little bit. But there are people who suck and they do one thing one time and they say, I'm a god. So as long as you're not that guy, you're doing all right.
That's a very nice perspective. I like that, and I appreciate that. And you know, I got a fair amount of delusion in me. You know, I might think that I have a personal relationship with an ancient Egyptian god, but hey, that's not delusion. That's just reality.
No, man, that could be true. There's no one can take that away from you. No one can prove that that's not true. Okay, so you hold on to that.
Except for antipsychosis medications.
Yeah, no, don't take medication. Just raw dog it and keep believing that. Okay, Don, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, I very, very much appreciate it. But, like, I just feel compelled to say, like, I think that the brain is a device that, and this is just to speak again to, like, depression, mental health problems, right? Our bodies and minds are far more sophisticated and complex than we give them credit for in our current place, like in medical and understanding of our bodies. The brain is designed to heal itself, and part of that is through work, through, you know, yeah, anyway, I was just saying that because a couple callers ago I was talking about, like, being depressed and stuff, and he said it had to do with brain chemistry.
Sorry. I had an effect that I put on the voice there because I wanted to emphasize what you were saying with dramatic effect. But
I see you sliding it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it might have come across like an aggressive kind of okay, but that was my affirmation to what you said. Okay.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. No, honestly, it was very fun talking to you. You're a very fun guy to talk to. I look forward to your stuff in the future, and I would love to speak to you again if our paths happen to cross. In
Hell yeah, man. Join the Discord again. Our paths will cross, and I hope to see you in the crowd. Hope to see your face in the crowd. Thank you for coming on,
Yeah,
Dom.
give me an effect. Give me an effect.
Oh,
give me an effect.
I was trying to give you an effect. Your voice. Give it a go here now. Okay. Whoa, okay. Jeez Louise. What a mess this show became in the last 20 seconds. Yeah, I thought I could put an effect on his voice, but I can't. What the hell? What's going on with my technology today? Okay. Well, that was a fun call. We're getting the gears grinded here. Hold on a second. Now let's go to the live chat. Now, Mince is in the chat here. He says, Sam Hyde ain't paying you again, bro. Now, I'll be honest with you. A lot of people have joined the channel recently and in the past year or so. And it's getting harder and harder to remember who is who. You know, like at the very start, I can remember every single commenter. You know, I recognize every single name. And now, I'm starting to forget who people are. And I just remembered that Mince, see this guy here, Mince, he has been a small dude hater for like 2 years. And I actually forgot that he was a hater. He's been around so long, I actually thought he was a fan of mine. And so I did this video with Sam Hyde last week, and it's called the Brain Rot Gauntlet. And when it came out, I went to the comments to see like what people said. And I went to newest comments, and I saw Mint. He was like the most recent comment, and he said, quote, "Why the fuck did you work with the small dude?" And I remembered his username, so it's like, oh yeah, that's a fan of mine who's joking. But now he's just said, Sam Hyde ain't never working with you again, bro. I just remembered this guy hates me. He's gone now. He's back to obscurity where he came from. This guy hates me, and I think it's because one of the moderators banned him from the Discord years ago, which I have nothing to do with. But still, he shows up and just tells me I suck. That is so funny. A super hater, says McNugget. Bro has a super hater. That is so funny. He probably is mentally ill. But damn, man. That is so fascinating. And also, there's something about the idea of like him knowing that Sam Hyde wants to work with me again or not. You know, like the fact that Mince would know, and he's like, bro, listen to me. I know. Alright, I subbed because of the Tony Hawk's, in inverted commas, Tony Hawk's video. Maybe it was featured by a synthetic man, can't remember. Unfortunately, short-term memory loss in the chat here today, but, oh, F is in the chat. He says, what's up? What did I miss? We need the 60-year-old drug dealer back. Fred, the 60-year-old drug dealer. Let's see if he calls in. So yeah, just, that's a little update. I did a video for Sam Hyde /MDE. Check that out, the Brainrock Gauntlet. I was happy with the video. What else? Synthetic Man podcast coming up tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. Who knows? Could be a wild ride. I have no idea what the hell I'm going to say because I'm not like the biggest video game guy, but I'm really looking forward to socializing and having a chat. You know that's my favorite thing. That's why I do this show. So I recommend tuning in to Synthetic Man Chudcast tomorrow. Anything could happen. Alright, let's go back to the callers because we've got a good long list here. Alrighty. And McNugget says that video was great. And Pigo9Oro says it was a pretty good video. So we've got all types of different opinions. And Aaron Amor says, now I see why the stream was so calm last week. I joined the chat after all that action happened. Yeah, if you joined at the second half of last week's stream, that was at the end of an action-packed episode. Let's get the action back on the road, okay? Let's pump up the action on this mother trucker. Okay, we're getting another person on the beeper right here. Let's see if they answer the phone, okay? Now, if you're at home right now, pick up the phone, because I'm calling.
All right.
Hello, who am I talking to?
Wow, okay. Hello, Mr. Small Dude. It's an honor. I honestly didn't expect to be picked, but it's great to be here.
Listen, you're saying out loud something that is a thought that needs to be transmitted right now, and it's that. The thought is this. It is random. There's no... If you sign up, it could be you. It could be someone else. There's a lot of people in there. But be prepared for it to be you. What's your name? Who am I talking to?
All right. Well, you can call me Zero. I've been a fan ever since the algorithm was hitting me with your Family Guy concept album, maybe 2 years ago now. And it's been a wild ride. Been very grateful to be a part of the ride. And I got a lot of stuff to say.
Okay. Well, let's get into it. Did you say your name's Zero or Nero?
Zero. Zero.
Okay, just like the letter. Null. I am just going to say a quick shout out to Retardicus 2. I guess Retardicus was taken. This is Retardicus 2, who's giving the $5 or dollars. Now, I need to find out real quick. Now, hold on there a second, Zero. What is or dollars currency? Because this could be 0.1 of a cent. Oh, it's Brazilian real. Okay, now that's not promising. What is 5 Brazilian real to euro? I'm just curious. I'm still thankful if it is 0.001 cent. It is 0.8 cent. Okay, Retardicus 2, thank you for that. He says, since brother Devin is a huge Family Guy fan, you will definitely have a lot to talk about. You know what? Your heart's in the right place saying that comment. I will just be honest with you. I would rather talk about video games for 2 hours than talk about Family Guy for 2 hours. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Now, Zero, someone showed you the Family Guy concept album. Who was it again?
Oh no, I got it from YouTube. From the algorithm.
Okay, the algorithm. Thank the almighty algorithm for that. I'm quite happy you got in on that one because the music is the stuff that means the most to me. And I'm glad that people hear Small Griffin on Spotify and streaming services. But anyway, Zero, enough about me. What is grinding your gears today?
So one thing that has been really sitting on my mind like a tumor for a while now is the state of sort of like online indie culture, I guess, if there's like not a better way to put it. But what do I say? All right, I'm gonna just start off the bat. Are you familiar with Glitch Productions by any chance?
Glitch Productions, is that a YouTube channel?
Pretty much. It's more of a company at this point. They're sort of the forerunners for indie animation breaking out into the mainstream.
Okay.
Pretty big thing's been going on. If you're familiar with the Digital Circus, then you're familiar with Glitch Productions.
I've no idea. You're just saying gobbledygook to me right now, but let's just pretend I know what you're talking about.
I'm very happy to hear
YouTube
that,
channel.
Mr. Dude.
And so what is to be said about Glitch Productions and your point here?
Well, to be rather blunt, I'm not a very big fan of them and modern indie culture in general.
Oh, hold on. I have one of their videos here. Let's just watch it for 2 seconds and see what you're talking about. It's a channel called Glitch, and it has 16 million subscribers, right?
That might be them, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have a quick look here. You might not be able to hear this, but I think the people can. Actually, you know what? People can't hear anything for some reason, but we have it on screen anyway. So tell us what's going on with these guys. Why are they not good?
All right, let me check out the live stream. Let's see if it's the right one. Oh, there they are.
Okay.
No, yeah, that's them. That's them.
Oh, okay, we're loading. Okay, so we know who we're talking about now. Now tell me, what's going on with them? Oh my god.
All right, so
yeah, okay.
all right, how do I start this? I'm not a very good speaker in most places.
How about here? Are you a good speaker here?
Well, I guess we're gonna have to find out.
Okay, let's just have a hypothetical here. Let's hypothetically say that I said to you, Zero, get to the point. Okay, now I'm not saying that, but hypothetically, I said get to the point. What would you say in that hypothetical situation?
Well, in that hypothetical, I would say that I think a lot of their content is pretty bad in a way.
And why is it bad?
It feels no different from, well, I don't want to have to use any sort of buzzwords because it feels kind of like a cheat code, but a lot of the content that, from what I've seen, it's a little sloppy. It's very, you know what? I think I'm gonna have to resort to buzzwords. It's very, very sloppy. I think the company's full of slop, from what I've seen. I think the humor's not very good. I think a lot of the message that they try to get across, I guess, annoying to an extent. And yeah, it just kind of disappoints me that these are the guys that are really breaking it out into the scene instead of a couple of others. I would even go as far as to include you. They're not like on, that whole other level from these guys online to appearing on streaming services.
Okay, well, here's a question for you, all right, to kind of throw it in some other direction. How would you feel if the Small Dude got 16 million subscribers tomorrow?
Honestly, I think that would be, I would go as far as to say it's a step in the right direction in a way, because I feel like I don't want to be one of those guys that say, "Oh, I really like meritocracy," or like how things are. No, it's like I really like to see the people that I know that are genuine really make it out there. There's another example of indie animation from these two guys. that run a channel called Flash Gits, who are responsible for an indie show called Space King, which I thought was pretty fucking good. And right now, I would say that they're everything that I described that I want to see in, modern online indie culture. I would say they're very genuine. They don't take themselves too seriously. And, it's just kind of a rare thing that you never really see within, within the big leagues, so to speak.
Okay, well, I'll give this point to you because this is my perspective on it. I wouldn't consider myself any sort of animator guy. In fact, my knowledge and application of animation is like the most crude, basic, self-taught, rough around the edges type animation. I would never pride myself on any sort of animation work, but the medium that I do work through is often animation, which is just kind of a weird place that I've ended up with. So I do not speak on behalf of the animation community or any sort of thing like that. But I do think that you're in the animation world, I guess, that's something that's important to you. And I think there's a certain
I would say
identity that comes
apologies
with
for,
if I'm a musician and I have tastes and expectations about what music should be, and if I'm looking at Taylor Swift and I say Taylor Swift sucks, she shouldn't have that many listeners, she shouldn't be at the top, Death Grips or who's an underground band, I don't know, name your favorite.
JPEG Mafia.
JPEG Mafia. I mean, these
Not
people
my favorite,
are
I would
massive, but they should be at the top instead. Realistically, I think where I am is I should be pretty low. If I got 16 million subscribers, there'd be something wrong with the world. It wouldn't be the world that we know. That's my little dissertation. I figure you got a point about that.
No, yeah, I totally understand. I do apologize if I sound incredibly rambly. I'm never really prepared for any sort of, I haven't had anything to drink right now, so
Here, listen,
I am
Zero.
a little all over the place.
Zero, I know. Listen, the viewers don't know this because they're not familiar with speaking on a live stream, but I know because I'm the professional that if you had something to drink, you would be a totally changed man, Zero, and you'd be speaking fluently.
Absolutely.
It's the drink that was the problem. So, next time get yourself a glass of water and you'll start fucking reeling off the entirety of pie with no stutters. Anyway, no, I'm joking around. Zero, you were great. You did exactly what was expected of you. Thank you for coming on and sharing your thoughts today.
No, yeah, of course. I have a lot more to say, but I'll definitely save it for next time.
Man, we'll talk to you again. All right, take care and good luck with your endeavors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dude.
Mr. Dude, I love it. What a name. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen of the live stream, is my video being all messed up? Because I'm looking at my screen right now, and the video's all messed up. Right? Oh no! Cannot load the chat! That's never a good sign. Yes, it's messed up. Okay. Well, here we go again, ladies and gents. Is it better now? Because I did one thing. And then, of course, Nota follower says the small dude is a pro. Yeah, the stream is lagging. Okay. Listen. This is me and technology are a duo that do not go together like peanut butter and ladies. I'm going to try evasive maneuver here, and I'm going to lower the bitrate. Oh no, it's gone to potato famine. The stream has gone to potato famine. Moose Party's in the chat. Hello, Moose Party. And he says, the small dude is dying. And now it's ultra slow. Okay, it's better now. It's better now. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Now I'm going to talk for another 20 seconds or so because you're on a delay. Just let me know if it's watchable. Because the last stream that we did, the video was all messed up. Oh no, the audio's messed up. You just can't win in this life, can you? You get the video working, now the audio's messed up. Alright, I'm going to try evasive maneuvers one more time. Thanks for sticking around through these tough times, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the show, despite my technical retardation. Retard. You know, you know that episode of South Park where Randy gets into World of Warcraft and he's online and he says something like, "I'm not an artard." He says to his wife Sharon, he's like, "Sharon, I'm not an artard." I never understood that as a kid. I thought it was like A-R-T-A-R-D. Artard. I thought they just made up something. But I only figured out like a couple days ago that Americans say R instead of or. So I would say ortard. And I just figured out, I was like, artard. I get it. After all these years. Okay, so the people in the chat are saying that I'm good. Not as a person, but that the stream is fixed and the stream is better. Okay, I'm so happy to hear that. And that means, oh my god! Listen, that means we need to get this guy on, okay? New person coming on the chat here in the stream. Okay, hello?
What's going on, guys?
Who am I talking to right now?
Jazz Fields. That's who you're talking to.
Did I just hear that you have a pen? You have a pen in your hand?
I did. It was a mechanical pencil.
You just clicked a mechanical pencil. I have a pen in my hand.
Wow, man, that's crazy, bro.
I know. It's like you're here. It's
What
like
type of
we're
pen?
in the same place. We can write to each other.
We can write to each other.
Okay,
Advanced communication
Jazz
is very
Fields,
important in this day and age.
I cannot hold the suspense any longer. This is going to mean nothing to everybody, but Jazz Fields here is probably the longest standing small dude of all time.
I'm a founding member of the Discord.
Jazz
classic
Fields
character.
has been here since literally like the very, very beginning. Since like the first video, like in 2021. He has not been here since 2008, where I made my first real video, but he has been here since I took this channel seriously, and it's great to talk to you, Jazz Fields. Where are you from? You've got a foreign accent.
I'm from New York.
No, you are not.
New York.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I thought you were like Bosnian or something.
No.
I can hear the New York now, but I swear I was like, oh, here's this guy from Czech Republic. Which, because if people don't know, Jazz Fields here has a Instagram account. Maybe people know it in the chat. It's a popular account. It's called jazz.fields, and he posts memes. And I wouldn't be surprised if a meme poster was from Czech Republic, you know? That's the way it goes when you talk
There's
to
a lot of
these
funny
memesters.
people from there, so...
And what is grinding your gears today, Jazz?
What is grinding my gears? Oh, well, you know what's grinding my gears is...
The taste of the New York pizza. They are getting it all wrong. It's not like what it was in the 1970s.
That is true. That is true. When people put pineapple on pizza, it just grinds my gears.
Jeez,
Pineapple
dude, what's
doesn't
the
belong on
story?
pizza.
What's up with the fucking Red Sox, huh? What does... No, that's Boston. I'm getting this all right. What's New York? Yankees, of course. Okay, that's my
New York
cultural
Yankees. The Yankees don't like the Red Sox.
moment.
Honestly, I think Boston sports in general, anyone who plays for a Boston sports team, they're all terrorists. They're all evil people, truly.
I cannot speak with intelligence on this subject. I have literally no idea, but I do know that the Red Sox are from Boston, so I have that little info. If we can have a conversation about that, but you know what? Let's learn more about Jazz Fields. What's going on in your life, Jazz?
In my life, I'm just slogging through community college.
Why would you be in community college? Why not proper college?
Because I'm doing my 2 years before I move to a different college and I get my 4-year degree.
So you have to do 6 years of college?
No, 2 years of community, then 2 years of wherever I go next. I don't know.
Okay, that's not too bad. And what are you studying?
Studying business administration.
Okay, and how much of your experience with running a how many followers you have on Instagram?
3,000.
How much of this experience of running an account with 3,000 followers is informing your business education?
Very much so. You know, you have to make some tough decisions as a leader. You know, sometimes if someone's too unfunny, you gotta block them. You gotta let them go. I ran an account, you know, like the fat bitches fighting over food account.
Fat bitches fighting over food? I don't know it. You ran
That's
that
just
account?
the name of the account, but it's not actually about fat bitches fighting over food. But it was like a meme page with like a bunch of admins. But then like it fell off. Everyone became unfunny, so I had to make the tough decision to unfortunately leave. But it was a good time while I was there, you know.
Well, that's the thing about business, and I'm actually being serious. That I've tried my hand at a few businesses over the years. To be honest, you know, the small dude is by and large the most successful and longest commitment I've had to any sort of business. But I have tried many things over the years. And I said to someone once, I said something along the lines of, I've had a bunch of failed businesses. And she said, "Oh, that's not what you want to hear." And I was like, "No, that's exactly what you want to hear. Like, you know, you want to talk to a guy who's failed like 7 times and then their 8th thing was good, you know?"
You know what Wayne Gretzky said?
Oh, I'd love to hear what he said.
He said, "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take."
Exactly. I know that from sports and not from the Office TV show. That was in the Office, right? It was in his office.
All right.
I think that was in
I'm
Steve
sorry,
Carell's office.
Small dude. I had to go. I was just on here for a little bit because I just want to see what's going on. I didn't expect to get up here, but it was a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, man,
with this
listen, you're
insightful
busy.
conversation.
You've got business meetings to attend to. You've got memes to make. I know what it's like. It's good to talk to you, Jazz, after all this time, okay? You take care, and we'll talk to you again.
Take care, everyone.
Okay, he's gone. We're just in and out, New York style. That's just what they're like, isn't it, New Yorkers? I've no idea. I've never been to New York. I've never talked to New Yorkers. Okay, let's check the chat real quick because there's some chats going on, and then we're going to get to another caller. Got a chat from BitJax, who is a valuable dude. Oh, here, listen, before I get to this, Moose Party here is actually a small dude, even longer than Jazz Fields is. Moose Party has been here since PDF Pocket Hole. Listen, no one cares about that except for me, but hey, I love the OGs. It's good to see people sticking 4 or 5 years in the game. That's an achievement for me. Those dudes will have insight and advice that is valuable because through all the failures, you learn what you couldn't have before. And Moose Party knows that more than anyone. He's seen me through different projects getting not very far. And look at me today, 100 viewers on a live stream. I'm a millionaire. BitJax says, also, oh, he's saying also, oh, BitJax is busy gambling. And just know that we're all proud of you growing your channel. Thank you, BitJax. He says, also, if your Sam Hyde stuff is a long-term thing, please be careful. I'm speaking from experience when I say those guys drop colleagues over goon stuff or eating soy. I don't know what that means, but in general, if you're working with someone else, always expect it to end. You know, like, don't build your business based on someone else like commissioning you for work. So, you know, I'm happy to take work when it comes. If it goes, you know, I've got my channel. Thank you for that, BitJax. Steve says, I just sat through the entirety of your THBS video. First I've seen of your videos. It was beautiful. What a ride. Thank you. And then he signs off with AU. What a brilliant, well-written message. I like how he says, I just sat through your video. That's usually not what people say in a positive sense, but of course, you meant it in a positive way, so thank you for that. You know what? I'm confused now and curious about what BitJax means by they drop people over goon stuff. What the hell does that mean? Is that something that I might do by accident? Which I think I'm safe. I'm a very normal guy. I know where I am right now, but I pretty much just edit videos all day. And what else do I do? Walk my dog, play drums, play guitar. That's the gist of most days for me, so I don't think I'm gonna get in trouble for any weird stuff. Anything untoward, if that's what you're saying. And let's see, what else do we have here? Synthler here. Okay, that's just, they're talking about other stuff. F says, are you officially an editor for Sam Hyde? Since when was this? I'm not officially an editor. Check out his latest funny video. I worked on it. I guess that's official, isn't it, if you want to say? Okay. Goon stuff, maybe OF nonsense. Okay, BitJax explains. He says, I mean that if you have vices or are a beta male in any way, they will pick up on that hard. Okay, yeah. No worries about that. You know, I was actually thinking about how, like, I'm interacting with the outside world for the first time. Not the first time in my life, but for the first time as the small dude, I'm interacting with other YouTube channels. And I'm so glad that I'm in a place in life where I wake up at 8 a.m. and I do a bit of exercise, walk my dog, have spinach and apple juice for breakfast, and then I work, and then I have 2 bananas and milk and yogurt for lunch and a biscuit and other such things. Then I work again, and then I just relax and play music. And that's about all I do. Like, oh my god, it's crazy that people ruin their careers and their lives because of degenerate things. I'm so glad I'm not. That's not gonna happen to me. Okay, well, of course, now the fucking YouTube documentary in 5 years will say, but actually, he was doing that the whole time. Anyway, I shouldn't even jinx myself right now. And someone says, Inky Must says, avoid goon stuff. Well, I'm glad Small Dude isn't heading to the Goon King's lair tomorrow or anything. I don't know what you guys think of me and what you think that I get up to. Have you seen my videos? It is quite apparent that I only edit videos and do nothing else. Which is hilarious because look at the crew Hyde surrounds himself with. LOL. I'm also not that familiar with what goes on the web. I don't like getting into drama and gossip and stuff. I like to get a surface level idea of what's going on, and then, yeah, not into drama and gossip. Which is good for me. I also hate to know drama and gossip because I don't even want to know. I want to be blissfully ignorant of all bad things because all I want to do is edit a video. Now, who are we gonna go for? We'll go for this guy, whoever this is. Ladies and gentlemen, new caller coming on. Let's see who it is. Hello?
Wait. What's up, Mr.
Did you say
Small
wait?
Dude? I said oi.
Oh, oi. Okay. Who am I talking to here?
My name's Sam. I'm on the polar opposite spectrum of the last guy. I'm on the way into Boston right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, maybe we should get him back on, and you two should argue about sports.
Yeah. I don't pay attention to much sports, but I definitely investigate Deflategate.
Okay, your microphone quality is not the best. I don't know what you need to do. Where are you right now?
I'm currently just getting off the highway into Boston right now.
Okay,
it's got work. Gonna go with my girl some food. So I just saw an opportunity. Long time listener. You do some great shit, man.
Hey, thank you, man, and I'm glad you called in. And there's something viscerally exciting about someone being in a car and calling in, like just to know that the caller is at speed right now makes it all the more dangerous and thrilling. So Sam, what is grinding your gears today?
Honestly, just like fucking wasted potential, I have to say. There's a lot of people out there that just spend so much time saying how they wish that they were in a better state and everything, but they never put any actual effort into changing stuff, you know?
I do know. I don't know. I don't particularly like the idea of potential because it implies something that is impossible to know. And like, I know what you mean, But if someone said to me like, I have great potential, it's hard to
I get what
explain
you
without
mean.
sounding a bit like dismissive, but it's kind of like it says more about the person talking than reality, because we can't possibly know what someone's potential is. Although I know what you're talking about, obviously, in a kind of general sense. Who do you think has wasted potential?
I mean, I guess I got a specific example of this. Like I've been talking with this one dude who was just like, he was kind of just a friend by coincidence, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we just kind of went to the same place. I started listening to him. And he was having issues finding, like, a girlfriend or some shit. And I'm just like, oh, well, you know, that sucks. Like, why do you think that's the case? And he's all like, well, I don't think I'm, like, ready for it. I feel like I'm, like, you know, he listed off all these problems, like, feeling like he was out of shape, felt like he didn't have any good game or whatever. And I'm like, you know, this is all things we can work on. Let's get you working on this. And it just ended up turning into, for like 3 months straight, he just kept complaining about the same things, but actually making any effort towards that. It's like,
yeah.
at some point, it's just like,
Sorry, go on.
all this time that he had spent complaining about it, could have been working on it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, here, listen, I'll say this and then I'll let you go because your mic quality is a bit bad. You should call in again though, on your, you know, when you're walking and talking. But what I will say about
That's very true. I apologize for the shitty car quality.
I'm honestly, I did not hear what you said, Sam. But I heard what you said about your friend kind of saying, hey, I mean, this is a general kind of thing that like, oh, I wish I had a girlfriend right now, and, you know, oh, my life sucks. And then you have to like hear about people kind of talking about like, you know, I used to have a friend like this and it drove me crazy. He'd be like, man, you know what he said to me once? He goes, I've been everywhere and there's no women. And I said, man, I'm your best friend and I know you and you haven't been anywhere. What the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, no, I have. And I'm like, where have you been? And he's like, I've been at my local pub. I've been at the pub that's near you. And that's it. And I'm like, okay, so you've been to 2 pubs. And he's like, yeah, well, I mean, I'm there a lot. So there should be women, but there's no women. And like, this is a literal, genuine, honest to God conversation I had. And I'm like, this guy's okay. He's not a bad guy. I was friends with him. He must be okay. But wasted potential. You're sitting in a bar, drinking, watching football, and you expect like to get a golden ticket from Willy Wonka walking through the door in a short skirt.
Mm-hmm. The whole definition of insanity, trying the same shit all over and over again, expecting different results.
Yeah, literally. I mean, that is not the literal definition of insanity, but exactly that. That I'm going to go to the bar every like 3 days, and I'm probably going to get a good wife. You know, I've got plenty of anecdotal evidence of that happening. Okay, so Sam, I'm going to let you go because the mic quality is terrible, but call in again and we'll talk because you sound like a good bloke.
My apologies, small man.
No worries. You got to get to Boston.
Sit up. Keep creating art. You're a fucking... Have a good night.
Thank you, man. And you take care, and I hope your journey is safe and that when you get there, your life changes in a positive way. How about that?
I think it will.
Me too.
Good
Me
luck.
too, Sam. All right. Talk to you later.
Later.
There he is. Sam's life is about to change, everybody. It's about to change for the better, thank God. And Jonathan says, if you don't have a close circle and can pair off, or if there's no physical attraction, it's not happening. You got to pair off, people. That's what it's all about, you know? Just find someone, you and your friends, you all find someone, you pair off, job done, life complete. Quote, it can get better if you don't give up. Sorry, hold on. I'm actually reading like 5 things at once, and I'm not reading anything. And on top of that, I'm drinking a lot of this beer. And listen, I'm kind of breaking my own rule here. I'm being a little bit of a hypocrite because I'm serious when I say do not abuse alcohol. It is a terrible thing. If you've never drank alcohol at all, just don't ever. Try and avoid it as much as you can. But if you do drink alcohol, try and not drink too much. I've spent my whole life, I'm serious about this, like I have abused alcohol in my life, and I've spent my whole life getting to the point where I can have one beer and leave it at that. Okay? So I know every time you see me drinking on a live stream from a big bottle, but I only ever do it on this live stream. And listen, I'm bending the rules here by saying have just one beer, and then I'm making it this size. Okay, I know what I'm doing, and next time you see me, I'll have probably one that's twice as big as this. But I'm having a good time. Isn't that what all alcoholics say? I'm just having a good time. Quick look at the chat here, because people are tagging me. I can't wait for the Chudcast, says Abdullah. Tune in tomorrow, Synthetic Man channel, see what happens. The small dude, can you link your Sam Hyde video, please? I don't know how to link it. Look up Sam Hyde. What would you look up? Sam Hyde, the Brain Rot Gauntlet. If that's too much to type in, then you're just going to have to live with not seeing it. I'm sorry. It's called the Brain Rot Gauntlet. What's with the random bickering here? Okay. If there's random bickering, I don't want any part of it. Okay. The small dude. Whoa, I'm getting my whiskey out and mixing it with my pain meds. No, this is the opposite of what I wanted to happen. No! Me encouraging drinking. What have I done? I thought I was a positive influence on people. Just like Sam, who's gonna have a positive life. The last caller. Not just a positive day, but a positive life. The small dude. Sir, may I have a chat, sir? Jonathan, you know as well as anyone that there's new people, and I got to get to the new people. I'm sorry, Jonathan, but we have to talk to new people. There's not that many new people. Let's see, who's this person? All right, here we go. We're going to talk to this person. And Moose Party says, I can't say what Moose Party says because the person's on the line, but he says, can you speak on advice for networking both online and locally? I've been trying to break out into the local scene and meet people, but I just cannot. That is a good topic. Remind me of that. I don't know if this is a advice stream. I never specifically said that, but I guess this is how it's going. Bitrate, the RNG that causes pain. Is my bitrate okay? Let me know because I can change it. Caller, whoever's on the phone, you need to unmute your microphone. So give that a go, and then I can hear you. Hello? I can see that you're there. I can see you lurking, caller. You're so close. Here, look, let me show the people. Now, this happens every now and then. Someone can't talk for whatever reason. And I don't know why this happens to you, but it doesn't happen to other people. So, I don't know. I don't know how to help you. How many are in the queue? What is the process for this? There is 10 people in the queue. You join the Discord. That person's gone, by the way. Join the Discord and then go into the stage and then join, and at random I will pick people. And I'm trying to pick people who I have not talked to before. Unfortunately, that person is just gone, and that's a damn shame. But it means, ladies and gentlemen, that we can get somebody else instead. Okay, so I've invited somebody here. They're on the phone. Hello.
Yo, hello, what's up?
Hello. Now, just tell me quickly, did you have to click some button, or did you just get straight into talking to me here?
It invited me to the stream and whatnot. I had to accept it, so.
So you didn't have to unmute your microphone or change any settings?
No, sir. I have my settings all preset, so.
So I can sleep easy at night knowing that I did not disconnect a call unduly, that it was their fault. It was entirely their fault. They could not work the technology. That's correct, isn't it? Oh no, I've after breaking his technology. Okay, okay, the technical issues here. Mega Rockin', what's that? Mega Rockin' Rolla says, can't wait to see you on the Chugcast tomorrow. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the message. I can't wait to see you in the crowd. I'll see your face and your arms waving, saying it's me, Mega Rockin' Rolla. Okay, so who've we got on the phone here? Who am I talking to?
Oh, okay, you're actually asking. All right. I am Fernando Moose Garfunkel.
You are Fernando. Wait, Moose Garfunkel?
Yes, sir, of Moose Party, one-man band.
Wait, you're Moose Party. Okay, that's
also
that's...
half of Ballistic Buddha.
Yes, that's why I confirmed you are Moose Party. I was saying earlier in the chat, Moose Party, long time small. He's one of the smallest dudes. It's great to talk to you. And you were in the live chat. Do you want to talk about what you said in the live chat?
Sure. Why not? Let's go for it. I actually have a few things that I've written down here in my notebook and such. So, but if you want to do that, let's do that.
No, you know what, Moose
that
Party,
is actually
you
something
go
grinding my
for it.
gears.
You're so organized right now. I don't know if you heard the very first caller today was like, "Oh wait, what? I have to talk about something? Hold on, let me think about it for a sec." But you're here and you've got a notebook and you've got things written down. Let's hear what's on your notebook. What's on Moose Party's notebook?
Just a few dumb topics of what I thought I would say if we were to talk. But okay, so
and here we
not
are,
only
conditional
networking,
no more,
but
present
I
tense
have
only.
a couple things like the death of co-op games and how everything has to be competitive nowadays in the gaming industry. Kind of referencing back to a video where you were talking about having trouble making friends as a male and such like that. Like, and you also brought up like hanging out at someone's house playing Call of Duty and such, watching them play. Just in gaming in general, I feel like the whole co-op scene is just dead, and there's just nothing really bringing people together and such like that. And it's kind of annoying to see. It's really annoying to feel too that there's no co-op campaigns. There's nothing really bringing people together these days. I mean, yeah, you can hop in a freaking squad, play Fortnite and such, but I feel like like having an obstacle to overcome, like a campaign, like in Gears of War, or like Army of Two, a big bad to overcome and feel like there's a goal to accomplish together with someone actually drives home like the point and feeling of what it's supposed to be.
Okay, you know what? You're kind of talking about two things, but they're also kind of the same thing. And what you're talking about, I made a video on my other channel called Doko Oki, which I don't know, people can forget about that. I don't know if I don't know if that'll continue to make videos, but I talked about how it's hard to make friends as a man in today's world because people are just in their houses. And I'm in my house, Fernando here is in his house, we're playing games, we're making music, we have so much fun with technology in our own homes, but like we're not going outside. Hold on, I need to burp. Okay, didn't want you to hear that, Fernando, but we're not going outside. And look, okay, that being said, I go outside, but I walk my dog, or I go like somewhere with my girlfriend, you know. I'm not going to a place where I'm going to meet a new friend. And if I do talk with friends or whatever, we go to each other's houses and stuff. And I was just kind of thinking, how do you meet a new friend who's a guy in today's world? And you know what you're saying about like co-op games and stuff? I'll say this. I actually did kind of end up making friends because it was like friends of friends who I actually always knew, but I just never actually really reached out to. And
yeah, sort of like mutuals or like acquaintances through someone else.
Yeah, like there's actually a lot of people that you know, but when you think of like making a friend, you think of this like imaginary, like mystical new person who's going to be perfect and like have all the same interests as me. But I kind of just looked at the people I already know and I'm like, oh wait, I should actually see them more. It's not that I have no friends, it's like I know people, I can just contact them and say, do you want to hang out? And then do that. And actually the other day, I was playing co-op games on a PS2 emulator with these guys.
Very nice.
And I will tell you this, and now this is a horrible thing to say. I thought that this would be the greatest thing ever. Like a couple months ago, I was like, if only I had friends and someone to play co-op games with on a PS2 emulator. We played the games, and I realized that it is so much more the relationship you have with the people that makes the co-op fun than it is the game. Do you know what I mean? Like it's the game.
Yes, I understand totally.
They sucked. They were terrible games. Like Ratchet Gladiator, Ratchet 4 is a shit game, but like you just laugh. Or WWE 2010, you just laugh.
Oh yes.
Like
oh yes.
It's not even a good game. It's irrelevant what the game is. So what's going on with you now?
Definitely.
Do you have friends to hang out with?
No, man. Actually, like, I pretty much just go to work and I come home and I either work on personal projects or I work on music with my brother in our band, or, I kind of just try to find community on like games like web fishing, or I try to queue up in Call of Duty squads and such like that. It just feels like the bastions and like the forums and such for finding like-minded people. Even though I could use like TikTok and stuff like that, it feels like when you enter realms like that of social media and such, like there's a lot of gatekeeping, ego, and like forgive me for saying like phonies and like posers, but really that's really the only words I can come up with at the moment. But it's very another buzzword, I'm sorry, but performative, so it's like a lot of these people have hobbies that they're not actually into. They're kind of just doing it to seem cool at a surface level, and when you try to like delve deeper into like whatever subculture you're trying to get into and such, it kind of like the freaking, I don't know of a better analogy to say, but the wolf sheds its sheep's clothing and such like that, and you see that they're not really there for the experience or for the community or anything. They're just kind of there to put on an air of what they wish they could be, I guess.
Yeah. I'll say this before we continue. Who was that? I need to get their name. Skitter, the sauce man, says deadlock in capital letters. And yes, I just remembered that Ratchet Gladiator was called Ratchet Deadlock in America. I could not recall that off the top of my head. So you're right, Ratchet Deadlock. But anyway, as to what you were saying, Fernando, I've never been a fan of making friends online, mainly because I find it really hard to kind of figure out who I'm talking to if there's no body language. Like a huge amount of being able to understand what a person's like is from their body language, and these types of like things that you can only get in a physical space. When I just have someone's voice, like, I don't know, there's just so much missing from the social aspect that things that I like, I like being in the same room as someone. I like having to go somewhere and then like, you meet someone and you're both there together. If I'm talking to like a friend online, as soon as I turn off my computer, I'm just in my room, and there's something very like empty feeling about that. But you also said that when you're talking to people online, let's say you're a musician, which you are, Fernando, but let's say you're a musician and you're like really dedicated, you are great at guitar and you love to write songs. You can go into a songwriting guitar Discord group, but so can anyone. You don't have to be good at guitar to go into that group. So you're going to find groups of people who basically are playing fantasy. And it's like, if I join a group for guitar, then I am a guitar player. Whereas if you play in a local venue or you play, live, you have to like get up on stage or whatever, or you have to get up on like an open mic and perform. There's like a barrier to entry, which is huge, which you have to be prepared. You have to be good enough to get on that stage and start playing. That separates all of the phonies, because they're not going to get up because they suck and they're going to be embarrassed. Whereas on the internet, you can get people who can play Enter Sandman just about, and they can just join a Discord group, and you've no idea if you're talking to like a virtuoso or a guy who just started yesterday. So I don't know if there is any faith in like online communities for finding. I know people have friends online. I don't get it. And sorry, Fernando, I've been talking for 100 years here, but Harjas Singh.
Oh, don't feel bad. It's your show, boss.
it is my show. You're right, Fernando. I should have remembered. I thought it was your show for a sec. Okay, Fernando, if I can just take over your show there for a second. Harjas Singh with the 100 rupees. He says, "Hello, sir. Congratulations for the Samide collab. Oh, by the way, I have new updates since the stray dog situation and new India story, so hope to hop on." Okay, we'll have to get Harjas Singh on next. Thank you for the 100 rupees. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Harjas Singh.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
come again.
Harjas. Thank you, sir. Please, I have redeemed. I have redeemed. Okay, Fernando, anything else you'd like to say before we get on to before we get India on the phone?
Unless you wanted to do another topic, but that'll probably take up another big time slot. If you don't mind, may I shout myself out or give myself like my ats and such?
Absolutely. And by the way, just for the people, I don't need to tell people this, but Fernando, you're such a likable guy. You said something, you were like, "Forgive me for saying this, but there are phonies online." And I think that is I think that is such an endearing thing to say, because listen, I could call 100 other people and they'll say things that are unmonetizable, let's just say that. So yeah,
oh yes.
Shout out your stuff, tell people exactly where to go.
Alrighty, well, I am rebranding myself. I was originally just Moose Party, but if you look me up, I am Moose Party Industries. I am a one-man band, multi-instrumentalist, multi-instrumentalist and multi-genre musician. I mostly do punk rock and such like that. I also have a second band that I do with my brother called Ballistic Buddha. We are Ballistic Buddha on YouTube at the moment, so that is me. You can find me on TikTok. You can find me here on YouTube. Also, mooseparty.card. That's CARRD.co. That will be my main website for everything I do. Thank you, Mr. Small Dude, and I appreciate you, and I hope to see more from you, and I will be taking my leave back to Pocket Hole Universe where I once spawned.
Moose Party, thank you for coming on. So prepared, so organized. He had it on lock. We'll talk to you again, sir. Good luck with everything that you do in life.
Thank you. You too, man. It's been a pleasure watching you and grow as an artist, dude. Like, you fucking go, you get them. I hope to see you fucking, like, explode and just... You've been doing so good, man. Keep it up, dude. Like, it's a fucking pleasure to get to talk to you, dude.
Hell
Love
yeah,
you, man.
You've motivated me beyond belief. I'm ready. This next call, I'm going to be ready. I'm going to explode. All right, Moose Party. Take care, man. Talk to you again. Okay. There we go, folks. You'd love to be me right now, wouldn't you? You'd love to be me. Oh, no. Harjas Singh says, "Give me a bit more time. I need to prepare." All right, that's probably for the best. We need to get one more in between Moose Party and India. It's just too much of a leap. Let's see who we're going to get. I think this guy is new. Okay. And then Harjas will be on next. Somebody says it's now or not Harjas, but here, listen, I'm giving him the chance because he gave me 100 rupees, which is probably €1,000. Even if you put no ads on your videos via settings, YouTube puts ads on your videos. That must be a conversation with someone else. You know, I try to keep up with the live chat. Sometimes it's impossible, but good advice. Okay, let's talk to whoever's on the phone. Hello, who's on the phone?
Hey, how you doing, small dude?
I am good. Sorry, just one sec. I forgot that some dude sent $5 and he said, "I'm him. I'll be after India if that's all right." Okay. Him. Oh, is that your name? Oh, wait, this is you. That's who I'm talking to.
Yeah.
Oh my God, man. Look, we were meant to be together. We're star-crossed lovers. Okay, I'm talking to him. Okay,
Yeah,
him. What is going on, man?
I mean, I've had a 4-day weekend ahead. I spent the last few weeks in North and South Dakota doing inventory for stores. How about you?
I haven't been doing that, I'll tell you that much. I won't tell you what I have been doing, but I haven't been doing inventory for 40 stores. That sounds humanly impossible.
Yeah, no, I mean... I wanted to actually piggyback off of the last guy who came in here, at least some of his earlier parts of the conversation, if that's all right.
Okay, you liked his early stuff. All right, we're getting a OG purist for the last caller, Moose Party.
That we are. Just like what he was saying, what Moose Party was saying, like trying to find people in online places. Like, I'm a bit of an older guy, and I'm sure there's a lot of other people that I know that I've met online that are also single older guys who really enjoy their media, right?
Okay. Well, when you say older, like how old are we talking here? Because your profile picture implies that you're ancient, but I don't think you're that old.
No, I'm only 28, but
Okay, we're
I
the
know
same
guys
age,
who are
so,
like in their
yeah.
mid. Oh,
Yeah. Didn't see that coming, did you?
Go figure.
Little age reveal, little synonymous age count here. So we're old. We're old together.
It just feels weird because you don't get to talk to many people that are our age in our age group, you know?
Well, what do you mean by that? Like, are you talking like in real life on the internet? Because there are 28-year-olds out there.
Oh yeah, no, I seldomly ever get to meet anybody in my peer group.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of what we were talking about, is that like where would you go to meet someone who's 28? Because like when you're 19, 20, 21, go to any like, college party, or like, I don't know what they call it in America, but there's like a freshers party in Ireland. So it's like if you're in the first year of college, there's just like 100 parties going on all the time. And if you're just in college, you can go. And, you can have like minimum wage jobs where everyone is 19 or 20. But when you're 28, like, who do you talk to? I guess you don't have the answer, but
It's
I'm kind of
the str-
asking you rhetorically.
Well, at least from my previous work experience, like I've done a lot of entry level stuff, right?
Mhm.
So you'll see mostly immigrants that are working in construction, the fields, places where people think, "Oh, I should be able to get a job here before I head on to something else where I'm going to get more experience in." Well, even people that are walking out with degrees and such can't get jobs anywhere, and this is a well-known thing. So people ask, like, where can I find a girl? I actually found a lot of them out in North and South Dakota because nobody thinks to check there. But I guarantee you, everybody else is indoors in other places because what little few moments they have to themselves, they don't want to have to spend it around other people that they have to be wary of.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
sorry, go on.
oh, go ahead.
No, go finish your thought. I didn't have anything that meaningful to say.
Okay. Well, it's going to be a little bit disconnected here, but you'll find like a lot of grocery store workers or gas station workers are staffed by like older middle-aged women, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
True.
when you're trying to look in these places where you expect there to be activity and you find none, you have to think like the other person. But it's very difficult if you've never been that person.
Because you don't know what they think like. You don't know where they're going to be.
Exactly. And I found it weird where I was like, "Oh, I actually, talked to like I said, I talked to some girls out there and they were really nice. But they also live in like these almost prison colony like towns where there's a military base nearby. They got 7 halfway houses down the road." And this is just to quote like the general manager of one of the stores. But then I turned the corner, I'm like, there's one of them. But,
Hold on,
she was
sorry.
very nice.
You've said something
What?
twice
What's
now, and I have to acknowledge it. It's too funny. You were like, people were saying where the girl's at, but there's loads of them over there. And then I was coming out of the car park, and I said, "Hey, there's one." Like, I feel like just the way you're describing it is like they're so rare that you're like, "There's one. There is one. I've seen one." But my kind of now I'm not single, so this isn't my problem. But my kind of thought about it is that I know they're out there. I know people are out there, women or like men that you want to be friends with, whatever. They're out there, but where do you actually talk to someone? You know, like you can go into people's houses. I know they're in their houses. I can knock on a door and say, is a woman in there? They'll say there is. Is she my age? Oh, she is. Is she single? Yep. Can I talk to her? They'd be like, fuck off, get away from my house. You know? So how do I
Or
get...
like, oh, that's my daughter. You can't speak to her. Or like, who the hell is this guy? Is he just trying to like get something out of me?
So
like,
I understand
even if you're doing
the plight of like, where do you go where it's acceptable for like a stranger to introduce themselves, because people don't go anywhere because they don't have hobbies and shit. They just go on their phone and they charge their phone, and that's what they do. So I guess you're not in a relationship now, right?
You want to know the best part?
Yeah.
You want to know the best part about that?
Tell
Other
me.
countries outside of the Western world do not have this problem, not to the same extent that we do.
Oh.
Because you go anywhere. I have a friend who's over in is it Lancaster? Or no, Newcastle, sorry. And he's talking about how he's got his Nigerian girlfriend. They met up, and you know, they're gonna have a wedding 6 months after they just met. She wants a lot of kids. And I'm just sitting here going, well, his last relationship lasted 10 years and she didn't know what the hell she wanted either. So is it also a combination of people not knowing what they want and also not going anywhere to go find it? Or do you think maybe that they're so hopeless and that they're entrenched in their escapism that you think they just don't commit to the bit?
Okay, there is something that went unmentioned there. Do you know what it is? Okay, maybe I don't know how you'll react to this, but something that went unmentioned there is let me put it like this. Let me just summarize in a way. Now, this might be a misrepresentation of what you said, but it's like, listen, people are hard to meet nowadays. Other countries don't have this problem. My friend has a Nigerian wife who wants a lot of kids, and they just met. Do you see something wrong with this sentence? Do you think there's a little bit more than meets the eye here? Do you know what I mean?
No, I get it. I'm also just using it as a segue to be like, you got to be careful, but you got to take risks and chances too.
Well,
you can't let people take advantage of you for free.
Is there's a thing of quality and quantity, because realistically, even if you could meet 100 people, you know, most people still wouldn't be happy because it's hard to meet someone who you actually like. And I think the real devastation is the combination of like it being hard to meet people plus the people that you do meet you don't really like that much. So a lot of people just settle with like whatever. Like, you know, I work with someone, she's all right looking, we kind of laugh sometimes, you know, on shifts where we're together. I'm gonna marry her. You know, like, I think ultimately the thing is like quality. You want to meet a quality person who you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I met you. You're the one for me. And that's the ultimate game. But I think the real tragedy is just kind of like the idea of like trying to play the game in the first place. I'm trying not to be too negative here, but do you think your friend, do you think his dream wife is a Nigerian princess?
I'm about 50-50 on that. I don't know her too well, but from what I understand, she has a pretty large family and they're helping him walk through the process.
Oh.
I don't want to get too much into politics, because if you look at the migration history and pattern over time and the EU's policies, it's not really that unheard of right now to find overseas couples over there either. So... But then again, I don't feel like she's taking advantage of him. I just feel like it's also like a ticking time bomb clock for the both of them, you know? Because he's desperate, and she, I don't know, it could be a cultural thing, it could be a personality thing.
Well,
I mean, between the two of them, they seem at least gung-ho for it, you know?
So, someone asks here, what if they don't want to marry or have kids? Now, they're kind of asking like in a general thing. I think, what if someone doesn't want to marry or have kids? But I think, I don't know, I'm having too many thoughts, but I'm paranoid and cynical, and I think, listen, this is going to be an outrageous racist thing that I'm going to say, but I think the UK, Newcastle, is a more like financially prosperous place to be than Nigeria. And I think if you had the opportunity to live in Newcastle over Nigeria, you'd probably, do a lot to try and get that opportunity. Now, they could love each other. They could. I'm not saying they don't. I'm not saying that interracial marriage is wrong, but I just would be so paranoid that someone is like marrying me for money or status or citizenship. I would never be able to get that in my head personally.
It's the same thing with the Pakistanis. I mean, they would abduct British or Irish, I think it was mostly British women and force them to marry the men, so that way they would be able to get British citizenship in order to access the EU or something similar to that. But even after they started cracking down on that, it didn't really matter after the fact, did it?
We're cracking down on Pakistanis kidnapping people and marrying them. We're fucking enough of this stuff. We're gonna do a little bit of something to stop that, or reduce it at least. Good on them for cracking down.
Yeah, until they let, first generation migrant kids stab a bunch of, okay, maybe that's a little too dark, but you get the idea.
Listen, we're treading so many lines, but I think people are picking up on the kind of general. Here's the general kind of rule. Marriage is a legal contract, and when legal things get involved, there's not much to do with love. Love and legal contracts are two different things. You can enter a legal contract with someone you love, that's fine, but don't forget the love part. And meeting someone quick and getting into a legal engagement is a pretty big deal. So I know we kind of strayed far from the original topic there, but love's a tough game, and you got to be careful for. Listen, I'm not saying your friend might be okay, but there are traps out there, and it's better to. I would rather enjoy my own company and be alone than be married to someone who I don't really like, and that's a strong kind of idea right there.
And you see, a lot of my friends are exactly the same way that I've met online. And it's a tough idea breaking out of that cycle. You have to pay attention to who's around you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to gain from someone else. If I'm not a rich guy, but if I was a visibly wealthy guy, I would have to make sure that the person I'm with isn't just looking for security and someone with a well-paying job, it's tough. You don't want to be cynical when having love, when you're trying to get love, because that's not a very attractive quality, being overly cynical. But at the same time, it is a bit of a game. And listen, I'm not trying to bring you down. I actually do think the ultimate thing is you only need to meet one person, and when you meet that person, it won't matter where you met them. It won't matter what age they are. Well, that's sometimes it does matter what age they are, but it doesn't matter if you're old, as you said, 28 years old being old. When and if you find that person, nothing else matters. All that matters is that you found them. Job done. Next task.
Precisely, and people will spend either no time or all the time in the world fixating on small details, and a lot of the time it's one day at a time. Couples work on these things over the course of years. Your parents did it, your grandparents did it, you will do it, and if you don't, you got to find other ways to make use of your time. And that's what I keep telling people. But it also feels like there's always going to be more of this, especially in the present day. And I feel like they still need to hear it more than ever.
Yeah, man. And also, this is the last point I'll make before I let you go. But also, you can't really tell anyone anything. At the end of the day, like people kind of have they're set in their ways, and like people's personality is the way it is. You know, you can try tell people the truth or what you believe the truth is, but ultimately, you know, there's only so much you can do, and kind of looking out for your own values and what you think is important is the main thing. And you know, what works more than saying words is living in a way that people want to emulate. And if you do that, then the people around you will see it and they'll acknowledge it. So like if you're your authentic self, and like, you know, you're like a charismatic guy, you're good with people, and you do all the things that you think are right and true, other people will see it. And if you're like successful, they'll be like, you know what, him's the man, and I'm gonna do what he did, because look at him, he's got a Nigerian princess and I want to be like him. So him, thanks for coming on. Great to talk to you.
Hey, cheers. Hopefully the CDL goes smoothly coming up, and I hope you have better success in your show in the future and get more views.
Thank you. Always looking for better success and not worse success. That's the main goal. All right, him, take care and good luck with everything you do.
Take care, man.
Oh. There we go. And he signed off with a little wacho wapow. Now, I don't know if you can hear that, but this little sting is always stuttering on my end. I'm gonna be positive and say that you actually heard it in full. Let's try it one more time. No, it was definitely effed up the first time. Okay, so there's a lot of good stuff going on in the chat here. I'm seeing your messages, but there's so many that I can't really respond to them. But you know, I genuinely think that there's a lot of people in the chat who have good stuff to say, and I'm very happy to see that. I would not like to think that I'm talking into the void to a bunch of dumbasses, but you know, when I'm talking on the phone, people send in chats and I'm like, good point, you know, and that is what you want to see. Okay, here's the deal. Okay, so I saw someone in the chat saying I've been here the whole time and I haven't got picked, but I don't know who you are, so let that just be known that there's just a bunch of names here. Oh, hold on. Link with the $5. Can I be next after the Indian? Okay. Now, which one are you, Link? You gotta let me know. Is your name Link on this? Because you will be next, because thank you for the $5. And, oh, PS2 controllers in the chat. Rock on, fella. Corn fan. Forget about what I'm saying. Link, here's the deal. Discord is in the description. I'm prioritizing people who send me money, because guess what? I need money. I need it bad, folks. I need it badly. These effects don't pay for themselves. Oh, sorry. Samir Hajid, sorry, you said that in the thing. I need to read the fucking information that's given to me. Okay, so we're going for Harjas next, and then it is... Oh, okay, I see it there. Okay, I can hardly see what's on the screen, so that's how I make it random. But first, we've got Harjas on the phone, coming straight from INDIA. Hello.
Hello, am I audible, Mr. Small Guy? Small
You're
dude,
audible,
sorry.
Mr. Harjas. You're audible and loud, just the way I like it.
So I'm so happy. Just want to congratulate you on your collab, and I hope that you try to move to United States as soon as possible from Ireland.
Well, you know, somebody said in the chat, they were like, are you going to... I can't remember what they said, but it was something like, you should get Sam Hyde to get you on Fish Tank. And other people have said that to me. This is very premature. I've edited one video, but it would be fun to go on Fish Tank, but I can't move to America because my girlfriend has a debilitating heart condition. So no matter what happens, I'm here for good. But it's a fun thought, isn't it? The small dude's big trip to the USA. Hey, Buttery Popcorn donated $2 and says, love your content from Ramelia. Thank you, Ramelia. Okay, Ramelia might be coming on the show after, you know, okay, we've got a couple people lined up. But anyway, Harjas, what would you like to talk about today?
So I won't take much of your time, and I want to give an update to the stray dog situation. So here's a story that was popped up in my WhatsApp chat that I'm a part of, like my community, society's WhatsApp chat. We use WhatsApp. Yeah, we're third world.
I use WhatsApp as well. We are the embarrassment of the world. I know, but me and you are WhatsApp brothers together. Don't worry about that.
So in that WhatsApp chat, there's this girl who complained about someone poisoned her stray babies. Well, let me reiterate: stray baby, like a stray dog, but it's her baby. She didn't even bother to adopt it or put it in her home because she already has 5 dogs. I don't know what's this Indian women obsession with dogs. I don't know. Maybe God knows. Maybe there's a white woman thing like this white meme. I'm not gonna say much more. I don't want to offend anyone. But
Hold on, let
but
me
I
ask
don't
you a
know.
question real quick, because I was walking my dog in the park yesterday, and he's a nice puppy, and he's a very good dog, but he likes to, try and jump up on people. And this Indian woman came
That's
up.
cute.
Huh?
That's cute. I like big dogs.
Yeah.
I mean friendly dogs.
Yeah, he's cute. I think you can see that he's like, cute. He doesn't look like a monster, but this Indian woman came up and was asking for directions, and he just kind of like tried to jump up on her. Like he wasn't even close to her. Like there was no way he was going to do it. But she was like, "Ah!" Like she like screamed, and I was wondering, is it an Indian thing that dogs are generally untrained, so people like Indian people in general are just like afraid that the dog's gonna kill them?
No, no, it's basically how society treats Indian women. They treat Indian women like they're made of glass. Like they can't do this, they can't do that. And Indian women even tote around like they're some princess or something. They act very um royal, even though they're like nothing.
Yeah, maybe we're getting a bit too into let's say this conversation can go somewhere. Maybe we should probably reel it back. So not I'm being unduly
the story.
I'm being unduly anthropologistics here, saying that Indian people are afraid of dogs. That's not true. But what your story about these stray dogs? Let's hear about that.
So basically, somebody poisoned her stray dog. Somebody, I don't know who, but even those stray dogs have a very low life expectancy on the streets. Nobody knows what happened to this dog, and she wanted to incite a crowd against an old guy. And that was like pretty fucked up. And when we asked for evidence, she was just like, "Oh, he hates dogs." And I think that's him who killed my baby. And when I asked, why didn't you adopt the stray dog, your baby that you say around, she went mental. She like, how dare or something. I don't know, man.
And
I'm done
how
with
would
Indian
someone
women.
go about killing a dog like that? Like how do you kill a dog?
I don't know. Poison the food. Like there's some Indian people who are very much into this. Feed the animals. Like they want to show you that they're empathy. They have empathy, but in reality, I know very much. I know very well that they have no empathy at all. It goes by that Ayn Rand statement about how these people are the most evil people of all, who show off their empathy, show off their kindness. I'm
Okay, so
forgetting the quote of.
that's an interesting answer, because I was thinking, like, is there just some kind of like, I don't even know what I was thinking, but some kind of like haphazard plan, like maybe what's that guy's name? John McAfee, the way he killed his neighbor's dog. I think it was pretty kind of like off the cuff. But you're saying that this is kind of like, there's a more insidious, that they were like pretending to be nice to the dog, but actually giving it poison, which to me is that's the most insidious thing of all, is to like do it it's
they're
so
like,
premeditated.
We have psychopaths, and even though I'm against feeding stray dogs, because once you feed a stray dog, they're gonna be completely dependent. They're not gonna hunt the rats. and the rats are overflowing my city as we are talking because we have a flood warning tomorrow.
Oh my god, man. You know, last time you talked, because there was another Indian guy in the chat, and I actually just don't know if he is actually Indian. But when you came on, I spent the whole time trying to figure out if you're just like putting on an accent or whatever, because it is so rare that Indian people interact with like my part of the world in a very self-aware and sincere way. And sometimes it sounds like when people are being racist to India on the internet, and they're saying kind of generalizations, it sounds a bit like a one-sided story. But you're here on the other side saying,
No.
there's rats in my cities, dogs are being poisoned,
racism
women are
is
treated like
deserved.
second-class
I'm
citizens.
telling you, the racism is deserved. I'm telling you why, because Indians are one of the most fucked up people. They need this racism. Then only they will realize where they're lacking behind. The smell problem is a big problem. It happens. People smell like shit over here. Women wear these fucking sleeveless shirts, and then their underarms smells like shit.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like I like Ireland, I like Irish people, but there's stuff that we do, and like I don't condone it at all, like the alcoholism thing and amongst other things. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's not good. The things that my people do is not good. It's fine to say that and to have a critical awareness. Although it is kind of on another level in India. Some of the stuff that your compatriots are doing is like, it's more than just being like a bit of bad behavior in a social setting. It's like, whoa, you kind of...
Bad behavior is an understatement, Smoldy. I'm telling you, I'm racist to my own Indian people. Why? Because these people have no ethics, they have no empathy, they are like psychopaths. Almost every one of them. I can't even say I don't trust myself an Indian, except for my best friend, who I know for 10 years. That's it. That's the only guy I trust.
Hey, listen, I'm
Except for that
glad
one.
that you have a best friend of 10 years. That's great to hear, because you don't want to be alone in a world like that. And tell me this, do you have any further thoughts on what you might do? Like, are you going to get out of there? I know I asked you this last time, but I was asking a lot of things last time.
I can't get out.
But you can,
That's
right?
what it is. I'm going to be. Like, the plan is just to get myself into this management. I'm doing GMAT, like this MBA and everything. So if it happens, it happens. Otherwise, I don't think I'm gonna get out of this fucking hellhole. But I'm going to give you more update about more Indian stories. Do you want to hear more Indian stories?
Yeah, let's give us one more Indian story.
So, okay.
Indian story. What a genre.
So the Indian government, what they're doing is that they're buying petrol from Russia, and they're putting ethanol in the petrol, which is damaging our car engines. And the Supreme Court is pushing it for some climate. Like we're a fourth-world country. We cannot afford this climate change. We cannot afford LGBTQ rights and everything. And yet the government is pushing on. We have communities like Dalits, like SCSTs, who are tortured every day, and they get nothing.
Man, this...
Why are we focusing on LGBT?
Well, I just think it's funny that I've forgotten about there's an actual Indian government. I was like, oh my god, I just remembered that there's like people in control of the country. The country seems so run by its people. Like when I think of India, I think of the motorways and I think of the streets and I think of like the things that go on in people's houses, but I kind of forgot that there's some sort of bureaucracy going on. Are they like a presence? Is there like a government presence there? Do you fear the police?
Of course, there's government presence. Yeah, the police are fucking goons. They can come up to you and slap you. They can be physically violent in front of the cameras, and you can do nothing about it. Even though there's a law that you can charge the police officer for physical violence, but nobody goes there, and it's taken as a common practice for police officers to punish you.
Damn, man, this is making me want to read that book 1984. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's might be pretty interesting. It might make you feel a little bit better about your situation.
1984 is way better. As a society is way better than my society. At least in 1984, people get what they get. It's not fucking filthy. You don't have to go to the pro region, but it's not fucking filthy.
That's true.
1984 is
1984.
way better.
1984 is pretty clean. It's actually a pretty. It's a hygienic book, you know, it's a hygienic society.
About it, you're getting your daily rations, your daily coffee. Like the thing that the main character was more depressed about, he's not getting the real shit, like the real coffee, the real butter. And I'm like, motherfucker, you were getting butter, you were getting coffee.
You're reading 1984 like it's a pamphlet for somewhere that you want to be. Like, God damn, I want to go there. How do I sign up? All right, Harjas, thank you for coming on, giving us your Indian stories.
man.
We'll talk to you
Okay,
again,
okay.
no doubt.
Can you give me 1 minute?
One
Can you give me
minute?
1 minute?
I'll give
I wanna
you
recommend
30 seconds.
Okay, 20 seconds. All right, so I want to recommend a video by Count Dankula on why Indians get killed by trains. It's a juggernaut theory, and I just want you to know, anytime you're playing a video game, just go on Count Dankula and see that video. It's a nice video.
You just want me to see that privately, just so I know.
No, not right now. Anytime. Like, it's about why Indians like. There's an interesting theory about Juggernaut, and Juggernaut is derived from the Sanskrit word Jagannath, which is a god in India, Krishna. Okay, Krishna and Jagannath are one, and there's a whole gross story that I don't want to take much of your time. I already passed my 20 seconds.
Okay, that was
But
an
I'm so
Indian
glad
minute
I'm
right
here.
there, Harjas, as 12-ounce mouse
I'm so
says in the
glad.
chat. Okay, so I'll check that out. Count Dankula, Scottish bloke talking about Indian people and trains. I'm interested. You got me, Harjas. And we'll talk to you again.
I'll see you again, brother.
All right,
Have
man.
a nice
Take
day.
care and
See you,
good luck.
man.
I hope something good happens to you soon.
Nothing's good gonna happen. Nothing's gonna ever
It will.
happen.
It will.
Nothing is
I
gonna
sent
ever
juju beans and magic energy your way, and even if you don't believe in it, it still works. So, you know, it's gonna happen.
Either we both are gonna make it, or we're not gonna make it.
All right, we're going down
We
together
both
then,
gonna make
brother. Okay. Talk to you again, man.
See you, brother. See you. All right.
Okay, there we go. That was Harjas. Oh. Okay. Now I totally forgot that there's a crowd in today. Can you hear me, crowd? Yeah! All right. Okay, so we got the crowd in. I just forgot about that. And guess what? Coming up next it's Samir, I believe, was the first person. So everybody give a big round of applause for the next caller. There we go. Hello? Hello?
You there? I can't hear you.
I'm here. I stopped talking, which is
Oh
why you
my
couldn't hear me.
gosh.
It's a little trick that I like to use just to see if people are paying
I
attention.
can't hear you at all. I'm sorry.
Now, what's your name?
Everything's set up on my end. I can't hear you. It
Oh,
was
wait,
weird.
you can't hear me? No way. That's impossible. Can you hear me now?
Can you kick me out and then pull me back in?
Okay. This is an unusual problem, isn't it? The problems that I do be having. Everyone has a different technical issue. Okay,
Hello?
can you hear me now?
It's not working.
Oh my god, no.
Let me disconnect and I'll come back.
Okay. Now this, I don't know if you can hear me on the live stream. This has to be your problem because almost everyone else can hear me. I don't know what the hell is going. I am so bad at technology that I would think that this is my fault, but it mustn't be.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I don't know why this isn't working. Everything's set up for me.
Oh,
Let me try one thing.
You can't. Can you hear me at all? Ramili in the
this is
chat
weird.
says, "I can hear you, but that's probably because I'm living in your walls."
Oh yeah, it's not working.
I don't know what
this
to
is
tell you.
awkward.
Have you tried turning up the volume? Hold on. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Hey, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, your other account isn't working too.
Oh, hold on.
jeez.
Hold on. I'm causing stress to people.
I'm
No,
trying to figure it on my end.
It has to be working because the last person I called could hear me 2 seconds ago.
Hello?
Hello?
This is so weird.
Oh,
Options.
I don't know if you're listening to the live stream, but someone says change your audio output on Discord.
Oh wait, let me do one thing, and that might fix it.
Okay, I'll let you do one thing. I don't even. He can't even hear me. I'm just talking to. We're talking.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Okay,
hello.
okay. I think okay. I have a weird setup. I'm sorry about that.
Small dude, it's like your mic is off after the last jingle. Now that could. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Okay,
So what did you do?
my
What
my
was the
setup is
problem?
weird. I have a weird headset, and it's connected to a like equalizer or something, and I needed to change something.
You know, and now I'm not going to shoot you into the sun. I'm not going to stab you in your gut. I would never do that. But a lot of people come on this show and say that my computer is not working and that I need to change something, and then 5 minutes later they say, "Oh, sorry, my mic was muted. My bad." So just so people know, my computer works just fine. It works good. Actually, except for the entire last stream where the video was messed up. But
I'm
anyway,
not trolling.
What's your name, technical difficulty man?
You can call me Hank.
Okie doke. We're talking to Hank right now. What a strong name. What's grinding your gears today?
Me personally, there's nothing really wrong with me. My life is pretty nice, I guess. I don't know. I got a job, and I'm working.
Okay, this is all good.
Yeah, nothing
so
wrong
far.
with me.
I feel like there's a big
go ahead.
coming.
Go ahead.
I feel like you're gonna say my life's pretty good. I've got a job, but
I mean, I do have complaints about like the whole world in general.
let me.
Well,
just
I want to
give you
comment
this.
on the Indian guy who talked before. He said, you know, Indians are horrible and everything. I mean, like, I have an Indian friend. He's cool. He's chill. He's whatever. He's a smart dude. I feel like the Indian racism in America is connected to the H-1B stuff, which is very valid. Indians coming from India and stealing American jobs, that's pretty, you know, messed up. So you should be pointing that out. I don't think it's racism. I think it's normal to point out H-1B visas stealing American jobs. But Indians in general, they're cool. They're pretty chill. I have no problem with them.
Well, I'll say this on the topic of racism is that I don't know a lot about H-1B, whatever. I don't really follow American politics closely enough to speak on that. But I know from having made a video about the Tony Hawk's video game that it doesn't take a lot for people to call somebody racist on the internet. So it has actually destroyed my perception of what racism is, because someone called me, I don't even know if I can say this, someone likened me to a certain Austrian painter yesterday, and I was kind of sitting there, you know, on YouTube Studio looking at that comment, and I was like, I don't feel like Hitler, but I guess my computer's telling me I am, so I don't know what I said, but apparently I'm Hitler, you know, so I would take it with a grain of salt, anything that you see called racist on the internet. You know what I want to know about, though, is you were saying your life's going pretty good and you've got a job and everything. Do you want to talk about that? That sounds pretty good.
I mean, so my whole life story, I graduated high school. I was kind of like a loser kid. I didn't really have like a plan for my life. My parents wanted me to go to college, but I always thought college was worthless. So I joined a job training program. After that job training program, I got a job. Well, okay. For that,
I'm hearing the word job being said a lot, but what is this job?
My job right now is finance.
Okay, we're digging one shovel worth at a time, and in finance, what is your job?
Oh well, so I work for a bank, and then I work in the office, and I fix computers. So I just make sure the computers turn on.
And you just make sure the computers turn on. That doesn't sound like a full day's work.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we just wait for something to break and then we fix it. Yeah.
And so what do you do all day, like when nothing has broken? Are you just kind of sitting around going on the computer?
Basically, yeah, it's probably like my perfect job. You know, it's very relaxed, and you know, I get to fix things, and it's a nice job. Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad you're happy with that, because for a lot of other people, I mean, someone's called in before and they said that they have a similar such job and that it drives them crazy because they spend their whole day doing nothing. But how do you feel about just kind of sitting around doing nothing? You seem happy with it.
I mean, like, I don't do nothing all day. It's just, you know, I'm being hyperbolic. I do, you know, work. I do work hard. It just depends on your view, and, you know, I guess, yeah, basically, yeah.
Well, the funny thing about working hard is that I've encountered over and over again that no matter how hard you work, you can only do 10%. If you only do 10% of what your job is, you will be just as fine as if you did 100%. And like, I put so much work into making YouTube videos, live streams, blah, blah, blah. I could just not have this background. I could not have the lights. I could not have this cool race car outfit. And I could just have me on a webcam and I could just play a video game. And who knows, maybe I would still have the same amount of people watching. But for whatever reason, hard work is a value that kind of goes beyond the actual like monetary value of it. It's like a personal thing that you do. But you're happy enough with what you're doing, so I mean that's the good place to be.
Yeah. Well, my last job, I was, you know, I gave it 110%. I worked hard. I got really stressed out. It got to the point where I would like cramp every single morning I would wake up. So, you know, I took that and say, hey, I'm working so hard. I didn't get anywhere. I just created problems for myself. So, you know, I'm, you know, working hard, but I'm not, you know, going crazy about it.
Yeah. What was the job that made you stress like that?
It was the same like position, just working on computers, but you know, I basically did everything. But yeah.
Okay, well, what about buying a house or getting somewhere to live? Like, where do you live at the moment?
I live in America. America's house economy, or whatever how you want to put it, is not very good. Everything's inflated. Like, if you want to look for a good house, it's at least $500,000. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saving money right now.
So what if, yeah, so that was what I was going to ask, because my whole thing that I get stressed with is that a house is so fucking expensive, and we have a housing crisis here too, that like no matter what happens in my life, all I think of is like, how the hell am I going to get 500,000 euro doing YouTube live streams and, you know, investing in GameStop? How am I going to get enough money to buy a house? Like, how do you feel about that?
I just keep working, you know, eventually you'll get there, but you know, like boomers, they worked like a summer job and they were able to buy a house. We have to work 10 years to even think about getting a house.
Yeah, okay. You seem very chilled with it, though. I think if I was in your shoes, I would be stressed out, even though the circumstances would be exactly the same. I would be sitting on my computer at work, and I'd be like, I have to do more. I'm not working hard enough. I have to work on. I have to do a second job while I do this job. How did you get so chill?
I used to be like a weird kid, and then I grew up, and then I don't know. I'm just a naturally chill guy. Yeah, it's just I'm just chill. I don't think about stuff a lot. Just because, you know, what's the point? I just live my life, you know.
Thank you, Dislin, for the €1. I'm so close to that house. I'm €1 closer. €1 closer to that house now, Dislin. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know what, man? Like, there is no secret method to being chill. Not that I would know, because I'm not that chill. But I know that if I were to find out how to be chill, there wouldn't be any secret to it. You just kind of are or you aren't. How do you feel when you see people fucking freaking out about, like, you know, the redness of a telephone, like whatever people worry about?
Like I'm very hands off, you know. People can think whatever they want. I do have opinions, but you know, I'm not like the master of the world, so you know, you can change things and you have to know what you can't change.
Man, you're actually, you've just said it all, is that I'm not the master of the world. There are things I can change and things I can't. And that is actually the there is a tenet of like psychology, which is if you're worried about something, there's two questions: can you change it? Yes or no. If you can change it, then change it. If you can't, then you can't change it. So don't worry about it. And so many things in your life, you know, you'll
just
realize
don't worry about it.
are just don't worry about it. Yeah, you can't do anything, so just don't worry about it. All right, Hank, thanks for coming on and spreading your infinite wisdom. It was great to talk to you.
That wasn't what I wanted to talk about. You kind of railroaded me into that.
What did I even ask you? What was this conversation? You said something about the Indian guy. Oh yeah, I just changed topic.
Yeah.
Okay, what was it you wanted to talk about?
I'll be quick about it because you have your whole show. I want to comment on Sam Hyde. He's a cool dude. When I was a kid, I looked up to him, but he's got into some stuff, and I kind of like disassociated from him. Just he's a cool dude, but I don't take him seriously.
Yeah, I mean this is an easy, quick enough answer to make, because I'm not. I think people think that I'm like really into the internet because I make like obscure videos, but like the obscurity of my videos doesn't come from like being extremely online. If anything, it's from like my outsider kind of perspective of like I'm not like mad into I don't like getting into like the lives and the kind of lore of internet people. I just kind of take like a surface level look at everything. And my surface level look at like Sam Hyde MDE, the main kind of thing is like aesthetic quality, comedy, and this kind of like slant on comedy, which is like of it. It's not specifically anti-PC, or it's not specifically trying to. I don't think it's trying to be edgy for the sake of being edgy, but like from what I see, it has like style and comedy. And if you look at my channel is just like it's aesthetic, style, and like form and composition, and then the medium that it's done through is comedy. I know a lot of people are going to be unsatisfied because they're going to be like, don't you know that this thing that he said on a live stream 5 years ago?
Yeah.
That's just not really. I don't go online I don't watch live streams or whatever, so I prefer not to know about like
Sam is a troll. I don't think he's like he has some opinions. I don't think he's a Nazi or anything. He's an artist. He lets people create their own interpretation of his work. I do want to talk about one thing. Sorry for taking up all your time.
Okay.
You said that people called you a Nazi basically over nothing.
Yeah.
Those are like far. I'm not really political, but it's just words of power that they use to label you and dismiss you. Like there was a meme where some guy was like, I went on a date with a chick and I gave the most like inane political opinion, and she said, ew, you're far right. I feel like that's kind of like what happened. Like, you're a normal person, but you're getting labeled far right.
People, if they got called like a Nazi, they'd be like, I'm not. But listen, people can say whatever they want. I know who I am, and it just makes me laugh that people are so twisting themselves in knots to call people names and stuff. But you're right that like it's a directed attempt to like dismiss you as a person, to say like, never listen to this guy, and then just to have a one-word thing. It's the equivalent of calling you ugly. Like, oh, you think that person's attractive? They're ugly. It's like entirely subjective, something that someone just came up with, but it's a powerful word. So yeah, I hope people don't think I'm upset.
I want to say one last thing. I'm sorry for taking all your time.
This is 3 one last things in a row. This is an all-time record. Yeah, go ahead. It's 3 opening and closing brackets. They are messing with your internet. Say I love Jews and that should fix it. Okay, man, you can hear me now. I've just been rambling, but we're back.
So yeah, there's a transgender shooter. He put mixed signals on his gun so that the media can take whatever they want and say this guy's a far right extremist that shot up a school. But the media is always going to lie. But you know, he was a transgender. He was crazy. He had a gun for some reason, and I don't want to like plug, but there was a podcast I listened to, and he predicted that all this transgenderism, all these children being messed up, it's gonna end up, you know, with what's happening now with a bunch of serial killers going like, you know, my life is all messed up. I need to, you know, do something about it. And then, you know, that's basically what happened. And that's my last thing, I swear to God.
Hank, what a last thing. And you know what? I derailed the conversation at the start because I thought you just didn't have anything to say. But how wrong was I? Well, Hank, I'll tell you this. This is my quick kind of synopsis of what you said. Every now and then, someone in the chat says, L caller. Hank, I don't know what you did. I thought you were a good caller, but someone has said L caller. Listen, Hank, you're losing the people, but no, what I think about that is I go on Twitter every few days and I just scan like the first 5 things because I really can't stand looking at fucking Twitter. It's like just nonsense.
Yeah.
But I
Social
saw
media
like
is, you
a
know,
post and someone was talking about this like trans shooter, but they were talking about it in the way that like you already know all the details. Here's another thing. And all I thought was like, wow, I'm like 1 day late to this. Everyone knows all the details. And my takeaway is, okay, there was a trans shooter. I just personally, I don't care. And I know it's bad, but I'm like, I've seen this one before. And I kind of just take that as a surface level, bank it and be like, okay, I'll remember. And then when it happens again, I'll be like, well, that's the third one. You know, that's as far as I just, if I learn about it, I'll just be unhappy. And there's nothing I'm going to do to make it better. So that's the extent of my altruism.
My closing words is, you know, it's a good thing that Elon bought Twitter. Elon is a pretty shitty guy. But,
is this
you know,
one more thing?
He bought Twitter and...
This is one more thing, Hank, disguised as closing thoughts.
It's my closing words.
Say it in 5 words.
Okay, Elon bought Twitter, good thing.
Oh, very good. Okay, Hank, you can be quick and to the point when you want to be. Thank you for coming on. I enjoyed your call. Never mind the chat.
Thank you.
Somebody said W caller, so you got them back. Talk to you again, Hank.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
There we go. Chill, Hank. Chillaxed Hank. Jonathan says good caller. That was a good caller. Okay, who do we have next? We have Shram. My God, feels like a million years ago when we had to get Shram on. And here he comes. Okay, hello. You're going to need to press buttons, as many buttons as you can find, in order to make the microphone work. Now, listen, I don't know what's going on. You know what I'm going to do? I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to put you back in the audience and then bring you back up, because that seems to work for some people. Okay, here we go. Ladies and gents, I need my own little Indian under this desk helping me out here. Oh, my stream is glitching again. I don't believe it. I love Jews. Okay, it should be better now. Can you hear me? Okay, Shram here is going to mess around with his internet settings. I tell you, it's not my fault. I just talked to someone 2 minutes ago, and they answered the phone fine. Remelia was supposed to go next, says Lenk. You're absolutely true. Listen, I won't get away with anything here. I'm gonna give Shram 3 more seconds, and then we're going to Remelia, and then Disley, or Dislan. I might have written that wrong. Wait, Jonathan says I donated. Rest in peace. Oh, is that true, Jonathan? I know I'm so familiar with Jonathan being around that I didn't know. 12-ounce mouse says internet setting needs to be on. Okay, Shram, we'll come back to you. I don't know what to say about that. I feel bad because I don't know why I feel bad, but my computer works. Let's see if my computer works when I talk to Remelia, and then Jonathan's going on the list as well. I'm gonna be here all night. Okay.
Oh, hello. Is it working?
Hello. Yes, your computer works just fine. What the hell is wrong with the internet? Here, listen. Don't mind me. Ramelia.
Well,
Hello.
I'm Jewish, so that probably helps.
What
So
probably
I'll
helps?
use my Jew powers to help the streams.
Oh my God, you're Jewish?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, oh my God, we've got a self-hating Indian, a self-hating Jew. What next? Maybe I should say my stance on the Irish people, and we'll all form a little cult, and we'll all become white Catholic Americans. How about that?
That would be perfect. That would be perfect.
We'd all love that, wouldn't we? Okay, so Ramelia, what is going on with you? How are you?
I'm actually doing pretty good. Originally I was going to talk about something, but there was a talk earlier about the dating scene for men, and I wonder if it would be a good idea for me to give my.
Oh no! Oh my God, Ramelia, it got shut down. You obviously said one word too much. Can you hear me? I don't believe this. This was going to be the first time on the internet where a woman was about to give her perspective on the dating scene, and then she got nuked. Ramelia, are you there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, could you hear me that whole time?
No, I did not hear you. I'm very sorry about that.
Okay,
Very sorry
okay.
about that.
I don't know what the hell. This is crazy internet stuff is going. I think it was when you said you were a Jew that they took me down. But we're back because I said a couple of Hebrew stuff. Anyway, Ramelia, you were going to say you want to give your opinion on ...
Oh yes, well, people were talking earlier about them being a man and not being able to find single women.
Yes.
And having problems in the dating scene. I thought maybe I would give my perspective because I'm also having a hard time.
Okay, now are you looking for men?
Here's the thing, I'm very questioning at the moment, so I don't mind at this point. I'm willing to try anything. It's equally as hard as me to find a woman than it is to find a man. So you know, even as someone who's open to both options, it's been very difficult.
Okay, so this is a global problem. This is like a human connection problem, not a straight person problem or a man problem.
Yes, I don't necessarily know what the issue is. For me, I find that it's very easy for women to, you know, I'll go to a club, right? And I'll end up making out with a woman at the club, usually every time I go. But it's a fetishizing nature. They kind of want to do it for the fun. And then when you actually try to bring up something to them, they don't want to do it. I think for me, trying to find a man, it's a little bit different because it's the opposite effect where they want too much at once. And so
hold on. Let me just stop you here for 1 sec because I wanna point something out and see what you say. Do you think that you going to lesbian clubs and making out with women every time you go might kind of skew your perception of what men think of you? Because you may not tell the men that you do that, but it's probably true that when you're with a guy, he probably figures it out through context that you're going to lesbian clubs and making out with girls every time you go. That's not going to give you the most unbiased opinion of what men are like. You know what I mean?
No, I don't tell men that I do that.
No, but they know.
What, you think they can smell it on me?
I'm just saying, like, Ramelia, I don't know you, but in the short time that I've talked to you, I just feel like I would have figured it out after about 5 or 10 minutes. Like I feel like I could say, "How's your day?" And by the time you stop talking, I'll be like, "Yeah, she goes to lesbian clubs and makes out with women every time."
Maybe that's why men don't like me. They talk to me for 10 minutes and they figure.
Now, I'm exaggerating for comedic purposes to an extent, but I feel like if that's something you do, you can't hide it. It's like, you know how I know? Because when people talk to me, it inevitably comes up something like, what do you do for work? What are your hobbies? What are your interests? And I know, because you know what I do, you can see where I am and what I'm doing right now. Whenever I tell people like what I do, and I lie to them, obviously, they look at me different. They just know something's up. They don't know what it is, but they know that I get up to some weird shit. You know what I mean?
Well, I'd like to say too that I don't necessarily go out to clubs with the intention of making out with people.
Yeah.
What will happen is I'll go and I'll be existing and I'll be having fun and I'll talk to people, you know, and I'll have my fun, and then an attractive woman will come up to me and she'll ask me, you know, we'll start talking. Then she'll be like, "Do you wanna start making out?" And I'll be like, you know, I don't necessarily see why anybody wouldn't want to make out with an attractive woman if she's asking you. So I do.
Yeah, well,
I do.
I don't know what the purpose of this phone call is going to be, but I feel like you came in here saying your opinion on, like, you know, maybe like what the other side of what men might be thinking. Now I feel like I'm just throwing it back at you. But I'll say this, because you said like maybe like it's hard to meet men. If you said that to me, if you know, if we were like, if there was a love interest between me and you, Romelia, and you said something like, I don't know why you wouldn't make out with a hot girl if she asks you, that would be a horrible thing to hear. Do you know what I mean? Because I'd be like, oh shit, like if a hot woman asks, I am like one hot woman away from losing this person. That's anxiety inducing, you know? I want to know that, like,
no, I guess that's
I want to feel
fair.
special. I want to be like, she saw me and she was like a good Catholic girl in one of those big, like, dresses that they wear, The Handmaid's Tale. That was who this chick was. She was so nice and innocent. She saw me and she said, you know, I had to break my chastity just to be with you. And I'd be like, hell yeah, I'm the man. But if you met me and you're like, yeah, so I've touched tongues with 12 other people this week, why wouldn't I? It was easy and it was there.
I get that. No, I get that. I think I'm making a very bad case for myself. I think I'm explaining it in a way that makes me seem more like a promiscuous person than I am.
Yeah, I'm not insinuating. I'm kind of I'm making light fun, but
no,
yeah.
You're right. Because I have female friends like that who tell me the same things you're doing. Like, I was seeing this girl and I was having a very good relationship with her, and we weren't in a relationship yet, but we were kind of seeing each other. And then I found out from another friend that she went to a club and she made out with like 6 people. And I also instantly felt very unspecial, not wanting to do anything. So I've actually been trying less to be promiscuous and everything like that. But now it feels like, even with that, it's hard for me to find, like it just feels like when I'm not doing it, everybody else is doing it. And then when I'm being promiscuous, no one else is. So it's like, it's that's also the hard part of it. But also, I think I live in a very I live in a very liberal town, a very liberal, like, polycule town. So it's like I want to be involved, but then, like, when I try to be promiscuous and stuff, then everyone's like, it's.
Well,
I feel like I have lost the point.
No, I think. Look, I think the trap that you're in is the same trap that everyone falls for in some way or another. It's like the convenience of things is ruining people, because, like, I think what you said is a perfect summation of it. Like, look, if a hot girl asks you if she wants to make out, why would you say no? It's kind of, that's how people think about a lot of different things in life. Like, hey, listen, Netflix has loads of movies I want to watch. Why would I not subscribe to it? Spotify has all the music I want to listen to. Why would I not pay for it? And it's like, look, I'm getting a bit off topic, but, like, if you look into the business model of these things, you'll see that these things are not a net positive for the world. And it's like, the convenience makes it feel like everything's okay, like everybody's doing it, you know? But realistically, the end goal of, like, people meeting is to, like, have a connection and to have romance. And romance is very different to what happens in clubs, you know? And so if you want to meet someone who's, like, special, and you want to meet someone who you care about, you can share your life with and, like, have fun special times, that is the opposite thing of, like, club life. And so like you can't, it's like the more you do like club stuff and the more you do kind of like single life like fucking around stuff, the more incompatible you become with people who want romance, because the people who want romance are like, I'm not doing those things because I want to meet the one. And so you get further and further away from those people, and then the people who want the one can't find anyone because everybody's, you know, making out with people, and then all the making out with people are like, hey, I can't find romance. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I think that what I do truly want is that you know, romance. And like ideally I would like to be friends with someone and then go into that.
Yeah.
It's just, I think I get pressured by the people around me who are doing all this fun things and they seem like they're happy.
Yeah.
And then when I try to do it, it doesn't actually make me very happy either.
I think you are absolutely right. And when we talked last time, you talked about your friend Maggie, and everything that you said was the definition of, you know, this person's getting me to do stuff and it seems fun, and in every logical way it should be fun, but I feel a little bit unfulfilled. And you're like, you're there. You've got it. Like, you're so close to the idea, but then you're like, fuck it, I might just go out a couple more times, you know? Like, maybe it's gonna happen. But I think you know what you gotta do and what the proper thing is, but it's hard because it's boring and people around you aren't doing it, you know? And probably the thing you have to do is to be, you know, you said you work in a cafe bakery. You should probably hang out with the people in the cafe bakery. They sound like, you know, traditional kind of, you know.
I actually was supposed to hang out with my coworker Amena today, but she canceled. So, but I have been taking that advice. Maggie actually isn't coming back for the summer, so I have this whole summer to kind of change my impulsive behaviors and attitudes on it. And I've been making friends with a lot more people who are normal.
Hey,
like
man,
I've been talking to my friend Greta, who's normal, and it's been nice.
I said hey man, that's inappropriate, but that's just a fucking habit. But yeah,
of course
you are. I say that to my girlfriend as well. I call her man, which is just it makes me feel uncomfortable. But yeah, no, you're on it. Like, it's I kind of think it's a bit of a overgeneralization, but there's a phrase that's like, you are the 5 people you surround yourself with, something like that. And it is just true that like the people who you're with, you end up talking like them, you end up liking the same stuff, you end up doing the same things. So if you're with people who are like in club life, and I don't want to be too cynical here, but people who are like drinking all the time and doing drugs and stuff, those types of people need you in, because the worst thing in the world that can happen to you is for you to be single and you're like drinking all the time and you're doing drugs and you're alone. You know, you have to have people with you. So like, stack up those members of your group. But realistically, you know what you want. You're on the path to romance, aren't you?
I definitely want to be. It's just, it feels, every day it feels a little bit intimidating, because I will try, and then people will either want to rush into it too fast, or they kind of lose the interest, because it's like, well, we have to be friends first. So it's like, it's always a weird middle ground. I kind of believe that it'll eventually happen organically. I just feel so lonely that sometimes I turn to those methods that end up making me feel more lonely, you know? Because when you go out and you kiss a bunch of people at a bar and you get drunk, you know, that's fun. And then you wake up the next day and you're like, oh God, what did I do? That didn't actually accomplish much of anything.
Yeah, and you know what? A little phrase, and I'm full of little phrases that are very cliche and like fridge magnet type shit. But a little phrase I like is that it's always darkest before the dawn. And listen, I've talked about this on the live stream a few times, but it is just so true that this keeps happening, that like my girlfriend was very sick and then she went to hospital, and we got like, you know, bad diagnosis and whatever. And literally the day after she went to hospital, the best stuff started happening for like my YouTube channel, you know. For whatever reason, I've just always found this, that like things get worse and worse and worse, and you kind of say like, yeah, I'm gonna stick in there, you know, not gonna change too much, and then one day it just does a flip. And I think if you're feeling kind of lonely, if you're like going out and not getting fulfilled and kind of trapped in a bit of like a cycle, it's probably the case that you're like on your way to that point where you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna change. And that's just what happens. I think you already know what you're gonna do. I think you're just in the process of transforming. Don't become transgender and shoot up a school, but transforming in your mind.
Oh, I already went through the transgender phase. I'm a little I've done that experience. I'm done with that. I think
you're just trying a little bit of everything in this life then, aren't you?
Yeah, well, you know, I will say this. I will say that I've actually made some good change. I've stopped smoking weed. I've mainly stopped talking to people who were, you know, negative influences on my life. Like there's a girl who I don't talk to anymore because she's even worse than I am, you know, in terms of going and making out with whoever she sees and everything like that. And so I think maybe it's there. I think I just have to enjoy more of the process to getting there than I have in the past. You know, I rush through things a lot.
Yeah, you know what?
So I think I can't do that.
A big theme of what you're saying is just patience and taking the time. Hold on, I have to burp. 1 sec. Oh man, this beer. Patience and taking time. It's everything you're saying is just kind of like instant gratification. I want it now. But I think if you just chill out, life is long. There's plenty of time for everything. You'll get it in the end. Romelia, thanks for coming on. I'm feeling pretty positive about your experience, despite the trans phase, the clubbing, the whole drug addicted friend. But for some reason, you have a very good spirit, and you know, I'm not worried about you. You're gonna get there. So keep trucking,
Thanks.
as they say.
Thank you. I will.
All right, we'll talk to you again, Romelia.
Bye bye.
All right, bye bye. There we go. Cackle says, I had to burp like that on the phone to the doctor. Yeah, it's tough, man. I got the burps. But there we go. I think she's a good girl. I completely derailed that conversation, which is just generally what I do in life. We're gonna get Shram on, and then we're gonna get Diz Len, and then Jonathan. Oh my God! Hello, I can hear you.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you're on.
Finally,
ladies and gentlemen, this is the guy whose microphone wasn't working. What happened?
Well, I think that was on your end because I went into another chat room and I was like, "Hey guys, what's up? Can you guys hear me?" And they're like, "Yeah, we can totally hear you."
Well, guess what? I also went into another chat, and the person I was talking to could hear me, and I could hear them. So we could go back and forth on this forever, and we'll never learn anything. But anyway, tell me, what's your name?
Sharam.
Okay, your name is Sharam, and your voice sounds exactly what your profile picture looks like. Do you know that?
What do you mean by that? What do you?
You know what? You might not understand that, but I think everybody listening today will know exactly what I mean when I say your voice sounds like your profile picture. You've never heard that before?
It's just a guy with glasses, long hair, and a beard.
That's it, man. You're saying it. You know. You're just confirming my beliefs.
What is that? Do I sound like a drug addict or something? Like,
no,
what?
you came on and you were like, "Hey, how's it going?" And you just your picture's colorful. And
I'm like happy, ecstatic. I get you. I get you. Thank you.
That's it. Okay, so what is grinding your gears today, Sharam?
Well, I get on here and I'm hearing all these people talking about like a lot of weird people on here. A lot of like first there's like that incel guy talking about how I can't meet people, because he's online all the time. And then you got that Indian guy, and then now this weird girl who makes out with people in the clubs. A lot of strange people coming on here and talking.
But here
and,
we've
like,
got
I'm in
normal
chat, too.
Sharam,
There's-
who's going to have normal opinions
Yeah.
and is going to be self-aware and the ultimate. We're talking to the ultimate here. We're about to hear the gospel of Sharam.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And people were saying shit about, oh, don't go to college. I am in college, and I love being in college because I get to go. I can spend some time doing classwork and doing like writing and stuff. And okay, it's a waste of money. Okay, if you are smart and a genius like I am, then you get scholarships and stuff, which I have quite a few. So college is okay. I know for the average person, they don't really get that stuff, so I understand. But for me, I'm like blessed. I am blessed. The Lord above has given me so much stuff.
Yeah,
I feel
I
so
mean,
happy.
I listen. There's one kind of general thing that I like to hear and that I'm happy about on this show, and it's when people come on and say, "I like my life. I'm happy. Like things are good for me." I know that I am framing this show as being like what grinds your gears. More often than not, people come on and say, "Hey, I'm fucking doing good. I'm in a good mood and stuff."
Totally.
I love that. I kind of there's not much
Yeah.
for me to say on that, but I guess what is it you'd like to talk about, and we'll get into the new ones.
Honestly, I'm not really getting this. Okay, well, my kind of social sphere is not the one that would typically, I guess, engage with. This guy just called me a normie. With a podcast or something like this.
Yeah.
Okay, people are saying shit like, "Oh, Sam Hyde or Israel, Jewish people." I don't get this stuff. I know it's like a popular thing to just rag on. But like I saw that Gorilla Nest video and I was just like, this guy's a total loser. Why would you want to back this guy? But I don't whatever. That's
Wait, hold on. What are
your
you
own
talking
opinion.
about? What girl in what video?
The Gorilla Nest. Have you seen that?
Oh, is this like the podcast clip thing?
Yeah, where he goes on a podcast, he invites all his friends to intimidate this guy. The guy does not care. And then he asks him to build a gorilla nest. And Sam Hyde has like an autistic mental breakdown. He throws his desk and starts like really disturbing. And I don't think he was like pulling a joke or something. Even as a joke, that's just like childish.
Okay, hold on. What, I don't get what the point we're going here is. You're saying you're a normie. And...
I don't know. I just don't like the guy. Sorry.
Oh, I'm getting very confused. You got to pick one thing because you're saying a lot of stuff.
One thing. Okay, yeah, I'm very like all over the place right now. Okay.
Listen, we've had a lot of weird people on the calls tonight, but we finally got one normal person. Let's hear what he has to say.
Well, I really appreciate you calling me normal because like if people were calling me normie or whatever, and I love that. Please continue calling me the average person because like I am definitely okay. I saw your video on the Tony Hawk thing, and I was like, it was interesting because like in the video you said something about like the reviews and everything was all coming in positive, but then like I actually took a second to like actually like go and be like, this game actually does suck, and I don't understand why people. Like why like the game journalists or whatever, they can just give it such a good review when they know it's not a good product. Like it's been rushed out the door and it's very corporate, like as you described.
Okay,
So-
well here's something that's kind of an overall, my overall take of like everything you've said here, and I think you framed it really well. It's almost like you've given me like a bunch of building blocks. And I'm kind of getting where your mind at is, I think. I feel oftentimes that I'm like a normie, because like I'll look at stuff online and I'm so like, I've said this a minute ago, but like I'm very surface level with things. I kind of just like skim things off the top. Like I don't know all the details about like the, like YouTuber drama. I don't know the details about the transgender shooter. I don't know all the details about like whatever political like Jewish thing that's going on. But I do think that there is a value in the people who are like really into these specific things, because like you can say like, hey, I'm in
Really?
college and you know my life rocks because I'm learning and I'm fucking like doing cool shit. But if you take any small vein, and I'm not saying that I'm this guy, but like you take any small vein of something that's like an interest, like for example the reviews on Tony Hawk, and you dig and you dig, and then I'm saying this because I found this out, like looking at the reviews of the Tony Hawk's games, and then you ask why, how did this game get 8 out of 10, and then you find out a bit more information and a bit more and a bit more, and then suddenly I start becoming this like fucking internet nerd guy who knows everything about like games and Tony Hawk and reviews and stuff. And like that's kind of how I felt with that thing. I felt like a relatively normie type guy, and then I found something and I digged and I digged, and now I know loads of shit about an obscure thing, and I know what it's like to be on both sides. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, dude, I totally get you.
So I get what it's like when someone says to me like, hey, the modding community in what's a fucking obscure game, I don't know, the modding community of Hotline Miami 2 has gone crazy, man. There's a modder who's taking too much creative liberties. And like to a normie like me, I'm just like, who cares? How does that have anything to do with my life? But sometimes people frame things in a way and you're like, holy shit, I really care now. And then you become the nerd, you know? So as you know, if you might be a normie about some obscure internet things, but there's something that you're a total nerd about, and if you talked to someone about it, they'd be like, you're weird.
Dude, totally.
What would that? What
100%.
is that thing?
This is great. I love hearing what people are saying about me. Like, oh, this guy seems kind of dumb. I'm just reading the chat because it's just really funny.
You know.
People are talking about like something called Chudcast. I'd love to. This is so funny. I love just engaging with people like on the internet because you don't know who these people are. They're living their own separate, totally unique lives, and they go online on their computer and watch some random YouTube live stream, and their first instinct is just to shit on some random guy. And they don't know if I'm fucking around or joking or being completely serious. And honestly, I love that. I love just fucking around and like just messing around and trying to give off
Sharam,
a vibe or whatever. Honestly,
I 100% agree with you, because I'm on the internet and I post videos and shit, and I see comments and people say stuff like, you know, like I'm a white supremacist, I'm a Nazi, and I'm bigoted and I hate gay people and all that stuff. And I know who I am, and I know that it's not that. And it's funny to me. But I'm about to blow your mind here, Sharam. Are you ready?
I'm ready, yeah.
You came on, and the first thing that you said was there's a load of weird people calling into the show. And that was the first thing you wanted to say. This guy said this. This girl went to clubs. This guy was an incel. Like, you called a guy an incel, and he never said that that's what he was. That was just your impression. And it was like the top thing on your mind. So how does it feel that you are simultaneously the people in the chat and the person on the phone?
I don't know. I like to shit on people. So like I get what everyone's like, what their vibe is. I don't no hate to anybody. I just think it's funny, like to just go on here and rant about like your dating troubles or whatever or your life, or like ranting about like how like everything sucks. And I think that's funny.
Yeah.
So going on here and talking about that stuff to a bunch of people who are just gonna rag on you, it's like some newfound type of Jerry Springer type shit, you know? Like, it's great.
Yeah, I mean, I think
So
it's
I don't know,
funny.
I'm just having a good time.
I'm not a sensitive guy. I don't get offended by what people say about me. I'm glad that, I mean, I know this is my YouTube channel, but people generally say nice things about me. But I do think it is funny that you can get on the phone and then listen. People, you're open to what people have to say, but you're also the person who's saying stuff about other people. So that's just the cycle of life. I guess you got a taste of it now, Sharam, and maybe next time you want to come fully loaded with some absolutely based and red-pilled argument that you want to make, and let's see if you can change the people's mind. Let's see if you can get them on your side.
I got something to say right now. Okay, so what's
Hold
going
on.
on?
I'm going to give you about like 45 seconds because we have to get to the next guy.
Okay. What's going on in the Capitol building and all these people and these smogging storming the Capitol? I think it's very justed and not justed. That's a stupid word. It's very justifiable. It's correct. It'll all come.
There he is calling through the void. Hey, can you hear me? No. What's going on, man? Voices are just coming from the grave there. But anyway, Sharam, if you're still listening, sorry, there was just buffering. I don't know what the hell happened there. I never know what's happening on the show. Okay, anyway, we have to get to Dizlen, and I think I have written that down wrong. Hey, BitJax! With the 777, I won it big. I'm up $200, says BitJax. I'm so happy to hear that. I know you're going to throw it into something else now, because that's what gamblers do. But listen, $200 to make in one day, that's pretty good stuff, BitJax. You can spend that on a lot of Eastern European food. That'd last you a long time. Stuff is cheap there. Thank you, man, for 777. I'm glad to have experienced just a small portion of your winnings. Thank you, man. Shout out BitJax on DeviantArt and Human Rights Ltd on Twitter. There you go, folks. BitJax on DeviantArt, Human Rights Ltd on Twitter. Audio out of sync, I don't believe it. Now let me check this before we go to the next caller. And I see him there. We're going to get you on. You know who you are. On Twitter. No! BitJax on DeviantArt, Human Rights Ltd. No! Audio out of sync, I don't believe it. Okay. Before we go to the next call. Okay, hold on there for 2 seconds. I'm going to reset this thing. Hey! How long will you be streaming today? I have to get ready for work. Maybe for another hour or so. Okay, hold tight. Right? Okay, am I back live? Am I live? I think I am. Alright, here I am. How do you restart OBESE? That's right, I'm restarting OBS, the Obese video system. Okay, so, the Deviant Crustacean with $5, thank you very much. How long will you be streaming today? I have to get ready for work, but I'd like to call in before or after. It is 9:30 p.m. for me, so I will go for another hour. I'll see if I can go for another hour. I could go for longer. I won't go for shorter. Hopefully that answers your question. That's a long fucking time. Now that I've committed to that, I'm nervous. Okay, but I hope that suits you. All right, we're gonna go for the next caller, ladies and gentlemen. Give a warm round of applause for this guy. Hello.
Can you hear me all right?
Hello.
Hello. Hey, can you hear me? Okay.
I can. Who am I talking to now?
You can just call me Dizlen.
Okay.
I liked the way you tried to pronounce it, but not many people get that right. So.
What did I say again?
You said like Dizlen, or everyone gets it wrong. They always have a different way of saying it.
But not even that.
I just want to give a. Oh, sorry.
I actually couldn't read my own handwriting, which is unusual for me. So my N looked like a H. So now I've forgotten again. It's Dizlen.
Dizlen, yeah.
Dizlen,
fine,
okay.
However you want to call it. Yeah.
I'm trying to write that in a phonetic way, but it just is what it is. Dizlen.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
Is that your real name?
Yeah. Yeah, let's just say that's my real name.
Oh, right, because I was wondering if that's a name you made up, then I don't feel so bad for mispronouncing it. But if it's your real name,
it's not my real name, dude. It's just like a random alias I made when I was a kid.
Okay, well, you know what? My name is The Small Dude, but because I've written it down so close together, people call me The Small Dude. You know, and I say, hey, listen, man, that's not my real name.
Cool name.
So Dislin, what is grinding?
Yeah. So before I start, I just want to give a shout out to that Indian guy from before.
Oh, yeah?
The one that was last on. He seemed really cool.
Harjas, yeah.
Yeah, I feel your struggle, man, and I hope things work out for you. And for the last guy, I mean, hey, you said what you said, right? And I want to
Very diplomatic. Okay.
I want to thank you for the Tony Hawk video that you released, because it's kind of how I found your channel. So maybe I'm a bit of a noob to the channel, but I thought that you know, it was really good, really insightful. I really liked, like, I think it's around the 10-minute mark. Quagmire kind of comes in and he's spitting the facts, you know. I really liked that.
I mean, to be honest,
anyway,
I'm flattered and thank you very much. I finished that video, I think, a bit over a month ago, and I've basically erased everything that has happened in it. I checked it, like someone did a timestamp of like, you know, like 10 minutes, Quagmire spits facts or whatever, and I checked it and I literally didn't even remember. I was like, oh yeah, I remember saying that now, but if someone was to refer that or quote it to me, I was like, I wouldn't even remember that it was my own thing. I know I meant it at the time, so that's what's important, but it's funny when you put that much work into something that it's actually kind of a blur, but I'm glad you liked it. So what would you like to talk about today, Dislin?
Yeah, no, I just tuned in randomly, and I think I joined when the guy was talking about his struggle to find like someone, like he was talking about girls and meeting them in public, but it just made me think, oh, maybe I could like come on and talk about something. I'm really pissed at my job at the moment.
Oh,
so
what's your
3
job?
years ago, I work in the gaming industry, funnily enough.
Are you an employee of Iron Galaxy by any chance?
No, hell no, hell no. I don't actually want to say who I work with.
That's okay.
But
But can you give us a
just for
vague
my own
description of like what it is you do?
So you know mobile games? Maybe you'd be scrolling through like Facebook or Instagram.
Oh my
and
god,
you
you're the
might
guy who
get-
created Angry Birds. I know you.
Yeah, let's say that. But,
Mafia Wars?
there's
Did
a
you
lot
make
of, like,
Mafia Wars?
What game? Sorry.
Mafia Wars. No, that's an old reference, but it was like the original.
Oh no.
You know that?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You're into
let's say
Facebook
it's
games,
in the same
you know.
vein as that.
It's in the same vein. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that is similar to that. So, I'm basically bossed around by people that don't know anything about programming, like anything about game development, and I just feel like I'm so stressed about this fucking job, and I have a pretty shitty life situation because I moved abroad for this job. I'm actually from the UK as well.
Oh, so
And-
where do you? Well, if you don't have to say it, but where did you move to?
I moved to France.
Oh,
So,
that's an
land of
interesting
baguettes,
kind
you
of
know.
for video games to move to France. Usually it's the other way around that you'd be going to the UK from France.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of things with what I've done that I didn't expect. When I got into game development, it wasn't to ever make fucking shitty adverts, you know. I wanted to make fun games.
Yeah.
But I somehow ended up here because that's where the money was, you know.
And do you speak
Um,
French? Have you learned any since moving there?
Oh, I was gonna get onto that in a bit. Yeah, it's part of my story.
Oh,
I have a bit
you
of
know,
a struggle.
let me just say, I'm gonna let you finish your story now. But the reason I'm asking is because I moved to France when I was 19, and I had no skills or anything, so I just went to work in bars. And the summary of my experience was I had to leave because my French wasn't good enough. Okay, now you're gonna tell your story, but I'm just saying, as a little preface, I don't know what you're going to say, but when I worked in France, there was people talking about me in French to themselves, saying things about me, and essentially hating me because I was a white person who they thought was English, even though I'm Irish. But that's just my experience. Now, you're going to tell us about your experience. I'm sure it might be a little bit similar.
Well, I don't want to fully contradict what you're saying because I have had some bad experiences, but I'd say my experience has mostly been good. For the most part, the company speaks in English, which is a really big benefit for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I do actually have a French girlfriend as well.
Oh.
So I'm very lucky that she speaks English. But
Très bon. Très bon.
Yeah, très bon, très bon. But the problem is, right, so this is where the grinding the gears come. I feel like I've met this perfect, amazing girl. I love her so much. And I would love to spend my life with her, get married, have kids.
Whoa.
You and I think you said you're 28, right?
Yeah.
So I'm actually 28 as well.
Ooh. Okay,
so,
28 club
I don't
in here
know.
today.
I've been at this job for like almost 4 years now.
Okay.
And I just feel like I am going through so many stressful times at my job that I don't understand what I'm doing it for, though. Like, I feel like I don't have a purpose. Because when my parents would be doing something like this when they were growing up, you know, my dad would have a shitty job, but at least he would be able to come home and have like a wife or like, you know, have a purpose, like have a family.
Yeah.
But I just feel like I'm working for nothing, but I don't want to leave my partner because I really do love her. And I also don't want to work in shitty mobile games.
Okay, well,
So
first of all, why would you leave your partner?
So, all right, let me explain. In a year's time, my visa is going to have to be renewed.
Oh.
Now, I don't think
Oh
I
my!
can survive
I
at
can't
this job
believe
for
it. I
another year.
forgot that you're outside the EU. This is a
Yeah, it's
disaster.
great,
Okay.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my visa expires in a year, and I have this dilemma where I have to stay at this job and suffer. Like, it's actually hell. I hate it so much. And then I could possibly get it renewed if they like want to keep me on, which I think they might, but I don't know. I've been kind of quiet quitting, to be honest. It's really rough out here.
Okay, so so you're basically, because there's a lot of branches of questions that I could ask here, but just to kind of get it straight, you're in a foreign country, and you've met a girl who's from that country. She'd probably rather live there, and you have a job that you don't like, and your visa's going, so you're going to hit a fork in the road, which is like, do I go home, which is where I'd probably rather be?
You're
or
exactly
do I
right.
stay with her? She probably won't want to come with me, but I don't want to stay with the job. But then, what if I get a different job? How am I going to make enough money? This is a lot of major life decisions in one go. There's no...
Yeah.
Every decision has a consequence. Okay, so I get you.
Exactly. I feel really stuck. I don't want to... I mean, if I move back to the UK because of that visa situation, I would stay with her, but I feel like going long distance is really going to make the relationship suffer.
No,
So
you can't...
I feel
you can-
compelled.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but you can never do that.
No.
It won't work. Like, what's the ultimate goal? You're gonna have to go back to France, or she's gonna have to go to you. You know, it's just prolonging the inevitable.
Yeah, so I'm lucky because her English is really good. Like, she's really... You wouldn't be able to tell that she was French, to be
Whoa.
honest. And
Does she have a
said to
British
me that-
accent?
That's the only thing. Okay, so maybe you would be able to tell a bit. But she's told me that she would love to come and work in the UK, but then she's got some stuff going on. I don't want to really talk about it on the air, but
Yeah.
she's got some stuff going on that she can't, like, we can't do that right now, basically.
Okay.
So, yeah, just I feel trapped. Like, I don't want to work this shitty job, but I don't want to quit because then it means giving up everything else in my life.
Well, I
But
think
then I have this, like, yeah.
ultimately, there's no easy answer, but there is answers. So, like, one thing informs the other. That, like, there's the job and the woman. And to be honest, you know, the woman's for life. Like, I mean, you said something that no one else has said on this show in the 6 episodes or whatever I've done. You said, like, you found someone, you love them, you want to be with them. That's, like, one of the most important things in the world. It probably is the most important thing. I don't know why I'm putting it in, like, a top 3. It's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So there's that, okay, because if you lose that, and if that goes away, that's going to be bad. So you want to keep that. So then there's the job, but you don't want to keep the job. So there's not really any question. Like, you would keep it for money, but it doesn't make you happy. And if you really want to maximize how much you're getting out of this life, it's like, what makes me happy? Having a job I like, having the woman I like, and being in the place that I like. It could be a situation of like 2 out of 3, but you got to make sure it's not a situation of 0 out of 3. That's like, avoid that at all costs.
Yeah. I get your point, and I'm reading some of the chats as well. Like, I do agree with you guys, but there's only one thing that's making me doubt myself on this, which is that she said to me that she never wants to get married, she never wants to have kids. And this is like a huge thing for me. Like, I thought when I was younger, yeah, I don't really care about those kind of things, but as I'm getting older, you know, it's just one of those things that's kind of come around for me. So I just feel, I don't know, a lot of people say you need to rip a band-aid off in this case, but like I can't do that, you know, to someone I love. So
Yeah. Wait, what's the rip a band-aid in this? Like ripping the woman?
oh, I read about people in a similar situation. They said, yeah, like you just need to like, you're not going to be able to change your mind, and the worst thing you can do is force someone into those situations. So I don't want to.
Someone who's just like, leave now. Someone's like just telling you straight up, like,
I know. Yeah, I see the
listen,
chat.
man, I met you 5 minutes ago. You gotta leave her. Like, I know. But one thing you're saying there is like,
Yeah.
you're saying like, you know, I wouldn't want to do that to her. But let's just get something out in the open here, that if the person you're with, you know, the potential mother, if she's saying that she doesn't want to have kids and she doesn't want to get married, that's a huge thing for her to say to you, you know, because like, I think men tend to kind of say like, well, if she doesn't want to do that, you know, she's the one who has to have the kid, and we kind of give a bit of concession. But that's a huge thing for someone to say to you, you know, like that's something made known sooner, you know. I know that it doesn't work out that way. That's not really the type of thing you talk about in a first date, but don't underestimate how big of a decision that is for her to say to you. Have you thought about that?
Yes, absolutely. And I want to say, like, we have been extremely open about the entire situation. Like, we both know where we stand on it, and we're kind of at a point where we both really love each other and we don't want to leave each other, but we understand that we're kind of opposites on this. So I don't know. I do see some of the chat saying like it's a bit of a lost cause and to rip the band-aid off. I totally get why, and I should like pursue my dreams. I should quit this shitty job and do indie game stuff. I'm trying to do that in the evenings because it's not the only thing kind of keeping me sane outside of work, but obviously apart from my girlfriend. But
I'm kind of laughing because
I'm just in a bit of a shitty situation, you know.
It is, and there's no. Let me just say that nothing I say or nothing anyone in the chat says is gonna be like, you're not gonna read or see anything or hear anything that is like, oh yeah, that's the answer. It's gonna be something that's complicated, and it's whatever the answer is. It's gonna be, there's gonna be one tough thing, and you know, it could be anything. It could be like, you know what? Maybe I don't have kids and maybe I don't get married and I have other stuff. I think generally you kind of want to have 2 out of 3 though. I think if you want to have kids and like you can't, let's just say that's a definite no, and you live in a country that you don't want to be in, and you have a job that you don't like, that's a recipe for a couple of Xanax and a bathtub trip, you know?
You're right.
No one comes out of that happy. But if you're in the country you like and you have a job you like and your girlfriend doesn't want to have kids, that's not too bad. You can live with that. You know, that's up to you.
Yeah,
But
you're totally right. I mean, my social life kind of suffered a bit since moving here as well. My French really isn't the best, so finding like people outside of work to hang with's been pretty difficult, to be honest.
yeah, and the
you
French
know,
are very closed circle too.
A little bit, yes. Moving on to like something else, but like I see what's going on in the UK with all the politics at the moment. I'm sure you keep up to date with that as well. But I
Not
almost
really,
feel
but
like I
let's-
need
let's
to come
pretend
back.
I do.
Yeah, but I have this like feeling that like I should be there for my country almost. I know that sounds kind of stupid, but like I do want to be back in the UK at some point and kind of come back, but I just have a lot riding on my shoulders right now, so
Yeah, well, here we'll leave this at a closing thought. Someone in the chat said we shouldn't really be reading the chat, to be honest, but I'm actually fortunate that I do like the people in the chat. I do think they have good things to say. And Guckerson says it's not stupid, and I agree with him that it's not stupid for you to want to be in your country when there's like genuine, for lack of a better word, genuine discord going on. And like, you know, there's a similar situation in Ireland, and I do feel I've had conversations with friends about this. They are like they want to move to America, and they're like, would you move to America if you had the chance? And I was like, you know what? I kind of feel like Ireland needs to have Irish people in it, you know? Like, I'm not even going to do anything, but I just, there's a green flame inside me that makes me want to, like, just kind of be here and, like, I don't know.
I totally, yeah.
It's just
I
like
totally get what you mean, man.
It's literally like an emotional, illogical thing, but I feel a little bit like
it's your homeland, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like I love my country. It's so stupid. I mean, if you obviously in a black and white way, it's stupid. But yeah, this is where people like me are from. So, you know.
Yeah, and we love people like you, and we don't want to lose that awesome side of the world that we have.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what I've got to kind of do. I've got to make my own journey at some point, but I'm kind of stuck, and I need to do something about it. So
yeah, man. Yeah. And you do need to do
I'm
something.
a bit lost for words for it, sorry. It's just it's hard to like express my feelings on that.
You've said all the words that you're capable of saying. There are no more words that you can say to like expand upon it. But I think essentially you do have to make a decision about something, and I think the decision you make about one thing will change the other two things. But I think ultimately, don't forget that your life is important to you, you know, like you're the number one guy for you. You're going to have to live in your head for the rest of your life.
Exactly.
So make sure that you don't like shoot yourself in the foot just so other people are happy, but also make sure that you don't throw away, you know, something just casually, you know, like you take your life seriously. Listen, whatever you do, you're going to take your life seriously enough to do the right thing. But honestly, the time is now, and it sounds like you're in a position where like decisions got to be made, but just don't forget to look after yourself, you know. Don't forget to make sure that you are okay.
I really appreciate the kind words, small dude, and the kind chatters as well for the encouragement and support.
And here, listen, they're not just kind to everybody, you know. If you say the wrong thing, they fucking let you know. Yeah. So you're a good guy, man, and I hope the best for you. And I hope to get an update from you in future.
Oh, I'd love to chat again in the future. I really enjoyed my time on. Thank you for that.
Yeah, man. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Au revoir.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. That's it.
All right, man. Take care.
Thanks, guys. See you.
There we go. Au français. Call from France. Okay, internet's working. The internet seems to stop working when things are getting insane, and as a beverage of sorts says, actual sane caller. That's like the most sane guy ever. Isn't it crazy that like as deranged, quote unquote, deranged as my channel is, it attracts very sane people often. Okay, so here, listen, everybody, listen to me now for 1 second. Hello? Can you hear me? Listen to me for 1 second. I know, I'm just asking you for 1 second to listen to me, okay? It's not a long time. Here's the deal, right? We have got one more verified caller coming up. It's Jonathan. If you want to get on, I'm prioritizing super chats. Guess why? Because of money, okay? The Jew dude, okay, looking for his shekels. Otherwise, it goes back to randomization, and who knows what happens in that case, okay? That's just leaving it up to the gods. But anyway, what else do I have to say? I don't know. That's about it. I felt like I had to be a salesman there for a second. It takes every ounce of energy for me to be a salesman. All right, let's just get that next guy on. Oh, here's one question. Small dude, where did you get that Peter Griffin gif? Are you talking about the walking Peter Griffin? This one? Oh. That gif, I think I looked up Peter Griffin walking. I think that's what happened. Oh, and the Deviant... Hey! Spazador's Agricultural Supply with the $2. Thank you very much. He says, test cycles. Now, this is some cycling fan. This is some guy who is on the cycle path. This is a psychopath talking about testicles. I mean, psychopath talking about test cycles. The Deviant Crustacean says, small dude, do I count? Hey! Whoa! Deviant Crustacean, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe I missed something there. As a half Irishman, I agree, he says. Oh, a half Irishman. Hey, bruh, with the $10 says, here's my money, Sasuke 760. There you go, man. See, listen, I felt a little bit bad being a salesman there, but then Sasuke got what he bargained for. Okay, listen, Jonathan, you're on after this guy because, you know, that's how it goes, okay? Just sit tight. Where is he? Oh, yeah, here he is. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait, the Deviant Crustacean donated earlier. Is that right? Are you in the chat? Jonathan says, I'm tired, boss. Okay, hold on. Sasuke, sit there. We've got Jonathan and the Deviant Crustacean. All right? I'm learning how to manage this myself. Get Deviant Crustacean on, somebody says. I don't see them in the chat. What's your name? But we've got a lineup here, okay? Now. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Who am I talking to now? Tell the people your name.
Can you hear me? My name's Jonathan.
I can hear you, Jonathan. We've got another Brit here in the land of his home.
Before we do all the meme stupid shit, the guy before me, this is more serious now. So
Okay.
I've had cancer and stuff. So if you want to, the thing that's going to have an impact on your life is going to be go and get a blood test and check all of just get a general blood test and look at all the stuff. And you'll know, because that job will be killing you inside, physically and also like chemically. So if you don't
Jonathan.
have that, you won't have a girlfriend, you won't have anything. So just do that,
Jonathan.
and that'll be the first thing you do.
Jonathan, the man hates his job. His girlfriend doesn't want to have kids. He wants to go home, and you're telling him, hold on, have you checked if you have cancer?
No. I said I've had cancer.
Listen,
I've had it. So I've done all the CT scans, the blood tests, also. But I'm saying just general health. If you get a blood test, you can find out all this stuff. You find out a lot of stuff about your not cancer, but yeah, just that's what I'm saying.
Jonathan, there's so many things that I want to say right now. One, I actually don't even know how to
Go on.
list them because I feel like there's about 5. One, first
Yeah.
and foremost, I mean, I know you've said this before, but just fair fucking play to you, man, for like fighting through it. I don't know what it's like, but like, it's tough and it's a mental battle.
It's just genetics. It's just genetics. If you get the wrong genetics, you can. I mean, it was testicular cancer. So you get it, and then that's it. You don't really have a choice. So it's just you go through it.
And I mean,
It is
just
what it is.
I don't want to scare people now because I feel like people watching are going to be like, "Fuck, I need to go out and get a blood test tomorrow. I have cancer." Don't be too worried about it. Make
No,
sure
no,
there's
no, no. If you're-
urgency, but don't.
If your situation is really stressful, like your cortisol levels are through the roof, you're really bad all the time, then go and get one just to see what's going on. It can help things, maybe not, but just have a look. Yeah.
Okay, John, you're right, and you know what? I don't know. I'm sorry that you went through that, and yes, people. Well, how are you now? Are you okay?
Well, now because it changed my pronouns. So when I got the cancer, my pronouns became she/it. So now
Oh.
the she.
Oh no! So you're shit, and that was your reaction when you got the blood test. Oh shit!
Yeah.
They're like,
Yeah,
"What's your
that was
pronoun?"
it.
Oh
So, yeah.
shit! I just got my fucking blood test back, man. I got black blood cells. Shit.
The only way to deal with the depression shit is, or for me, the cope is like dogs, animals, and like humor stuff.
Yeah, man. And you
That's
know,
like the-
it's a sobering thing. It makes you realize what's actually important, which is actually not much, you know, like there's like 3 things that are important, which is like your loved one, your dog, and third thing that I haven't thought of yet. But anyway,
I'm not
Jonathan.
trolling. This is me. He's like the deviant crustacean. This is how I am.
Yeah.
Small dude, are you ready? Are you ready for the weekly poem? Should we get it going?
Yes, I love this. Okay, let me just set up some music here.
Oh, hello.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear a. You do have a poem, right? You have a new poem set up.
Yeah, we got a new one today.
Okay,
Fresh one.
new
The
poem
archives.
from Jonathan. Jonathan the artist. Who listen? It's gonna be listen. Just listen.
I'm
Okay.
listening.
People are saying yes, yes, yes. Here it goes, ladies and gents. I'd like to introduce you John's words. You go.
You want me to go?
Yeah, you go.
Tony Hawk may be flying high, but Iron Galaxy without BlackRock should be bankrupt. Then with a goodbye. Whenever the Indians donate rupees and try to redeem, Ganondorf denies them of all their lucid dreams. If the small dude gets enough money, he can say ta-ta and probably buy a nice caravan for his ma. Problem is people keep noticing. Probably means MI5 gonna knock on your door and give you a good spit roasting.
MI5.
When the copes fade and you may pull the trigger, Alex is a stupendously lovely chap who should all sit down and have a chat with.
Phone. Whoa! Poetry overload. Poetry overload there. Jonathan, that was the most British poem I've ever heard in my life. Ta-ta. He might say ta-ta and buy a caravan for his ma. The MI5 are tapping into my communications. I feel like I'm in James Bond right now.
Okay, if anyone's from the UK or Ireland, you'll get this. Okay, you ready? Knock knock.
Who's there?
Big-ish.
Big issue. You
Oh,
got
God.
me. You got me.
He's had a big issue again. God damn it.
Okay, you know what? So I don't even know if that's a British or Irish thing. They probably haven't sold that fucking magazine in about 10 years. But Big Issue, this is crazy. Do they still sell Big Issue?
Yeah, they do. In London, they do. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen that in so long. Big Issue is this magazine that homeless people used to sell, and it's just an absurd concept that, like, you'd be walking down the road in the city centre and there'd be like a Romanian woman with a baby and she'd be selling a magazine called The Big Issue, and for some fucking reason these homeless people are the only people who have this magazine. You've never seen it in a shop, you've never heard of it anywhere. They just, it's like, what is going on? I mean, look, I bet I could dig into that and find a conspiracy, but maybe I won't. What? Any thoughts on Big Issue?
Also, I was just doing a quote from Austin Powers. If you have an issue, here's a tissue.
Okay, Jonathan, tell us what's going on in your life today.
Oh shit! Oh, I forgot it was the Gears shit. Oh fuck's sake.
Well, you don't have to. I mean, we can. That you would be ending on
Oh,
a
but-
high with that poem.
I thought we were just like shooting the shit. Yeah, I mean, look, the gear stuff is everything. So it just everyone in chat is pretty much depressed. People are not that happy with what's going on, and it's quite out there. So that's why I just did the meme stuff. It just a bit alleviate it a little bit.
Here, listen. You know what? You say that. Someone in the chat says, "I'm not depressed. I'm angry."
Angry, or it's all the same sort of emotions. Yeah,
People have said that, and it is true. You know, people do have problems. They're not happy with what's going on. But at the same time, we do also have an almost equal amount of callers who are like, you know, like saying that they're actually pretty good and that they don't have anything to complain about. The Deviant Crustacean says, "All right, guys, I'm getting in the car and setting up to pick up my food, but I'll be on if he has me." Okay, I'm going to get on to you now in a minute, Deviant Crustacean. I hope you're ready. This guy's getting ready for work. He's going to call in. This is exciting stuff. Sorry, Jonathan, I
The-
interrupted you.
The thing is, the thing I don't like about the gas line, so I'm not going to say that everybody's going to be depressed because that's not true. But the problem is when you get the people who are in a better position, they tend to say to other people that my position's good, so everybody else's position must be good. It's sort of this, if you have an abundance of something,
Yeah.
because I work in property. So in property, rich people, they have the money, they have the resources, they tell you, oh, just go and do this. And it's like, that's not how it works. I'm not on the same level. I can't go on a random holiday. I can't
Yeah.
do this random stuff. It's gaslighting. So that's the thing that I don't agree with. And obviously in my situation, I tend to just go spend time with animals, and that's my sort of getaway thing. But I don't agree with that. But a lot of people push that on it. It's the same thing as me saying, "Oh, I've had cancer, so everybody else has had cancer."
Yeah, I mean, I
think
it's right.
What's your take on bin weevils?
Jesus Christ, man, you're taking me back to my childhood. Bin weevils. Sorry, you just blew my mind.
Wait. Go on my profile on my YouTube and go to posts and look at the second post.
Oh my God, man, you're saying like so many things here. I have to respond to the thing you said first because I have something intelligent to say, and that doesn't happen too often. I need to make sure it gets heard when the thought comes. But you were saying that what's your YouTube channel called again?
Jonathan Shadow. It's the same as my name, Jonathan Shadow. Yeah.
Shadow.
You literally go on the text. Look, I'll type in weevils.
Oh no, I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
But you were saying, I have to get this thought out.
Weevils unite.
There's an old Japanese proverb which is when you laugh, the world laughs with you. When you weep alone. And that is essentially what you're saying is that like when you're happy, you think everyone's happy. When you cry, you feel like the only person who feels that way. And that is life. And, try to remember, just try to be the happy person, I guess, if you're that way inclined. Let's see. What's this post that you're talking about here?
Go on. If you scroll down, it's after the Transformers post. You see, I've got an actual bin weevil at the park that I go to.
Wait, this Transformers Devastation thing?
No, the one after it, the next one. Do you see it says bin weevils completed it, mate?
God. Oh, listen.
No, scroll down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're a bit delayed. I do have it though.
Oh, sorry, I'm delayed. Yeah.
Listen, man. No one knows what you're talking about right now. I need to refresh my memory. Bin weevils is as archaic a reference from the UK and Ireland as the big issue. This was the biggest thing ever, man. I cannot express to people how everyone knew about. I don't even know what this is. What is it? It's a website. It's like Club Penguin for disgusting insects, isn't it?
Oh, Club Penguin, yeah.
It's Club Penguin for insects. So somebody was like, they saw a Club Penguin and they were like, yeah, let's do the British version, which is just obviously bleak and grey.
Oh God, this is so good.
Okay, Jonathan, thanks for coming on and sharing the many wonderful things in your mind. Also, the dark stuff, bright and dark contrast in Jonathan's life. He's still there?
Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you were cutting it off. You got cut off there.
All right, Jonathan, thank you for coming on. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, cool, man. Same to you. Do not redeem, sir.
Ta-ta, Jonathan.
Ta-ta.
There we go. What a fucking pleasant guy, huh? Okay, so crustacean time. What was his name? The Deviant Crustacean. My phone is ready. Okay, he says his phone is ready. I have to make sure that I get the right guy now. Do I know what your username is? I think you might want to tell me one more time. And then after that is Sasuke. What do I do? He says. Undeafen? What's your username, Deviant Crustacean? We're getting there. We're so close, folks. We are so close to talking to this person who's getting ready for work. I'm excited to know what someone who's in a rush is going to sound like on the phone. I don't know about you. That's my little sick fantasy. And I guess I'm 30 seconds behind, so I need to... Oh, here he is. Okay, he has joined. Okay, Ladies and gentlemen, let me just dial this in real quick. We will be having him on the phone as soon as he picks up. This is a busy guy here, ladies and gents, okay? Deviant Crustacean on the way to work. What could he say? Hello?
Hello?
Hello!
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, what will I call you?
You can just call me Deviant Crustacean, it doesn't matter.
It's a bit of a mouthful, so I'll call you Dev.
Would Deviant be too much?
I'll call listen, you've got a preference. You're a guy who knows his own name. Deviant. I've
got a...
You know, Dev just wasn't right. I don't know what I was thinking there. I was winging it.
Yeah, Dev, when I hear Dev, I always think of short fat otaku for some reason.
Yeah, man, it's not something you want to hear when someone's referring to you, you know. I wouldn't like to be Dev. So it's Deviant, right? What is going on, Deviant?
Yeah, it's just Deviant. Not much. I'm just on my way to work, picking up some tacos beforehand, so it's going to be kind of interesting.
You're picking up.
You might hear me.
You're
Say
having
again?
tacos for lunch?
Yeah, I'm having tacos for lunch. I work in security, so I'm going to be at work for the next 12 hours.
Oh.
So before work, I usually just pick up a big fat meal and eat all I'll need to in one sitting so that I can just focus on doing absolutely nothing.
And so, are you just looking at CCTV cameras and looking out for crime?
Mostly I just check in, do a little bit of patrolling. You know, sometimes I'll walk and see if anything's on fire. But most of the time, I sit and watch YouTube all day.
Yeah, we get a lot of people here calling in who say, I have a job where mostly I just sit and watch YouTube all day, which I guess it's like your job is helping my job, so I mean, I'm thankful for that. But I just don't understand how you're not losing your mind.
How I'm not losing my mind. I am to a certain extent. I mean, sitting and doing nothing appreciable for like 12 hours is definitely killer on my sense of mortality. But you know, I've also worked a lot of break my back labor jobs for the last few years, so I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, to be honest, you know, I suffer from a thing where my idea of like, you know, success in life is like creative success and making the best thing that I can make, and it's very hard for me to understand what almost everyone else in life wants, which is like just a steady job, reliable income. And whenever I've had a job where I get reliable money, I'm just stressed to oblivion because I'm not making creative stuff. But I genuinely envy being able to just sit down and be like, yep, this is my job, I'm making money and I'm doing the right thing. Unfortunately, I'm so far from that reality. Do you have responsibilities? Do you have someone to take care of? Do you have a loved one, kids?
I have 2 cats.
Okay, so you've got purpose in
family
life.
black sheep. So, oh, sorry.
No, go on.
Over you. Oh, I was just gonna say I have 2 cats. I'm kind of the family black sheep, so I don't really see a lot of my family. But as for the job thing, at this point, my vision of success is just not being stressed all the time, not having to break my knees, my shins, not having to work my dick off for bullshit pay.
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you think of? I mean, a lot of people's problem is that they feel like people have said it today, that they're kind of not contributing something to the world, that they're like, I want to make an impact on the world. I want purpose, and I feel like job doesn't matter. Like, how do you feel about that?
I kind of feel that way a little bit. I definitely look at things in the U.S. and feel like I'm not able to do enough to like secure the America's future. But at the same point, at this rate, I'm just happy to be alive. I'm happy to have my own place, own my car, not owe anybody a lot of money, not be beholden to a bunch of bullshit rules that I'm just going to break anyway. I'm happy to just get toasted all day and watch my favorite YouTubers and learn something about topics I wouldn't have any other reason why to watch other than, oh, I'm bored, let me just do this.
You know, there's a kind of funny duality because there's a lot of people on the internet, and I probably fall into this category a bit more than I would care to admit, but a lot of people who talk about optimizing their time and, you know, just making sure that they're doing something every hour of the day and that they're doing important, big brain stuff. Oh, hey, Phoenix Martin with the $20, thank you. Hold on, sorry, one sec, Deviant.
You're good.
Phoenix Martin says, I hope this helps a bit. Your content reminds me of the old YouTube, authentic in every sense of the word. I'm in your Discord, but I don't want priority over anyone else. I'm just waiting. Thank you for making me laugh. Hey, Phoenix! Thank you. Tell me what your username is, and we'll get you on in the stage on the Discord. But thank you very much. I appreciate that, man. And yes, you know, somebody said that it was hypocritical of me to say that, like, my channel is kind of the spirit of the old YouTube because they said my videos are too good and that it couldn't be the old YouTube because the editing is too good. But it's about the spirit, you know, about like a bit of comedy, bit of jokes, and authenticity. So I'm very glad you spot that, Phoenix. Thank you very much. Now, Deviant, people on the internet are very about optimizing their time. And I think this is a very unemployed kind of thing, and I'm talking about myself here, that you kind of don't have enough to do, and the mountain to climb to buy a house is so big that you feel like every second of your life has to be spent making money. But you're here just kind of, you sound very chill. You sound like you're just kind of happy, like you're just like, yeah,
I'm just
go to my
a
job.
chill guy.
Yeah.
No, happy is not what I would call myself.
Oh,
I think I'm just content. Happy and content to me are two different things. I do want to touch on that guy's super chat real quick. Him saying that your channel embodies the old spirit of YouTube is exactly what drew me to your channel. I actually kind of have a bit of a funny story as to how I found your channel.
Okay.
Because if I hadn't gotten banned from another YouTuber's stream, I probably would not have found your channel.
Whoa, hold on now. We're talking to the chillest guy in security, the taco eating security man. I'm thinking this guy's so relaxed and just having a good old time. You're banned from a streamer's stream? How?
Oh, I was. Somehow I got unbanned. That's neither here nor there. But I did think that it was kind of funny that if I wasn't watching restreams of that guy's streams because I was banned from his, I probably wouldn't have found your channel at all. And honestly, I'm kind of grateful that I did because it's so wholesome. It has that old bite that old YouTube videos used to have. I'm not having sponsorships shoved down my throat. There's just a lot of creativity and humor in the editing, and it's all true. I love every bit of it.
Thank you, man. And to be honest, I almost feel like I can't take credit for it because, in my opinion, I've watched YouTube for many years, and I go on and I just don't see stuff that I feel like relates to me. Like, I'm looking at videos and I'm like, that's not how I would do it, you know? And like, you know, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with sponsorships. Like, I think if someone wanted to sponsor me and whatever, I would think about it, but I'd have to do it in a legitimate way. But it's not the sponsorship that's the problem. It's the fact that you're watching something that you know is just fucking slop, you know? It's like lazy, low effort stuff, and it's filled with ads. So to have something that's like actually someone's true thoughts and it's done in their own like authentic comedic style and all that, I do understand why people are like, yeah, that's real fresh, because I'm like, I know, I never see that. It's like I'm almost inspired to make videos just because I'm like, man, I just could get on there and be the only person doing it this way. But you know, I do kind of feel like the tides are turning. Like I feel like I feel like there's more to look forward to in future, that people will want more of this type of thing. And if people see it, like if people see me do it, I think they're gonna want to do it themselves. Like, hey, if the small dude can make his video, I can make my video. Do you see the tides changing in your browsing while you're at work? Do you see kind of more authentic stuff, or do you still see
Honestly-
the shitting of everything?
Honestly, it seems like it's all just algorithm-driven bullshit. Everybody's chasing the bag. Everybody wants to sound like what are those guys who do a video essay? Everybody wants to sound as generic as possible, as family or not advertiser friendly as possible, and I can't get on board with it. It's all meaningless drivel, and nobody's putting themselves in their video. And the few people that do, I adore them. I adore them.
Yeah, I am very inspired myself. I actually, over the years, a couple of times I've found people and I'm like, yeah, like this is a very authentic person. And inevitably, the kind of like not corporatization, but the commercialization of YouTube in general usually gets them. And that's something I kind of worry about for myself. I'm like, I don't feel like I would ever sell out or do kind of like, commercialize my channel. It just isn't the way I am. But everyone who I've ever liked on YouTube seems to inevitably go that way. And I kind of wonder, is that in the person? Is that the person who does that? Or is that like something that consumes you that you're almost powerless to?
I hate to sound like a communist. I think it's the money.
Yeah, I think
every
it is the
time
money.
money gets involved, they all just sell out. They all get rid of. They sand down their scratchy edges. They all make sure that they're advertiser friendly. They all make sure that they don't say anything too spicy. They even sanitize their language. You can't even say certain words if you want to make money on YouTube. And it's just, I've been using YouTube since 2007, 2006. I'm kind of an old guy. I'm 30. So when I see everybody cleaning up their entire persona like this, it's disheartening. It's like, oh, you have to be generic in order to get ahead. The biggest YouTubers on the platform are all people who are never offensive. They never say anything too controversial. They never get themselves involved in anything. And if they do, they definitely don't like put themselves into it unless it's like a big personal blowout.
Yeah, well, I absolutely agree. And I think for myself, the way I've been thinking about my own channel is I've always kind of wanted to keep things small, which is something you can't control. Like, I mean, I can't tell people not to subscribe to the channel. And like, obviously you need more people to watch so I can continue to make money. I obviously have to make sure that like I can make money to survive, but I'm so principled to a fault that I think I'm afraid that I'll mess it up by being myself if I get bigger. And what I mean by that is I'm so authentically myself now, and I have no fear of losing my channel, because like I'm so close to zero. I'm closer to zero than I am 100,000. Someone in the chat there said once they get 100,000 subscribers, they never feel the same, and it's because of money. And I think it is that thing of like adjusting to your new standard of like, success. And so I've always kind of wanted to just make sure I don't get too successful so that I never have to cross that bridge,
Yeah, just don't get too big, but don't stay too small.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a sweet spot where you can make a living and you can be happy and like continue to get new fans and stuff, but you're not like the fucking biggest guy. I think there's probably loads of people out there who are like just that mid-level, like floating along, getting to do what they want. That sounds nice to me. That's like a normal job almost.
I know the feeling. Give me like 2 seconds. I have to pick up my food, but I would love to continue this conversation.
I gotta move on to the next guy because we're running out of time. But we'll talk to you again, Deviant.
Okay.
it was great to talk to you, but it's getting late and I have to wrap this up soon.
That's understandable. I can tell you the story later.
Yeah, man, we'll talk to you again. Like, join the Discord again and we'll talk.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
All right, cool. Thanks, man.
Yep.
I heard the taco lady in the background. All right. We've got Sasuke coming up next, and we've got what was this guy's name again? Phoenix Martin. But if you're still in the chat, Phoenix Martin, tell me what. I think I probably know who you are, based on that Discord from what I can see. So let's give this. It's 10:30 at night for me. So I'm getting tired. Okay. You know what people are saying? 10:30. 10:30. That's not late. What time do you go to bed at? I do go to bed at 11 p.m. usually, and I wake up at 8 a.m. And man, it's been a long 2 months. It's been a long 2 months. The Deviant Crustacean says, I did not get to tell my story. Oh shit. Yeah, we just kind of ended up talking. Listen. And yes, I spoke brown. I get double meat when I do. Listen, Deviant, that won't be the last time we cross paths. Jonathan, oh yeah, Jonathan Shadow. Thank you for reminding me. Jonathan says, another poem for next week? Yay or nay? Ta-ta! And go help animals. Definitely another poem, Jonathan. Always another poem. I like the poems. The small dude, have you ever had someone be shameless enough to call in while taking an evacuation level shit while on the call? Not yet. No evacuation level shits just yet. But inevitably it will happen. Maybe in 2 or 3 more episodes. Phoenix says, if you need to postpone, we can do it next time. No way, man. Make hay while the sun shines. Alright, we got Sasuke coming on next. Let's dial him up and see what he has to say.
Hello, sir.
Hello! And
How
what am I
are
going to
ya?
call you, sir?
Oh, you can call me Cameron. That's my name.
Cameron. What a good name. What a good, strong name.
I appreciate it.
And what is grinding your gears today, Cameron?
You know, as I've been listening today, my gear grinding is that I feel like we are deviating from our norms, and people are very upset because we have strayed from what is typically right. We have norms and values, and people are accepting new culture, and that's a lot of what is making them upset. The fella in France who has a gal who doesn't want to get married and doesn't want to have children, you know, that's a big weight on him. The problems that are going on in Britain and in Europe in general with like rape gangs, multiculturalism run amok. I'm not saying that multiculturalism is a vice, but obviously the pendulum is swinging too far. And I just feel like we are accepting these new values too much to our own demise.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always torn because, as you may know, things that go on in my mind are a little bit unreliable, and sometimes I go on a train of thought, and I'm so like down this path, and then like I kind of leave it for a while, then I look back at it a few weeks later, I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking? Like, I get real into like the world is this way, and like this is gonna happen and this is gonna happen, and then sometimes I'm like, all right, I got a bit carried away. But you know, I can't dismiss the actual like real things that are going on now. Sometimes I want to think like, all right, maybe I'm just like looking into it too much. Maybe I'm just being a bit alarmist. But then it just, time goes on and it gets worse, and it's like genuinely real. And you know how you know it's real is that normal people know, like totally like standard average people who aren't addicted to the internet, they are telling you that like, hey, there might be too many immigrants coming into this country. And it's like, whoa, I thought I just thought that because I'm on the internet too much, but this is like someone heard that at work. You know, that's That's scary that it's too real like that.
Yeah, no, I entirely agree that people are seeing it, and for some people, it's for the first time that the kind of cultural shift in our society is going too far, and it's one of those things. And how do you put on the brakes?
Well, yeah, no, that's the real tough thing, because there's a huge burden on the average citizen, like you and me, to try and think, what can we do to make the world better? Like, it shouldn't be our place to be sitting here on fucking Discord on YouTube talking about like, hey guys, we got to figure out how to stop this massive problem that's far beyond us. But it does feel like we need to do something, like just average people. That's where I kind of wonder, like, how much are we taking this upon ourselves because we're aware of it, and how much do we actually need to do something? And what can we do? Like, is there anything we can do? Because I feel a bit powerless.
Oh man, you shouldn't. The beautiful story here I have to tell you today is that you're doing it right already. Being open and just speaking about the problems, I think, is a large step forward. But people, that's what I would like to engender in people, is that they can be honest about what's happening in the world. Like the one that rings in my mind, just because girl problems are a big one. And I didn't hear a handful of conversations ago, there was someone, I guess, another person who had girl problems. But being able to be open in your relationship and say that, hey, these deep cultural values are important to me, and this new secular idea of not getting married upsets me. How can you not say that to your gal?
I totally get it, because like when I was 21, like I specifically remember being 21, and I know that guy Colin was 28. It's not like an age issue, but it doesn't really matter about age. When I was 21, my self-esteem was so low, and I had no idea. And when I look back on it then, I let people like get away with too much, and I just had this real like overbearing feeling of like, I got to make sure everyone around me is happy, and I got to make sure that like I sacrifice myself for people. And then just thankfully over the years, I've kind of had these like very helpful thoughts or like ideas that have come to me that have like built up that self-esteem. And now I'm at a point where like I can say to you, like, yeah, if my girl was saying, hey, I don't want to get married and have kids, my immediate thought would be like kind of thinking, okay, like you said, okay, this is a big thing for me. Now I have to decide. But I also totally get it if you're in a point in life and you just want your bit of security, and you want to believe that like everything's going to be okay. Now, I'm not saying everything won't be okay for that guy, but it's sometimes we underestimate how powerful those feelings are, that like, man, I know something's wrong, but I just want to feel like everything's okay. And that's how a lot of people feel with like the world events going on. Like, they know that maybe there's too much immigration, but they're like, man, I can't afford a house, my job sucks, I don't have a girlfriend, I'm addicted to social media. There's no problem with immigration, okay? There's no problem. And what do you tell those people?
What do I tell those people?
Well, you don't have to have the answer to that.
No, to love your family, to take care of the people in your life that are close to you. And if you don't have anyone close, then, be a part of your community. We were all born in one. We all grew up in one. I think these are the kind of close social values that we miss, especially in the internet age, is that we get so connected with people online that we forget that we have a next door neighbor that we could go talk to them about our problems and see how they're doing.
Yeah, that is true. And I know a lot of people are kind of, black-pilled about that. They're like, everybody's stupid, like, my neighbor's an idiot. My neighbor doesn't know what's really going on. But like, you don't have to know what's going on 4chan to have valid opinions about the world. Like, my granddad is 89, and in so many ways he's a fucking idiot. Like, he doesn't know how to work his television, you know, like simple things that I'm like, holy shit, man, how do you survive? But just by virtue of living, he says some stuff that is like, damn, man, you're so right. Like, you know, with health issues or whatever, he's an old man. He's been through it. He's been through every health issue. If you are worried about your own health, like, talk to my granddad and he'll make you feel like, okay, I'm not as fucked up as I thought. So, like, the point being that, like, there are people around, and I think if you push away people just because they're not, like, based and red-pilled, then you end up alone, and that's worse. It's much better to just have, like, anyone in your life, well, that's good people, than to isolate yourself and just say, you know what, the world's fucked. I'm going to stay here alone and not go outside and not have a wife, not have children. But I think it is a lot easier said than done. Like, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. Everything in life is good. You know, I could be better, but I could certainly be worse. I'm not starving, and you know, the sun's out and everything's a-okay. And if people have a trouble getting a good sense of community, I'd like to say that, you know, everywhere in the world there are churches where you will be welcomed with open arms. Even if you aren't religious, there's a great social aspect to that, which we, again, have lost through the secularization of our society. You know, churches are just a small aspect of your local community.
You know what's funny is that I'm from a very Catholic country, and so the kind of general idea of, like, Catholicism reminds me of school, and I think a lot of people, at least here, feel like that, is that, like, religion is like a subject. It's like a academic subject in school, and I never thought about, like, you know, like, actually taking religion seriously. But in the past, I'm not a Catholic. I'm definitely not a practicing Catholic or anything. But in the past, like, year or two, I have completely understood the value of getting, like, faith and hope from, like, a kind, like, a leader, you know, like Jesus or God. And I personally amn't, like, a member of the church, but I absolutely agree with all of the things, you know, the core tenets of what they're teaching. And I wish I was less cynical so that I could actually just embrace it more. Maybe I will later in life. But really, it's a community of people who are telling you, like, everything's going to be okay. Jesus has got it. We're all here. We're all sitting around chatting, saying, like, life's going to be all right. And I'm like, damn, man, that sounds great. That sounds so good. So you can, like you're saying, you can just go there. You don't have to be a hardcore believer, but you can just go and chat to people. They're always going to be there, right?
Oh yeah, no, and the smallest step that anyone could take is even just getting in contact with their, like, local pastor and just saying, hey, I've got problems in my life, can I come talk to you about it? And most of them will always make time for you. You know, just find their information on the church's website or whatever and say, hey, I'm not a member, but here's what I'm going through. And that's some free counseling you can get one-on-one in person anytime you want.
And it's funny because we kind of romanticize, like, the 90s and the 2000s as being, like, the fun time when, like, there was no wokeness or whatever the thing is. And like, we do look back on it being a bit more free, but because of the kind of, you know, hedonism that is associated with, like, 90s and early 2000s, like, freedom, people get so caught up in, like, you know, being who I want to be and all that type of stuff, that you don't really need the church because you don't need, like, religion or faith because you're not, like, struggling, and you're just happy with, like, new metal and Limp Bizkit's new album. But we are in a time now where, like, when you see the things that are the most popular, like OnlyFans or, you know, Instagram Reels or whatever, it actually makes you be like, holy shit, religion is needed right now. It's
similar to a point you're making earlier. I think the hedonism and the that free living spirit is really the true chains. You know, going out to a bar and kissing gals makes you unapproachable to men. Having that kind of free spirit in you is really what's bogging you down. I think that you get true freedom through following our cultural values and participating in our society normally.
Yeah.
You know, not being a cog in the machine. You don't have to turn your brain off, but you know, thinking that going and having wild sex parties is the true freedom is just going to kill you.
Yeah, and I'm kind of glad, because when I was like 18 or 19, I was just like, I want to be drunk and high all the time. And I'm glad that I did that and got it out my system, because now I know that that is not where you want to be. But if it's like, I understand that people might need to go through that, but the thing is, you hope that they come out the other end and that they eventually get to the point where they're like, actually, I would like to be a functioning member of society. And I mean, I feel lucky that I got out of it. Like, I didn't get out of it through religion, but whatever thought crossed my brain, I was just like, I need to stop drinking. And thank God that thought happened. If that thought happens for other people through religion, then I'm like, okay, good. You know, whatever it takes. If you just call up a pastor because you're like lonely and you have no idea where else to go, then just do that. You don't have to be a religious member, but like, you know, that it is just it is a inarguably good thing to, you know, be a functioning member of society, you know, and not a
yeah, entirely
crazy
correct. Their
person.
service, their calling is to serve the people. That's their entire thing. And especially if you aren't religious, they've got, you know, more drive to talk to you than anyone.
Yeah, true.
And the
It's-
first thing they'll
yeah.
do is try and help you. They're not going to say you need to find Jesus. They're going to tell you 10 things that are true and that can help you in your life, and then you'll realize, maybe you'll realize, or maybe you don't, that those things were Christ-like all along. The things that helped you, the things that built you up, and then that's the revelation. Because the first thing you say to someone, you don't Bible beat them and tell them, you're a sinner, Jesus Christ hates you, whatever. No. You help them get their life in shape, and then they realize, oh, hey, man, this rule book, man, it could have helped me a long time ago.
Yeah, like, you know what, Dislin in the chat says 100% won't be going there. I don't know if that's a reaction to what you said, but I do think that there's kind of there is a branding issue with religion, because like, even, you know, I would be so adverse to just being like a religious guy, because there's just something about it that it just reminds me of my grandparents, and like, that is a very superficial, like, surface level thing, but I am like a very aesthetically driven person. Thankfully I can see past it, and I can see like the values that it's trying to impart, but I do know that a lot of people out there don't care. They're not going to listen to the values. They're just like, church, that's old shit. And if there was a way to just get the message out there without having to distract people with the Bible, you know, because they're just going to turn away, then that would definitely be a good thing for the world. But anyway, I don't know. I feel like I'm a religious extremist now, converting people on my show.
Well, I don't. Are you calling me the religious extremist, or is it you?
No, I feel like somehow I'm the religious extremist, creating a live stream to convert people.
And that's the silly thing, is that society has taught you that even being open to the ideas is too extreme.
Yeah. Like, that's what makes me so like frustrated at, like, the more I think about it, the more I have to acknowledge how wrong I am, that like, just being a religious person to me is extreme. And like, I know that I'm wrong when I say that, but I've been programmed, obviously, somewhere along the line, probably by Limp Bizkit, you know. I think it was probably their fault. Religion sucks, never go to church.
In the end, we'll all make it through, though. It's a beautiful life, and we'll all make it through. But you know, if I'd like to impart something on the people, as the times that we're going through, is that, you know, you can reach out to anyone, even if church is too icky to you. find something, find someone, because even just like this here, this is I bet you therapy for some people.
It is kind of
it's
funny
just
that like
easy.
just hearing other people's experiences or just hearing people talk is like such a gem. Like talking in a real way is helpful just by listening to it as a third party.
Yeah, no, this is a beautiful corner of the internet. Although this Discord itself, I joined recently and I thought, holy, this place is cursed. But
Yeah, I have a hands-off approach. It's just do whatever, I don't know, do whatever you want, but it's when it comes to the phone calls, that's where I take control, you know?
yeah, no. So I thank you for the service that you're providing to the people. I think you're doing great. If you ever worry about you're not doing enough, just I don't know. There's 100 people to back you up. I'd like to say that the poem was great. I enjoyed it, and I hope I hear more. And keep being you, man.
Hell yeah, man. Thanks for coming in. And I am so happy with all the positivity in general and your specific call. I love to hear it. Can't get enough of it. We'll talk to you again and get your great, positive, helpful, what's the word? I think there's a word that I'm trying to use that doesn't exist, but it's like a cosmic energy being exploded onto people's computer.
I hope so. I've been pacing because I pace when I talk, so I have to go back and read chat.
You're creating a small little
I hope
hole
they enjoyed it.
in your floor, no doubt. All right, Cameron.
I hope chat enjoyed it.
Yeah. Oh, they did. I know they did. Cameron, thanks for coming on. We'll talk to you again.
Yep. Have a beautiful day.
You too, man. There we go. There we go. A little cheer, why not? Why not? Little cheer for Cameron. And all the callers. And all of them. Because why not? Why not give everybody a little shout out? Here's a shout out to everybody. Okay, now we have got one more call, and I hope I'm getting the right guy here. We'll see. I think this is the right guy. It has to be. And then we'll kind of wrap it up, folks. Here we go. Hello?
What's up, man?
Is this Phoenix?
Yeah, this is Phoenix.
Okay. What device are you using? Because I have the feeling you're almost illegible.
Terrible? Okay, hold on.
Because some people call in, they're on their computer or something, then they change to their phone, and it's a world of difference. Yes, hello.
I'm on my phone right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I think it's going to be okay. I just wanted to... If you said you're in your car, then we might have a problem, because that's where the problems come from.
No, I'm in my house.
Okay.
I'm in my house. Let me switch headphones.
Okay, yeah, we'll probably get some better. See, I'm a little Indian myself. I do a bit of tech support. Someone in the chat there said, shout out to Satan, just undoing all of the good positive work that we did. But it's okay, because PS2 controller says, Christ is Lord. Did not expect to turn into this. Benny Space Core is in the chat. He says, I very much enjoy therapy. The therapist I talk to is at least very honest. You know what? There's nothing wrong with therapy, but there's a lot wrong with most therapists. Quote me on that. Okay, caller, how are you doing now?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, that's a bit better. I can turn up your volume. This is a world of difference.
Okay.
Yeah, man, you have no idea how much better this is. What's your name?
My name is Phoenix.
Okay, Phoenix. Is that your
My
real
name is
name?
actually Phoenix. Yeah.
No
My
way.
mom named me after River Phoenix, the actor, and my dad named me after the X-Men character.
Oh
so
my
they came to a
God.
compromise.
You know what? I think you should not tell people that, because it lessens the uniqueness of your name. I think you should just say, that's my name, and then don't talk.
Yeah, that's my name. Don't wear it out.
Yeah, oh, that makes you fucking 10 times cooler, man. Like, that's exactly what you should say.
All right, cool.
Okay, so
Cool.
Phoenix, what's going on?
All right. Not much. I'm on my lunch right now. I work at Walmart. I make
Oh.
rotisserie chickens for the unwashed masses.
You know, it's funny because when you're saying I'm on my lunch, I just had a flashback to when I worked at an Irish supermarket, and I literally, when you said I'm on lunch, I just imagined that lunchroom, and I have shivers thinking about that. What kind of location
Yeah.
are you in now?
Well, I live in Alabama, right? But so I live like 5 minutes away from this Walmart, so I just walk home and take my lunch.
Oh, okay, that's pretty good.
And
Yeah,
just hang out, play video games.
that was a
you know,
real
and then go back.
a depressing thing for me was like going to work in the supermarket and then having to spend an hour every day like in the fucking
Chained.
lunchroom not getting paid, you know?
Yeah, chained to the place. Yeah, I feel that.
So how long do you plan on working at Walmart?
Well, it's not really in my plan.
Okay, good answer.
Well, I mean, I'm there, but I really don't know what I'm doing with my life.
Yeah,
honestly.
Walmart generally tends to be the place for lost souls, you know. It's like and I'm saying this as someone who worked in a similar place. I had a friend who worked there for 7 years because he was like, you know, the money just keeps coming in and I keep spending the
Yeah,
money.
it's
and
comfortable.
It's comfortable, yeah, but then he just couldn't get out. Like for 7 years he kept talking about it. And I still think about
Yeah.
that kind of dilemma. But what are you gonna do?
Good question.
Yeah,
I need to
I'm
get-
not expecting you to have the answer actually, but seeing what you
No,
say.
yeah. First off, I just need to get my life in order. I mean, I'm not in like dire straits or anything. I'm doing well. But I just need to get identification, and I've just been lazy, I guess. I just don't want to go to the DMV, and in turn, it's like it's been 4 years now. Like I need to fucking get shit done, and I'm just stagnant.
Well, I
I'm a
mean,
stalactite.
usually the cause of that is that you kind of need a fire under your ass, and I know that for myself is that like when things are a bit too comfortable, it's like you don't have to do anything, you know, like you know you're not getting kicked out of your apartment, you're not gonna get fired tomorrow.
I don't feel inclined.
Well, my thing has always been I just make life difficult for myself. I like create challenges in order to like make me shift into the next gear, and that can be a problem in itself, but I don't know, that sounds like something that
I've
you
never
might benefit
been-
from.
No, yeah, you're completely right. I've never been the type of person to create goals. I've just been kind of drifting. And the thing is, like, I know most of this. I just need to apply it. And yeah.
Yeah, it's funny
You know,
because
I've
like
seen-
you
but-
you say like you know, goals aren't actually really that good of a thing. You said like I'm not that good at creating goals. There's this guy, what's his fucking name? The creator of Dilbert, Scott Adams. Do you know that guy?
Yeah.
He has
I've heard him talk a couple times.
He
about
I actually
random
haven't heard
things.
him talk, but he has this book called How to Fail at Everything in Life and Still Succeed. I think that's what it's called. And he has a point
Yeah,
in it.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Like you might be interested in reading it because there's a thing about goals versus systems, and it's that if you have a goal, you're failing every second before you reach the goal. So like you have a goal to get $100,000 or whatever, you are failing every day all the time until one day you get $100,000, and then what? You reach your goal. Okay, now you have no goal anymore. So like you're just always suffering except for like one moment, and now you just have to find a new goal. So his solution is to have a system, which is like, you know, every day I'm going to. I actually can't think of a good example off the top of my head, but like, you know, every day I wake up at 8 a.m. and then I study for 1 hour, and then I do this thing and this thing, and like these systems ultimately get you better stuff, but you never have to like stop doing them. You just kind of like permanently put them
It
in
just
your
becomes
life.
routine.
Yeah, and it's just like
Yeah, I got you.
a little bit of progress one day at a time, instead of I need $100,000 now or as soon as possible.
Yeah, I got you. But yeah, I've just been drifting, but you know, it's life. I mean, I'm not doing bad by any means.
No,
I
but
could lose a few pounds, but
that-
I'm working on that. You know.
That's also kind of funny because if you were doing bad, that would be a catalyst for change too. It's like being in that middle section where
Yeah.
everything's actually
Yeah.
okay is like the most dangerous place to be sometimes, you know?
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
What kind of interests do you have? Do you have any hobbies, stuff you like to do outside work?
Well, I like video games. I grew up with video games. I do like movies and cinema and stuff like that. I just haven't watched many things. Well, I haven't watched anything really in a couple years because I just don't. It's all just.
It's not that
worth it.
good.
I do need
It's
to go
not that-
back.
you're not missing
yeah,
out
I do
on
need to go
much.
back to the past and fucking play shitty games. No, I'm just kidding. But I need to go back and watch older movies that I've been hearing about. I want to watch. I can't remember the name of it. It's a foreign movie. This guy plays chess with the devil, and I can't remember the name of it, but it just looks really good.
Well, that's only
But,
going to consume about an hour and a half of your time, so that
yeah, that's true.
That's one
true.
goal that can be achieved in an afternoon. But like you know, people, not everything you have to do has to be like you know, a world changing hobby or whatever. I think people get really like like, oh, I don't want to learn guitar because I'm never going to be like Eddie Van Halen. But I've in the past couple of years, I've found great like pleasure in doing stuff, and I don't give a shit if I'm good at it. Like just buying like acrylic paper, or I can't remember the name of the paper, just like paper that you can paint on, getting a few paints and then just painting something. And I've never painted before, because I find when
Painting is fun.
you can do it like endlessly. You could paint for 8 hours if you wanted. But I
Yeah.
found with like watching movies and stuff, I'm like, I watch a movie and then I'm like, it's only fucking 5 o'clock. What do I do now?
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I find on my like days off, I'm just struggling to find, like, even with video games, like I don't really play anything of substance nowadays. But
Yeah, like I used
it's just
to. I
it's
used to
just
get-
hollow.
Yeah, I you know, I played video games as a kid, and then like you know, as a teenager for a while. Then I dropped out of it big time, and then when I was working this like I was working in like a restaurant, like, you know, this job wasn't going anywhere, and I would go home and I would play Dark Souls, and it was so challenging that it was like the most meaningful thing in my life. And
Yeah,
it reminded
I've had
me
that moment.
of that thing of like, I'm actually playing like I'm doing something, but I feel like I'm accomplishing something, rather than these fucking games where like you just win all the time. You just leave the controller down on the table and
Yeah.
you just win.
Yeah. I used to love platformers too, like 2D platformers, 3D platformers. They used to, like, I just loved figuring out what I could do in them and just dick around. And now I can play like 5 minutes of a game and it's just fucking okay. That's enough.
Yeah, and to me,
Like,
that's the thing that
man.
inspires me. Like, you know what, fuck it, I need to get away from these games, because like,
Yeah.
I would love to play more games more often if they were kind of like challenging enough to make me feel like it was worth my time. But playing like playing games that
Yeah.
are like not this sounds terrible, but not challenging. It's just like, this isn't keeping me engaged for as many hours as I needed to. So then I just I fucking start painting or something, and I'm like, this is hard. This is really hard.
Yeah. But then, yeah, I mean, it gets better. I mean, I don't know.
No, but that's
But
it.
yeah,
You
I
can
feel
do
like
it for
my
your whole
mindset-
life. You'll always be challenged. You'll always be trying to get better.
Yeah. I feel like recently my mindset has changed a bit, and for the positive. I just I want better, and I'm trying to manifest that. As goofy as it sounds,
No.
I've tried other things and they haven't worked, so might as well try something positive.
Yeah,
I guess.
it can be fairly arbitrary as well. Like someone in the chat there says, get a degree, learn a trade. I mean, those specific
I
things
do,
might not
yeah.
be for you, but there's
Yeah.
there's no harm in kind of picking a random thing, like something that you don't know if you like, and just being like, fuck it, it's something to do. Like, I wouldn't be a tradesman, but like, for example, if you wanted to be, I don't know what, a carpenter, you don't want to be a carpenter, but you're like, maybe I'll just try it. And like, you don't have to stick to it, but just the idea that like, hey, if I like this, then I get a job. And then I have a job that I like. That's a pretty good fucking gamble to take, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So Phoenix, it's
I
good to
got
talk to you. I'm going to wrap up the stream, and
Yeah,
you're going to.
all right, thank you.
You're going to eat your wrap for lunch.
All right.
Are wraps a thing? Is that like a common thing to eat for lunch? in
Oh
America?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have wraps out here.
For some reason there, I was like, is that an Irish thing? Do we just eat wraps?
No, we got wraps. We got all kinds of wraps.
Of course you do. It's
Any kind of wrap you
America.
can think of. Yeah, it's crazy. We have this. If you look up, it's just cheeseburger in a bag. Check that out.
Oh my god, I will. That sounds
cheeseburger in a bag.
horrible.
It's something else, man.
Damn. I mean, I think I can visualize it pretty well, but I still feel like I'll be shocked when I see
Yeah,
it.
there's like, like you like grab the bag and you feel like pickles and stuff. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Man, I'm gonna look that up straight away.
here we are.
Thanks for opening my mind to a new fucking concept. Cheeseburger in a bag. All right, Phoenix, take care.
Man-made horrors.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. Talk to you again,
Thank you
man.
so much. Have a wonderful evening.
You too. Bye bye. Okay, there we go, folks. That was Phoenix. And hey, bruh, with the $15, thank you, hey, bruh. He says, by the way, forgot to say, no shame in getting some financial kickback for what you do here. Hope to catch you on the next one. And learning a trade is such an undervalued idea. I mean, I've never personally been a tradesman, but I have friends whose lives have been changed because they just picked a random trade, like an electrician, and then they get paid well, and I look like the fucking fool. And I'm like, yeah, I'm doing a YouTube live stream. And yes, thank you. What was the specific thing you said? No shame in getting some financial kickback for what you do. Yeah, I know. I'm very aware that I need to have business acumen and sell myself more. It's just, my thing has always been like, the value of my work will be, people will see it and then I won't have to ask for money. But you do, because that's how the world works. You do have to ask. And I appreciate you, man. And I appreciate all the super chats coming in. I know you like the show. I know you do. Otherwise you wouldn't be watching it. So I appreciate y'all. I saw Sneedham says, can I call next week? I'll try to get you on. I got you on. You're Noah, right? I'll try to get you on next week. There's so many people, man, which is great. And I'm very thankful that there's a lot of people. But I literally just cannot get to everybody in one day. So, ladies and gentlemen, quick chat with the live chat here. Just tell people you're an electrician and get a fake business card, then charge ridiculous rates for amateur work. Maybe I should do that when I'm not making a YouTube video, and then I'll finance my creative pursuits. Rad Badger says tomorrow will be interesting. You're going to be on someone's podcast tomorrow, right? How do you feel about that? To be honest, I was getting a bit nervous during the week because, you know, I haven't been on anyone else's show. I've done other projects before. I've been on shows and stuff for other projects, but this is something I actually care about, this channel. Like the other projects I've done, I've always kind of just taken the piss, and I'm a bit like, I don't respect the person that I'm talking to. But I do respect people on YouTube, because this is what I do. We're kind of like in the same line of business, you know? So I don't know, want to do a good job, but what's kind of the counterintuitive thing about like doing YouTube or doing any sort of creative thing is that wanting to do a good job is irrelevant, you know? It's like you just show up and you be yourself, really. You don't think of anything to say. So literally there's nothing to think about. All I do is just show up. So that's all I can do, but when you think about it too much, it gets, you start getting thoughts. Anyway, so I'm just not thinking about it. When you asked, I started thinking about it. It's Synthetic Man YouTube channel. He has a live stream called Chudcast. And also I haven't watched the Chudcast, and I'm purposely not watching it because I don't want to start getting ideas of what to talk about or whatever. We'll just see what happens. This guy made Sam Hyde funny. That's amazing. Thanks. Well, you know what? It's funny because I feel like I can edit anything now, because I've edited Family Guy, and that is just like the most difficult challenge you could ever have. Everything else I ever edit is gonna be like such a pleasure, you know? Especially something that is like trying to be funny. And yeah, I won't say anything about MDE or whatever, but I would like to edit more stuff, okay? So I'll say that. You know what else? Someone was saying like, how do I feel about going on a podcast? It's a very new experience for me to be involved with like other people's YouTube channels, and it's funny to kind of like, I feel like I've just been born into the world, because now stuff that I say actually like gets out into the world and matters to people, whereas before I'm just this small dude. I'm like a nobody. I could say anything and it doesn't matter. There's like hardly anyone hearing it, you know? So it's funny now to just like being a serious person. It's all coming together, says Jacob Smith. Exactly. But so fast at the same time. When's the Mr. Beast collab? Never! I'll never work with him. Okay. I gotta look up cheeseburger in a bag now. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. That's been the show. I've been here for... This is the longest live stream I've ever done. Had a good time chatting to everybody. My voice is... I'm not going to be able to talk for a week now after all this. I don't know how people do it. But anyway, listen, I gotta go to sleep. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. I'll see you next Monday at 6 p.m. GMT, 11 a.m. PT. Good night.